Chapter 1 She's Pregnant. On the hotel's large round bed, two figures were entangled and intertwined. The air was filled with an ambiguous odor. Zhou Lime's whole body was sore and soft, and when she was aroused to the point of erotic confusion, she suddenly crashed into the man's deep black eyes. "How is it?" The man's low questioning voice echoed in his ears. Zhou Lemon's face rolled and flushed. "Don't." The soft sentence, in the man's ears, was a desire to refuse. The woman's eyes looked red under the moonlight. His eyes were deep and dark, and his hands were so hard that the veins on the back of his hands stood out. In the end, the bed collapsed because it was too violent. A month later. Zhou family. Li Luhua growled, "You bitchy ninny. How did I raise such a worthless guy like you? People have sent the bride price, and you told me you were pregnant." Zhou Lemon stood aside, eyes downcast, her long curly eyelashes covering her emotions. This time her period didn't come on time. She felt something was wrong, and thinking about that night, she bought a pregnancy test to test it. As a result, she didn't expect to be pregnant. As soon as she came back, she heard that her mother, Li Luhua, had sold her to a second marriage man who was more than 20 years older than her, just because the other party promised to pay a bride price of $200,000. This bad news upset her even more. She could only tell about the pregnancy. All she got was a scolding. "You will abort the child for me today. Bitch. I've raised you for the bride price, but you're not doing well, you're out there fooling around with wild men. If you don't get $200,000, don't come back to this house." Zhou Lemon finally walked out of the house, heartbroken. Walking alone on the road, the eyes are hot, there are tears forced. Since childhood, her parents have not treated her well. She is the eldest in the family, her parents are ordinary workers in Jiangcheng, she has been asked by them to do all kinds of things since she was young. Taking care of her younger sister and brother was also one of them. Just like this, all the way to carry the pressure to grow up, bear the pain that should not belong to this age, she gradually numb, almost forgetting that she is about to be a junior college student. This summer vacation she worked outside, hoping to earn the tuition. Her parents will not help her, hate to let her drop out of school early, earn more money to go home. Still, after being introduced, she went to a club to sell alcohol. Unexpectedly, was made drunk, confused into the strange man's room, had sex, and got pregnant. She touched her stomach and her nose was sore. What to do? She still had to go to school and simply couldn't afford to raise a child. She had always worked hard to live her life, and even though the trials and tribulations were many, she still wanted to face them positively. But why did it make her pregnant? Why did it hit her so hard when she was trying to live a good life? The thought of the cost of aborting the baby hit her with a sense of helplessness. Her head dropped heavily and she couldn't think of a way out. After a long silence, she made a decision. Go and worship Buddha. Perhaps in the process of praying, her troubled heart would get some peace. Zhengfu Temple. When Zhou Lemon arrived here, a scent of incense hit the tip of her nose. Looking around, there were people holding incense, their faces full of devotion. Nowadays, many of the people who came to worship the Buddha were young people, not for marriage, but only for wealth. Zhou Lemon came to the main hall, and what met her eyes was a huge statue of Buddha, and a solemn atmosphere greeted her. She knelt down and prayed with her hands together. As she silently prayed, a low voice sounded beside her. Bodhisattva, bless my unlucky son to get married and start a family earlier, have a child, and hope that the old man's illness will also get better quickly. Zhou Lime curiously looked over. It was a middle-aged woman. A decent dress, well-maintained skin, and a dignified temperament throughout her body. Only her brow was slightly furrowed. Blessing God, Bodhisattva, all the gods and goddesses, please. Listening to her words of prayer, Zhou Lemon sympathized with her, and when she prayed, she also incidentally hoped that these wishes of hers would come true. When she walked out of the main hall, she looked back and saw that the middle-aged woman was still in her original position. She sighed. The world was full of people just like her. As she prepared to leave the temple, she noticed a black Maybach parked on the side of the road. Because it was too conspicuous, Zhou Lime looked at it twice more. Next to the car stood a slender figure. The man was dressed in a black suit and white shirt, his whole body exuded an indifferent and detached atmosphere, and he was wearing a string of Buddha beads on his wrist. Zhou Lemon's eyes widened. It was him? The man she slept with before? It must be the prayer she just prayed for that manifested. Afraid that he would run away, Zhou Lemon quickly ran over, and when she got close, she saw the man's cold features and deep, biting eyes. She wanted to open her mouth to speak, but she was shocked by the other party's powerful aura and her body shivered with cold. "Do you still remember me?" While Huo Qingzhou waited, a girl suddenly came over in front of him, with fair skin and clear eyes, white t-shirt, jeans, plain dress, timidly looking at him. In an instant, only one sentence came to his mind. "Out of the mud, not stained." Seeing that he didn't answer in time, Zhou Lemon said again with embarrassment, "We slept together one night before." Huo Qingzhou's eyes narrow slightly. Memories float to his mind, the image of the woman humming underneath him that night made him simply unable to hold on, or was it the first time it had happened in so many years? Fearing that Huo Qingzhou doesn't remember, Zhou Lemon hurriedly says again, "Don't you remember, you just started to write several times, but didn't write, and the bed collapsed afterward." Huo Qingzhou's face sank, his eyes cold. Scared by his appearance, Zhou Lemon hurriedly lowered her head and bit her lip. She was clearly telling the truth. Why does it look like the man is very unhappy? Huo Qingzhou took a deep breath and inquired in a cold voice, "Say it, what do you want?" He had seen too many women who took the initiative to come to the door for the sake of profit, so he saw through Zhou Lemon's mind at a glance. Zhou Lemon picked at her fingers, carefully brewing her wording, "I want $2,000. She went to the hospital last time and inquired about it, and it takes so much money to abort a child. Not being able to raise a child to grow up, this was undoubtedly the best option. She didn't want the child to be born and come to this world to suffer like her." $2,000? Huo Qingzhou stares at her, his eyes inscrutable. "Are you unwilling to give it?" Zhou Lemon is anxious, her voice is getting smaller. $2,000 is not available, $1,000 is fine. She'll figure out the remaining half. After all, she was drunk that night and was responsible. $2,000 to Huo Qingzhou, as if it were a drizzle. Just look at the woman's red, dripping blood face. He suddenly came to interest. Why this number? Is it worth the other party asking for such a small amount of money for him to work so hard? Zhou Lemon's face was hesitant. After struggling for a few seconds, she decided to make her words clear. Chapter 2. Come over and help your baby. I am pregnant, you are the father of the child, and I want to ask you for $2,000 to get an abortion. Huo Qingzhou's gaze abruptly tightened. Subconsciously, he stares at her stomach. Zhou Lemon once again lowers her head in embarrassment. Inwardly hesitant and uneasy, but he is after all the father of the child, and should rightly have to pay out this money, and after thinking it through, she stubbornly raised her eyes again and reached out her hand. Don't worry, I want this money, and I won't pester you in the name of the child. At this time, not far away, a female voice came in surprise. Little girl, what did you say? Zhou Lemon followed the sound and saw a middle-aged woman walking over. It happened to be the person who had just made a wish next to her. Jiangcheng First Hospital. Zhou Lemon timidly follows behind Huo Qingzhou to get checked. The environment and equipment here is so much better than the hospital she went to for checkups before. She stares at the man's tall back and can't help but think of the intense images from that night. Without noticing, she bumped into his back. Taking a few steps backward, she was fortunate to be held up by Huo Qingzhou in time to stand firm. Not looking at the road? Huo Qingzhou frowned slightly, his voice low and deep, be careful. Zhou Lemon slowed down, it was you who suddenly stopped. The words fell, saw the other side of the gaze sullen, she had the sense to silence. The man in front of me looks so fierce. It is not good to approach. When she arrived at the examination room, the doctor quickly greeted her and looked attentively at Huo Qingzhou. Mr. Huo, don't worry, I'll immediately take her to the examination, and the report will be provided to you at the first time. Listening to the doctor's tone of voice, Zhou Lemon looks at the man standing beside her in surprise. His identity seems to be uncomplicated. After the examination, Huo Qingzhou stares at the checklist with a puzzled look in his eyes. On the report card, it clearly shows that the little girl is pregnant with his child. The doctor says, the pregnancy is currently over a month old, the situation is not yet stable, so she needs to nourish the fetus. The doctor said, the current pregnancy is more than a month, the situation is not quite stable, need to be good to raise the baby. Zhou Lemon sounded sour. She hung her head and looked at her stomach, the current month was not big, her stomach did not look any different. Perhaps today is her parting day with her child. Seeing Huo Qingzhou walking forward, he turned back to her and said, follow. She looked back, followed, and said, look, I didn't lie to you, I am indeed pregnant with your child, and I don't have the money for an abortion on hand right now, so. This time, she found that Huo Qingzhou's pace was much slower than before, intentionally or unintentionally keeping up with her pace. Abortion? Huo Qingzhou looked at her with an inexplicable expression and did not make a sound. You will not want to give this money, right? You are the father of the child, you should have to pay this money. I see that you are dressed quite well, do not look like an ordinary person, a few $1,000s can be taken out of it. Huo Qingzhou heard the words and stopped his steps. You do not know my identity? Zhou Lemon was stunned and shook her head blankly. Carefully watching her look, she did not seem to be lying. Huo Qingzhou pondered. Not far away suddenly came an excited voice. How is it? Zhou Lime looked over and saw Huo Qingzhou's mother, Zhouji, walking over. After some conversation inside the temple just now, she knows about the relationship between the two of them and is surprised that she was around during the prayer. Too coincidental. Thinking about the wish she had made, wishing for her son to have a child sooner, now that wish is considered to have come true? Huo Qingzhou sees his own mother come in a flurry of activity and doesn't say much, only handing over the report sheet. Zhouji reads it carefully and almost jumps up in excitement. Mom, this is a hospital, no noise is allowed. Seemingly accustomed to Zhouji's staggering appearance, Huo Qingzhou reminded without changing his color. Zhouji immediately covered her mouth and glanced meaningfully at Huo Qingzhou, who had previously urged for marriage, saying in a serious manner that she was not interested in women, really speaking out of turn, and now she even has a child. After looking at the name and age on the report card, Zhou Lime, 20 years old. Looking at the little girl is quite small, fortunately adult. Otherwise she would have to skin her own son. Xiao Lemon, we can also be considered to know, you say this is not the fate of a past life, you can rest assured, since you are pregnant with Qingzhou's child, the Huo family will certainly be responsible for you. Zhou Lemon hesitated. Auntie, do you mean you want to give birth to this child? Of course, let Qingzhou take good care of you in the future, Zhouji said with a smile. In the future we are all a family, you can just call me mom, it's too formal to call me auntie. Zhou Lemon was shocked. Zhouji converged his expression, knowing that this is too abrupt, and smiled. Look at me, this acute, did not scare you, don't worry, wait for the change of name fee, you can change your name. The first time I saw this was when I was in the hospital, and it was the first time I saw the hospital. This is to let her and Huo Qingzhou get married in the future? Zhou Lime subconsciously glanced at the man's face, which was devoid of waves. She wasn't at all sure what was going on in this man's mind. By the way, does your family know? At that, Zhou Lemon's mood became heavy, and her head drooped. They know kicked me out. Bringing up parents and family is always a heavy topic. The smile on Zhouji's face froze, looking at Zhou Lime's thin figure, more and more heartbroken. From the first time she saw this little girl, she liked it more and more. Not to mention that this was the prospective daughter-in-law that the Bodhisattva had brought to her. Don't worry, if you have any help, talk to Qingzhou, communicate well with the family, you will move to live with Qingzhou, the pregnancy month is big, it is difficult to move, there will be a special person to serve you. Listening to the tone of Zhouji's voice, it made her feel that the child in her belly will be born with a throne to inherit in the future. Then does she not have to worry about not having the money to raise a child in the future? Since the beginning, Huo Qingzhou did not say a word. Zhou Lime cautiously glances at him again. This man is too handsome, by far the most handsome man she has ever seen. Zhouji noticed and glared at Huo Qingzhou. Dumb? Not a word, quickly say a few words to other people's little lemon. Huo Qingzhou just walks forward and spits out 2 words from his mouth, go back. Zhouji's face fell. Helping Zhou Lemon to walk forward, this son of mine, a bit mute and boring, a stuffy one, there is also the fact that he is rather old, you do not dislike it. The man in front of him had a footstep and stubbornly said, I am not old. He is only 7 years older than Zhou Lime. Still young. Zhouji hummed. Zhou Lemon was skeptical about this. In fact, when he was in bed, he was not wooden and boring at all, and even a little. Noticing that Zhouji was helping her to walk, and his movements were careful, like treating a national treasure, Zhou Lemon was flattered, and she had never had this treatment before. Thinking of her mother, there was always nothing but abuse for her. Auntie, you don't have to help me walk, I can do it myself. How can this be? You have a baby in your belly, you need to be more careful. Zhouji continues to insist, noticing Zhou Lime's gaze fall on Huo Qingzhou, her eyes light up. I know, you must be letting Qingzhou hold you up. Zhou Lime was surprised and just wanted to shake her head in denial when Zhouji raised her voice and called out to her spiteful son. Quickly come over to help your baby, the belly is still carrying your little baby, pay attention. Baby? Zhou Lemon gulped unaccustomedly. She really saw Huo Qingzhou approaching and holding her arm. It's fine, I don't need you to help me. Being rejected, Huo Qingzhou's face flushes cold. It was not easy for him to walk over. Zhouji's eyes flickered. What he guessed. I know, you must want Qingzhou to carry you away. Quick! Son, carry your baby away. Zhou Lemon was speechless. She really didn't have this idea. Glancing at Huo Qingzhou, he looks cold and emotionless, he definitely won't agree. Chapter 3. Still want to stage a bed collapse battle? She doesn't even react until Huo Qingzhou picks her up. Snuggled in his arms, Zhou Lime immediately blushes. The hormonal scent of the man's body hits her nose. Put me down, I can walk by myself. The woman in his arms is tossing and turning. Huo Qingzhou nods his head and stares at her, his small white face flushed, biting his red lips, his eyes flickering and flickering, transmitting a few moments of uneasiness. Suddenly, he thought of that night when she was underneath him, her shy and confused look. The knot in his throat slightly moved. Lowering his voice, "Be good, be careful, I'll throw you to the ground." Upon hearing this, Zhou Lemon immediately became well behaved. Not daring to move. Huo Qingzhou glances over, kinda good at scaring. Zhou followed behind and snickered, her expression like she was high on CP. Her own son is still a little different towards this child, Xiaolime, right? Otherwise, how could he even create a child? Arriving in front of a Maybach, Huo Qingzhou puts her down. He opened the door and got in the car. Zhou Lemon stood in place with a sense of urgency, still not knowing where this man was going to take her, just thinking that she was now homeless, and it was summer vacation, and the university dormitories weren't open. Timidly glanced at the man, he should not do anything to her, after all, she is still carrying his cub in her stomach. The Huo family seemed to take this very seriously. Also need me to carry you to the car? Zhou Lemon returned to her senses, her head shaking like a rattle drum, and got into the car in a huff. The moment she went in, the redness in her ears was captured by Huo Qingzhou. His eyes narrowed slightly. This woman seems to blush easily. Seeing the two get into the car, Zhou also follows and sits in the passenger seat. Mom, what are you doing up here? Of course I want to be with you, I'm afraid you'll bully other little girls. Huo Qingzhou Bengbu lived. Jiangcheng Mansion. Following Huo Qingzhou to his private residence, Zhou Lemon curiously looked at the room's furnishings, a minimalist style, with low luxury everywhere. Little Lemon, don't worry about not having a place to go, just stay here in Qingzhou at ease. Zhou Lemon was dumbfounded. She had never lived in such a good environment since she was a child. To be precise, there wasn't even a bedroom of her own. Zhou greets her warmly and keeps talking about the do's and don'ts at Zhou Lime's side. Huo Qingzhou watches from the sidelines with sullen eyes. Suddenly, Zhou's cell phone rings. As soon as it was connected, a low, muffled voice came from the other end. Zhi, where have you been? Why haven't you come back yet? Do you want me to go and pick you up? Zhou Lemon listened on the sidelines. The other party should be Huo Qingzhou's father. Seeing a smile appear on Zhi's face, his parents must have a very good relationship. Xiaolime, I need to go back, I will come back to see you tomorrow. If this kid Qingzhou bullies you, just tell me, I will help you. After telling Zhou Lemon again and again, before Zhou was ready to leave, he seemed a bit uneasy and pulled Huo Qingzhou to the door. Brat, you guys get along and cultivate your feelings during this time, I will send someone over to take care of it, and when you give birth to a child, all the names that you should be given to others. I have my own plans. Huo Qingzhou came in faintly. Zhou looked at him askance. I tell you this is the daughter-in-law sent to you by the Bodhisattva, if you don't cherish it, humph. After a pause, there is also the old master's side. I will find a time to tell him about this, he will be very happy, and then you will bring little Lemon back to the old mansion. The old man has always hoped that Huo Qingzhou can get married and start a family, have a child, and give the Huo family an heir, but Huo Qingzhou is a maverick, and the situation is delayed. The old master Huo has been so anxious that he has gotten sick. This time, if he knew that he was about to have a great-grandson, the old man's illness would definitely get better. It's just that this matter is too sudden, and she also slowed down for a long time before digesting it. It would be bad if she rashly told the old master that the old master had lost his joy. After finally sending Zhou away, Huo Qingzhou returns to the house and sees Zhou Lime standing in place in a formal manner. The timid and innocent eyes and the thin figure make people look very protective. He converged his complexion, his long legs stepped forward. Come with me. Zhou Lemon followed and walked inside. Discovering that this place was far bigger than she thought. She had heard the name of this neighborhood. In Jiangcheng it was a high-grade private residence with one of the highest prices, and the people who lived here were either rich or noble. Walking into a room, she stopped after the man. This is your room. My. Zhou Lemon was unsure. She looked in. The room was large, fully furnished, many times larger than where she originally lived. Everywhere is good. If she has to nitpick, it's the color of the quilt that's a bit dull. She wants to change the quilt to a brighter color, so that every day when she wakes up, her mood will follow her. Huo Qingzhou leaned against the door, eyes lazy. How, want to live with me in a room? Zhou Lemon's face is red again, shaking her head. I don't mean this, I just want to ask, I live here, do I need to pay? Such a good environment, the rent must be quite a lot of money. Huo Qingzhou looks at her incredulously. In fact, it was not unreasonable for Zhou Lemon to think this way. From her early childhood, her parents had always instilled in her the need to give back, counting on her to earn big money for the family in the future, and now that she hadn't graduated and worked, she could only rely on odd jobs to earn her living expenses. Her parents still asked her for money every now and then too. For various reasons. Even moved out of the home she lived in, to pay the rent fee. That home, she simply do not want to go back. She wanted to escape. That place that made her feel suffocated. Her parents are still like this, let alone this man in front of her who has only met twice and has no blood relationship. While waiting for a response, she heard Huo Qingzhou ask, "Why did you go to the Light and Shadow Club?" Zhou Lime thinks for a moment and realizes that is where she started with Huo Qingzhou. Her face burns slightly. She looks down, she wanted to earn some tuition and living expenses. Huo Qingzhou's expression was stunned for a moment, and he muffled his voice, "That place is full of fish and dragons, so don't go there next time." Zhou Lime did not say anything, just nodded. Because Huo Qingzhou temporarily something, she rested alone in the room. Nestled on the bed, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, not knowing what else to expect in the future, her heart was restless, and the events of this day, until now, have not allowed her to catch her breath. Huo Qingzhou silently recited his name, thinking of how he was dressed, not an ordinary person. Zhou Lime took out her cell phone and searched for his name on it. There was very little news about him. However, she still found the key information that the Huo family was the #1 wealthy family in Jiangcheng. Huo Qingzhou's father, Huo Qingzhou, was a hand in Jiangcheng. Huo Qingzhou has been gifted since childhood and took over the family business from Master Huo at an early age, becoming the youngest person in charge of the Huo group. Zhou Lime turned off her cell phone in shock. She had thought that Huo Qingzhou's identity was not simple. But she hadn't thought of it being this uncomplicated. Suddenly, a knock sounded on the door. "Open the door." It's Huo Qingzhou's voice. Zhou Lemon abruptly got up from the bed. What is he doing here at this time? Does he still want to stage a bed collapse battle? Chapter 4 Marriage. Forgive me for not being able to do anything. Open the door, and the slender figure appears in front of you. Zhou Lemon asked, "Do you have something to do? Come out, I have something to talk to you." Followed Huo Qingzhou out and sat across from her. Zhou Lemon was full of curiosity. Seeing him hand over a document. "Since you are pregnant with my child, I will naturally be responsible, but there are some things that must be made clear to save trouble in the future. All the expenses costs during your pregnancy will be covered by me, and when the child is born, you will also get a large amount of hard-earned money. Just, the matter of marriage, forgive me for not being able to do anything about it. A marriage without feelings is like a plate of scattered sand." Huo Qingzhou's tone is flat. He has never gotten married, also because he hasn't met anyone he likes very much and joins hands for life. It's not as good as being high-quality single. His parents' time together had taught him that entering into a marriage with someone he liked was a happy thing, otherwise it was an abyss. Listening carefully to his words, Zhou Lemon looked carefully at the document, a signing agreement. When she saw the compensation cost after giving birth to a child, Zhou Lime was shocked to the point of shock, and even used her finger to the zeros on the back, counting several times, 7 zeros. "Are you sure about this amount? Isn't it a few extra zeros? Are you insulting my intelligence?" Zhou Lime shook her head hurriedly. $10 million is astronomical to her. When she gives birth to the child, she can break away from her family of origin and live well with the money. As for the child staying in the Huo family, this kind of luxurious family will definitely not let her child suffer either. Huo Qingzhou, I hope you will also pay attention at all times. The child in your belly is very important to me. Zhou Lemon drops her eyes and nods. She understands. Everything was for the child. She also never wanted to rely on Huo Qingzhou. He was high up, high in stature and power, and they were never in the same world as each other. After closing the file, Zhou Lime's stomach rumbles. It happens to meet Huo Qingzhou's gaze. She is embarrassed. It's my stomach that's rumbling. Hungry? Zhou Lemon nodded her head. Do you have any ingredients here? It doesn't have to be troublesome, I'll just make some food myself. She headed for the refrigerator. Ever since she was a child, she didn't like to trouble others. Just seeing the almost empty refrigerator, there was silence. I usually live alone and don't have much at home. If it's convenient for you, I'll take you out to buy it, and by the way, I'll buy you some daily necessities. You can mention whatever you want to buy. It was rare for Huo Qingzhou to say so much. Zhou Lemon had no reason not to agree. The two of them chose a large supermarket nearby. Huo Qingzhou pushed a cart and bought some daily necessities. But where Zhou Lemon's eyes swept over and lingered for a moment longer, he didn't hesitate to put them in the cart. Zhou Lime was dumbfounded. The distinguishing feature of the rich man's world was that he didn't need to look at the price when buying things. Unlike before, when she compared 3 different stores in order to buy the same thing. Passing by a shelf, she found that it was full of small boxes. Zhou Lemon glanced at them, somewhat embarrassed, and quickly withdrew her eyes. This action is captured by Huo Qingzhou. He suddenly became interested again. The corner of his lips hooked. Want? No, I didn't grow that thing, don't need it. Zhou Lemon was nervous and couldn't speak well. Want to buy me? Zhou Lemon was speechless. She walked forward in small steps, and only sighed with relief when she left that shelf. Noticing the shelves with food on them, and her favorite hot and sour noodles, her eyes follow. Huo Qingzhou sees her thoughts and looks at what she picked up. His brows knit slightly. Junk food, can't eat it, not to mention you're pregnant, can't eat spicy. Zhou Lemon watched as he put the things back. So, her favorite hot pot, spicy hot pot can't be eaten. This was torture for her who had no spicy food. It turns out that there are so many things you can't eat when you're pregnant. She lowers her head and is bereft. Huo Qingzhou sees her head hanging down, looking very pitiful, his thin lips pursing, his afterglow glancing at the hot and sour noodles. He eventually walks forward. Zhou Lemon only had to follow, not forgetting to look back. When paying the bill, Huo Qingzhou noticed the extra hot and sour noodles in the cart, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Zhou Lime. Zhou Lemon bowed her head sheepishly. It may be that I accidentally slipped and put it in the cart. She won't admit that she secretly took a packet and stuffed it in. Huo Qingzhou bends down and takes out another thing from it. This is also what you slipped and put in? Seeing what he took in his hand, Zhou Lime's face was embarrassed. No, this is not my hand slipped and put it in, it may be its own accidental slip-in. Fortunately, Huo Qingzhou didn't say anything. Zhou Lemon was relieved. The two of them went back to Jiangcheng Mansion together. Zhou Lemon came to the kitchen and prepared to make a bowl of noodles at random, and looked at Huo Qingzhou. Do you want to eat the noodles under me? Under you? Huo Qingzhou's gaze intentionally or unintentionally looks in the direction of her legs. Zhou Lemon understands in seconds and is filled with shyness. Was she not clear just now? She raises her volume. It's noodles. Huo Qingzhou collects his expression. It's fine. Seeing Zhou Lemon busy with her work, he thought about it and walked over. Frankly, I don't know how to cook, but anything you need my help with, you can say. After all, Zhou Lemon is pregnant with her child. Today's preparation was rushed, and afterward there was a special person to take care of it. Zhou Lemon was not required to cook. It's okay, I can do it alone. Zhou Lemon moves with familiarity, knowing that Huo Qingzhou is a rich son and it's normal that he doesn't know how to cook. For Huo Qingzhou, as long as he wants to do, there is nothing in the world that he can't do, and he can't cook because there is no one willing to let him wash his hands. He stood aside, looking at Zhou Lime's skillful appearance, and fell into thought. Obviously still a young girl, doing housework cleanly. He couldn't help but wonder about her family environment. After eating, Zhou Lime came to the bathroom to prepare for a bath and rest. The daily necessities just bought came in handy. Looking at the bathroom environment once again refreshed Zhou Lime's perception. She looked at everything around her strangely, thinking that she would have to go back to get some more things, only to be annoyed that she would run into her parents again. School is about to start, and her tuition fees are still unaccounted for. Now that she's pregnant, Huo Qingzhou definitely won't let her go out to work odd jobs. Asking him for tuition fees is something she can't do. What makes her even more worried is, will Huo Qingzhou still let her go to school during her pregnancy? His identity background is too powerful to be someone to be messed with, and any decision he makes is just a matter of words. Because of her daze, her feet slipped. She shrieks out in shock. Huo Qingzhou, who just passed by the door, hears the sound, his eyes abruptly tighten, and straight away he opens the door and breaks in. He then sees Zhou Lime naked, holding onto the sink. Zhou Lemon also saw him, her face flushed red. What are you doing in here? Chapter 5. Which part of your body I have not seen? Subconsciously protecting her body in front of her, she panicked and headed towards getting ready to get her pajamas. Huo Qingzhou is worried that she might fall, and directly takes a bath towel, covers her body, and picks her up. Seeing Zhou Lime pushing and shoving, he raises an eyebrow. Which part of your body haven't I seen? Zhou Lime's face flushed and she was suddenly speechless. Indeed. She also gradually became honest, knowing that Huo Qingzhou was worried about the child, and she didn't want anything to happen to the child. As a result, to her surprise, the man carried her to his bedroom. What came into her eyes was the large bed. Zhou Lemon's eyes couldn't help but float back to the images of that night, moving slightly. Quickly put me down, I want to go out. She was only wearing a bathrobe, the inside was naked. If saw through her mind, Huo Qingzhou's lips slightly hooked. Do you think that if I want to, you have a chance to struggle? Zhou Lime. In front of this man, her hands were powerless. It wasn't until Huo Qingzhou carried her to the restroom inside the bedroom that she wasn't as nervous, and only when she stood firm did Huo Qingzhou let go of her hand and maintain a distance from her. You can bathe here in the future, it's non-slip. Zhou Lemon looked around. This place is made of non-slip material. It looks very safe, especially since there is a large bathtub in front of hers. Thinking that if she were to take a bath here, it would definitely be a very happy thing. Just looking at Huo Qingzhou still standing in place, she was too embarrassed to move, so she had to freeze. What? Huo Qingzhou glanced at her with a deep and long glance. Need me to help you? No, Zhou Lemon panicked and waved her hands. It is you who has not gone out yet. Only then did Huo Qingzhou walk out from the inside, closing the door at the moment, the corner of his mouth hooked with interest, and found that teasing this woman is a quite interesting thing. Only after Huo Qingzhou went out did Zhou Lime feel relieved to take a bath. As she soaks in the bath, her entire body and mind follow suit and soothe. She dares to say that this time is the most comfortable bath she's had in a long time. Evening. Zhou Lime was lying on her bed in a daze, almost asleep, when her cell phone rang shrilly, waking her up. As soon as she saw the caller ID, her eyes dimmed. She didn't want to pick it up, but the phone rang several times and was so disturbing that she had no choice but to pick it up. Just as soon as it was connected, the roaring voice of Li Luhua immediately came from the other end of the phone. Stinky girl. Where did you die today? Quickly get back to me, old man Li is still waiting to marry you over the door. The sound of her tirade kept coming from that end. Zhou Lemon was distracted, and did not want to continue to affect the mood, interrupted. You do not say anymore, I will not abort the child. Sure enough, the next second came Li Luohua's even more powerful tirade. You this stinking girl, wings grow hard is not it, if you do not rush back, be careful I break your legs, cut off relations with you, let you homeless. Said, directly hung up the phone. Zhou Lemon hands hanging down helplessly, Li Luhua call over just urging her to go back to marry old Manly, not at all concerned about her today did not go back a day there is no place to live. Closing her eyes, she forced herself to hold back her tears. The only fortunate thing is that she has not had any expectations for this, and also knows that Li Luhua will not care about her. Sure enough, if you don't expect it, you won't be too disappointed. Not long after, the cell phone rang again. Annoyed, she thought it was Li Luhua calling again. When she saw the cell phone screen, Zhou Lime's gaze gradually softened. It was Ruan Huan calling. It was Ruan Huan, her college classmate and her best friend. Lemon, you finally answered the phone. How come you haven't returned my messages in the past 2 days? Is something wrong? Ruan Huan's worried voice soon came from the other end. In contrast to the last call, Zhou Lime found it ironic. Lamely, she did not know how to speak. If Ruan Huan found out, it would scare her. She had to make up an excuse. The person on the other end breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay, you don't know how worried I was when I couldn't reach you, so if you're in any kind of trouble, just let me know. Zhou Lemon answered and hung up the phone. This person does not have many friends. One is the nature of slow heat, before also by friends backstabbing. The second is a lot of people understand her family situation, the back of the open face dislike her. Over time, she didn't feel the need to socialize ineffectively. It could be said that Ruan Huan was considered her only good friend. When she thought of her family's indifference and her friend's anxious concern, this strong contrast caused Zhou Lime's emotions to flare up and her eyes to moisten. Not daring to cry out, she could only cover the quilt and sob in a small voice. It was unknown when she cried herself to sleep. Morning. Huo Qingzhou glances at Zhou Lemon's room, the door is tightly closed, his brows knit slightly, and with another glance at the time, he finally comes to the door and knocks. But still no one responds. Sensing that something was wrong, he directly opened the door and walked in. Thinking that something happened to Zhou Lemon, after all, she is now pregnant at a special time, just as soon as he opened the door, he saw Zhou Lemon standing not far away, saw her come in, as if she saw a mouse, immediately turned her back to him. What's wrong? Hearing footsteps coming from behind her, Zhou Lemon tenses up. Even though she turned her back, Huo Qingzhou walked up to her and looked straight at her. What's with the lowered head? Look up. The magnetic voice carries a wave of oppression. Zhou Lemon had to raise her eyes, and suddenly slammed into his dark and deep eyes, as if she was going to be sucked in if she continued to look. In the moment of confrontation, Huo Qingzhou frowned slightly. What's wrong with your eyes? Zhou Lemon's eyes flashed with weakness, lowering her head, her voice weak. Maybe it was accidentally swollen by an insect bite. In front of this man, she always looks timid, or maybe the aura in front of her is too strong. In her previous life, she has never come into contact with this type of person. Huo Qingzhou narrows his eyes. Are you questioning the living environment here? Zhou Lemon of course did not mean this, hastily shook his head. It is the sand that has charmed the eyes. Deep condensation of her pair of red and swollen eyes, coupled with the expression of the moment, it is really like an aggrieved little rabbit. People who do not know also thought that he bullied her. Pregnant women can't be emotional. You clean up and come out for breakfast. Zhou Lemon deflated her mouth and nodded. She hadn't completely transformed into a pregnant woman yet. After cleaning up, Zhou Lemon walks out from inside the room and is surprised to find that in addition to Huo Qingzhou, there is also a woman. The woman looked to be in her 40s or 50s, dressed plainly, with a kind smile on her face, looking very approachable. Seeing her walk out, the person immediately welcomes her forward, the smile on her face deepening as she begins to greet her. Chapter 6. You guys are going to take a bath together? Miss Zhou, I was sent here by Mrs. Huo to take care of you. In the future if you have any needs tell me and I will do my best to take care of you. Zhou Lemon obviously hadn't been entertained like this, especially with her mouth full of Miss Zhou, and quickly waved her hand. Just call me Zhou Lemon. Well, I'll call it that first. I'll call you that first. I'm sure I'll have to change my mind and call you Mrs. Huo in the future. What should I call you? I'm the sixth in line at home. You can call me Auntie Six, everyone calls me that. Zhou Lime listened and nodded. Following Huo Qingzhou to the dining table and sitting down, Zhou Lime glanced at him, clearly sitting there, showing an aristocratic temperament between his hands and feet. Auntie Six brought breakfast at this time and said with a smile, Zhou Lime, this is the nutritious breakfast I am going to make for you. Zhou Lime looked at it and was almost stunned. What's wrong, do you not like it? I just came here and I don't know your taste. You tell me later, I will do it according to your taste later. Zhou Lemon heard this and immediately shook her head. I don't mean this, it's just that I've never had such a sumptuous breakfast. Auntie Six's expression changed slightly. For a moment she didn't know what to say, especially when she saw Zhou Lime's eyes red and swollen. It was so heartbreaking to look at. Then you should eat more. After saying a few words, Auntie Six thought of something, glanced at Huo Qingzhou, who was eating breakfast, and turned her head to look at Zhou Lime. Did Huo Xiao bully you? As the words fall, the two people sitting at the table are stunned. Auntie Six concluded and added, Huo Xiao, why are you bullying a little girl who is still carrying your child in her stomach? Bullying? Huo Qingzhou's eyes narrowed. Zhou Lemon's heart lifted, just wanted to shake her head, but she saw Auntie Six preempted her and said, Zhou Lemon, if Huo Xiao bullied you, you can go to the lady and complain, or I will help you. No, Huo Xiao didn't bully me. Zhou Lemon quickly explained. Only then did Auntie Six not continue. And at this moment, Huo Qingzhou has no more interest in eating and goes out before long. Zhou Lemon watched his back gradually disappear in front of her eyes, slightly relieved, and incredulously looked at Auntie Six. Auntie Six, how come you're not even afraid of Huo Xiao? Surprisingly, you said the tattletale in front of him. Huo Qingzhou looks indifferent, making it difficult for people to get close. Auntie Six smiled. I've watched him grow up since I was a kid. I know exactly what kind of nature he has, and although he looks indifferent, his heart is good. Zhou Lemon realized. Looking at Auntie Six's happy and straightforward look, her mood was also infected, as if all those bad feelings could be left behind. She blurted out, why are you so happy? At my age, I've seen through a lot of things, and I've only got one life to live, so I'm happy as I can be. Noticing Zhou Lime's micro-expression, and vaguely sensing something, she added, if you're in a bad mood, just tell me, Madam sent me over, I will definitely take care of you. Zhou Lime nodded her head thankfully. She had been well taken care of by Auntie Six throughout the day, which made her even a little uncomfortable. Before, she had mostly filled the role of taking care of others, and at home she had to take care of her younger siblings since she was a child, so how had she ever received this kind of treatment? It was unreal. The day passes and the sky gradually sinks. Zhou Lemon sat on the sofa waiting for Huo Qingzhou to come back, and after waiting for an unknown period of time, she heard footsteps, and following the sound, she saw that slender figure. She immediately stood up and walked over. Originally, she had already organized her words, but when she met those deep, cool eyes, her thoughts were suddenly disorganized. Huo Qingzhou glances at her, frowning slightly. Something's wrong? Zhou Lemon smoothed her breath and said, I want to go out tomorrow, there is something. Here, she is well taken care of, but there is a rule that all trips have to be reported to Huo Qingzhou, and can only go out with consent until the child is safely born. Huo Qingzhou responds, I'll send someone to follow. Anticipating that he would say this, if so, wouldn't it let others know? Zhou Lemon quickly shook her head, no need, I can do it alone, I will be back soon, to ensure that nothing will happen. As a result, the man did not hesitate to refuse, no. Zhou Lemon eyes dimmed down, but do not want to give up. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall what Auntie Six had said, that Huo Xiao's heart is good, and she summoned up her courage and decided to give it another try. Stepped forward, pulled his sleeve, I want to go home tomorrow to get something, nothing will happen, my family does not yet know. By her so pulled, Huo Qingzhou footsteps suddenly lurched. The woman's voice was weak, and her expression looked pathetic. Huo Qingzhou's heart was suddenly gripped tightly, which was a very strange feeling that had never existed before. Struggling, he compromises for the first time. Hearing him agree, Zhou Lemon's eyes immediately light up. Realizing that she is still tugging on his clothes, she quickly lets go and says thank you. Huo Qingzhou doesn't say much, thinking that it's just this one time, and that this won't happen in the future, and he's not going to change his attitude. However, these are just thoughts. If there is one, there will be two, and there will be countless times in the future. When it's time to rest, Zhou Lime paces back and forth in his room with his pajamas, thinking about the last time Huo Qingzhou said that he would go to his bedroom to take a bath. Should I go? Thinking that Huo Qingzhou doesn't look like someone who just talks, Zhou Lime thinks, but comes to the master bedroom and knocks on the door. As soon as the door opened, she saw the man standing in front of her, and she was a little nervous with her clothes. I'll take a shower. Huo Qingzhou's expression is bland, nodding slightly. This scene happens to be bumped into by Auntie Six, who was not far away. She immediately thought of something and walked over. Huo Xiao, are you guys going to take a bath together? As soon as the words left her mouth, the two froze. Auntie Six didn't notice, and made a wink towards Huo Qingzhou. It's a special time, so bear with it. Although she understands that young people nowadays have a love interest in this area, but right now the little girl is pregnant after all. Zhou Lemon understood in a second, blushing blood red. I just simply came to take a bath. Said, hurriedly walked in. Auntie Six realizes the misunderstanding, especially when Huo Qing rarely explains that bathing at his place is non-slip, and Auntie Six's face flashes with embarrassment. So that's what happened, she thought. Harmful. After taking a shower, Zhou Lime changes into her pajamas and walks out of the bathroom. Because she didn't pay attention to the road for a moment, she collided with the man walking on her face. She reflexively stepped back, and her waist was embraced by him. The distance between the two was instantly close, so close that they could hear each other's breathing, and Zhou Lime's heart suddenly beat hard, but in the end, she was still held upright by the man. The line of sight glances downward, just landing on her smooth shoulders. Huo Qingzhou's throat rolls, and since the woman is wearing a halter, looking further down, it seems like she should see what she shouldn't. Huo Qingzhou promptly retracted his line of sight. What are you still standing here for? Want to sleep together? Chapter 7, Targeted by Bad Guys? Sleeping together? Zhou Lemon subconsciously looked in the direction of the big bed, and her mind immediately thought of a difficult image, hurriedly shook her head, and sheepishly walked out. Huo Qingzhou stares at her departing back, pondering. This woman is always easily shy. The next day, Zhou Lemon went back home. On the way, her mood was apprehensive. For others, home was a warm harbor, going home could be relaxing, but for her, it wasn't like that. Home wasn't something she could rely on. The only thing she could rely on was herself. After returning home, she didn't see her parents, probably still working on the construction site, and her younger sister Zhou Shui was also busy preparing for the college entrance exams, and lived directly inside the school. Only saw his younger brother Zhou Fei sitting in front of the sofa, chewing gum, is playing games. This younger brother of his grew up being spoiled, uneducated, often playing games is not an uncommon thing. Seeing her back, Zhou Fei's face didn't change much. The first thing he asked was, Big sister, you came back because you want to marry old Manly? Zhou Lime immediately denied. The mood is instantly not beautiful. Zhou Fei got the time and suddenly said bitterly, you as the eldest daughter of the family, you should know something. If you marry old Manly, the family will be able to get 200,000. Mom and dad do not have to be so tired. Zhou Lemon could not listen to, directly interrupted his words, have time to take care of more of your own, all day long to play the game. never share the household chores, this time filial piety? Just want to continue to say, but see Zhou face suddenly turned off the phone, expression aggrieved, walked to the door position. She was surprised when she saw Li Luhua and Zhou Jianpain standing in the doorway wearing overalls with sweaty faces. She instantly realized. Zhou Fei aggrievedly complained, "Mom, sis just came back and scolded me. I just said a few words to her to sympathize with your hard work." Li Luhua has not listened to the end, did not figure out the ins and outs, towards the Zhou Lemon a scolding, "Stinky girl, you still know to come back? Are you desperate outside? If you have half of your brother's understanding, it would be good, quickly apologize to your brother." Apologize? Zhou Lemon only felt funny, "I did not do anything wrong, why apologize?" Li Luhua became even more furious, her eyes looked like they could spit fire. Zhou Jianpain was worried and hurriedly advised, "Little Lemon, quickly follow what your mom said." Zhou Lemon bit her lip. This is not the first time that this situation has happened. Before she thought that compromising a little bit would be good, and she would be able to exchange it for a peaceful life, but she found out that it is not like that, one compromise for an endless. "I don't have to apologize, I didn't do anything wrong." Saying that, she began to pack her things, so much so that she realized that her things were pitifully small, and her ears still kept ringing with Li Luohua's raucous voice. Watching her carry her bag to leave, Li Luhua snorted coldly, "If you dare to step out of this door today, you will never come back." She expected Zhou Lime was desperate to come back. The past few days is enough to give her bitter to eat, the next sure to cry and beg for forgiveness, so that she can let her know the power. Who knows, Zhou Lemon was very determined to leave. "Okay. If you don't come back, you don't come back." Li Luhua frowned tightly and quickly walked up. As a result, just after Zhou Lemon left the door, her hair was yanked by Li Luhua. "Yo, your wings have really grown hard, I'm your mom, how dare you talk to me like this? See if I don't loosen your skin today." This action attracted the attention of passers-by. Zhou Jianpain was worried at the side, knowing that Li Luohua's emotions were out of control again, and rushed forward to try to discourage, but could not pull. Zhou Lemon struggled to leave. The family's abuse, the passers-by pointing, she had enough. When she pushed and shoved, she almost didn't stand still. Zhou Lime frowned, worrying about the child in her belly, trying to shake off Li Luhua, but to no avail. Li Luhua's voice was piercing, as if it was going to deafen her ears. It was at this time that several black-clothed big brothers came over and pulled Li Luhua away. Each of them had a big body. Li Luhua and Zhou Jianpain were completely small in front of them. Li Luhua looked at their serious expression that could eat people, her voice to be much smaller. "You, who are you?" The men in black didn't even bother with her and looked straight at Zhou Lemon. "Huo Xiao ordered us to come and take you away." Hearing Huo Xiao's name, Zhou Lemon was instantly relieved. Seeing them take away Zhou Lemon, Li Luhua and the others were confused, but they didn't dare to go forward for fear of being brutally beaten by these burly men, and it wasn't out of the question that they would be beaten up. Zhou Fei pondered and suddenly said, "I know, big sister must have messed with the triads, we'd better hide away." Upon hearing the triads, Li Luhua and Zhou Jianpain's expressions darkened and nodded slightly. Especially Li Luhua also did not forget to praise, "My good son, thanks to you smart, your sister outside of the third party, and also got pregnant, by the bad guys targeted, it is her deserved. As long as you don't get them into trouble." Compared to $200,000, or life is important, for this point, they are still clear. Zhou Fei smiled smugly, "Of course, my nickname in the Jianghu was known as Smart Fei." Zhou Lime followed behind the black-clothed big brother and got into a Rolls-Royce. Leaning against the back of the car, she took a breath. Fortunately these people arrived in time, otherwise by Li Luhua so dragged, it is difficult to guarantee what will happen. Thinking about how coincidentally they arrived, could it be Huo Qingzhou's private arrangement? When she thinks of what just happened, her heart pulls out of her chest. Even when she wants to cry, she realizes that her tears have dried up, and she understands firsthand the meaning of the word wanting to cry without tears. Led by the man in black, she arrived at the Zhengcheng Hotel. This was the most luxurious hotel in all of Zhengcheng. Following them all the way forward, Zhou Lemon was puzzled as to why she had to come here instead of going straight back to the Zhengcheng mansion, and it was only when she was brought by them to a room similar to a meeting room that Zhou Lemon realized. Only to see Huo Qingzhou sitting on a sofa in the meeting area, his legs elegantly folded, his body filled with the air of a superior. There are a few people in overalls standing in front of him, reporting something. Seeing Zhou Lemon come in, Huo Qingzhou inclines his head and looks up and down. After confirming that it's safe, he makes a wink towards the person beside him, and Zhou Lemon is taken aside. The moment she looks at him, Zhou Lime's heart clearly misses several beats. Knowing that Huo Qingzhou has something going on right now, she immediately sits down and rests. When the few people standing see her, their faces flash with confusion. but they don't dare to ask anything and continue talking about business. Seeing them chatting about work, Zhou felt bored, opened her bag, found a book from inside, and began to draw. She loved to draw, it's just that her family didn't have any extra money for her to cultivate this hobby. Despite drawing, their conversations still flitted into her ears from time to time, and Zhou realized that this grand hotel was under Huo's umbrella. Hearing that they seemed to be collecting opinions, Zhou's eyes suddenly light up and she weakly raises her hand. Can I mention an opinion? Chapter 8 Too much physical strength? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes fall on her. The employees are incredulous and curious about the relationship between this little girl and Huo Xiao, but seeing as the man hasn't said anything yet, they don't dare to say anything. Huo Qingzhou inclines his head and looks at her with interest, asking, "What?" He is a person who is good at going to listen to other people's opinions, especially good ones, otherwise how would his business grow bigger and stronger? If she presented it as a sincere opinion, he would consider it. Only what Zhou said next made his face change in a rare way. I think this hotel needs to improve the quality of the beds. After saying that, Zhou quietly glanced at the man sitting in the main seat of the sofa, his face flashing with embarrassment. It must be the quality of the bed, otherwise how could the bed have collapsed during the fight that night? So this is a great proposal from her, maybe Huo Qingzhou will even thank her when he hears it, and he might even hear applause next. At this point, an employee chimed in, "Right. Mr. Huo, I think this is a good opinion that needs to be improved. This is something you should know well, Mr. Huo. The bed inside your exclusive suite collapsed that night, it's too rare. I even personally led a few subordinates to move the bed during the day. The quality of this bed really needs to be improved." Huo Qingzhou sniffed and his face sank. The man's heart also sank. Did he accidentally say the wrong thing? He hastily changed his words again. "Don't misunderstand me, I'm not saying that you are heavy, you have a slender body that we dream of, that is, I. You don't speak, no one will take you as a mute." Right, what Mr. Huo said is right, I am a mute now." The man hurriedly shut up sensibly. He was so confused in his heart that he didn't understand why Huo Qingzhou's face was so dark. He was just being truthful. Zhou notices that the atmosphere is not right, and also wisely lowers her head, pretending that nothing has happened, but on the rare occasion that she sees Huo Qingzhou's face change, unlike an iceberg-cold person, the corner of her mouth imperceptibly hooks. This tiny arc happens to be captured by Huo Qingzhou. His eyes narrow tightly, so it turns out that the little rabbit also has mischievous moments. After finishing the matter at hand, the employees leave the conference room in droves. Huo Qingzhou stands up and stretches his muscles, noticing the woman in the corner sleeping on her back. He walks over and sees that there are a few sheets of paper on the table with portraits on them, probably drawn by this little girl when she was bored just now. Originally did not care, but looked a little familiar. Huo Qingzhou picked up a look, found that the portrait above is actually his own, at first glance, quite like. However, he is still more handsome than the portrait. When he sees a line of small words next to it, his face tightens. After packing up his things, he hugged the sleeping woman and walked out. When he just picked her up, the woman rubbed against his arms and grunted a few times. Huo Qingzhou's throat couldn't help but roll, and a certain part of his body seemed to react. He took a deep breath and tried his best to restrain it. After carrying Zhou to the car, remembering that there are still things that he hasn't picked up, Huo Qingzhou prepares to go back to pick them up, and just as he walks a few steps, he is shouted at by a familiar female voice. "Brother Qingzhou." Turning back to look, he saw Himei running over. The Huo family and the He family are considered family friends, and Himei have known each other since childhood. Responding faintly, Huo Qingzhou did not talk much. Instead, Himei took the initiative to pull him back and tentatively asked, "Brother Qingzhou, why did you hug a woman on the car just now, and what is your relationship?" Huo Qingzhou's face became colder. "I have to report my private life to you?" Himei realized that she was talking too much, and immediately showed a well-behaved look. "I don't mean that, I'm just curious to ask." She had never heard of Huo Qingzhou having a relationship before, though a family wanted to give him a blind date, and was repeatedly rejected by him, and the person sitting in the car was just playing around for Huo Qingzhou, right, not important at all. "Auntie and uncle have been well, there are some days have not met, wait for another day I want to personally go to the door to pay a visit." Himei continued to speak knowingly, those eyes staring at Huo Qingzhou, the bottom of her eyes translucent. She had never seen a man more handsome than Huo Qingzhou. While they were conversing, Zhou was suddenly awakened in the car. Looking around, she realizes that she is sitting in the car. Trying to recall how she suddenly appeared here, she casually glanced out the window just in time to see Huo Qingzhou talking to a woman. The woman is dressed magnificently, and appears to be an aristocratic young lady, the same class as Huo Qingzhou. Especially seeing that the woman looks familiar with Huo Qingzhou, their relationship should be very good. After looking at her for a while, she withdraws her gaze and touches the child in her stomach, a touch of bitterness spilling out from the corner of her mouth. If it wasn't for that accident, she wouldn't have crossed paths with Huo Qingzhou, this big shot, for the rest of her life, right? Even if they were to cross paths now, it would be a shallow crossing of paths. When the child was born, she would leave and the intersection would end. Once a person expects more, they will be unhappy. Awake? A cold sentence pulls her thoughts back, and Zhou Lime inclines her head to see Huo Qingzhou opening the car door and sitting in the driver's seat. That face is still cold. Zhou Lemon collects her expression and nods her head. Thinking about what happened today, she took the initiative to say, "Thank you for today." If you want to thank the child in your belly. Huo Qingzhou responds lightly, not asking much about her family matters, giving the other party enough space. Zhou Lemon lowered her head, staring at her stomach, and didn't say anything for a long time. Even when Huo Qingzhou said to fasten her seatbelt, she didn't hear it and didn't have any reaction. Huo Qingzhou frowned and had to take the initiative to come over. Before he could help her fasten it, he saw her return to her senses, and her body trembled for a few moments. Huo Qingzhou suddenly got interested and approached. "So afraid of me, really think of me as a ferocious big bad wolf?" Zhou Lemon's brain buzzes, thinking about his words, thinking that when she was drawing today, she peeked at Huo Qingzhou, drew his appearance, and wrote a line of very small words next to him as this. It seems to have been discovered by him. Her heart was so weak, she narrowed her eyes and stammered, "I'll tie it myself." "Afraid that I will eat you dry?" Zhou Lemon's face was blood red. "Haven't I been eaten up by you a long time ago?" Toward the end, her voice gets smaller and smaller. Huo Qingzhou was initially stunned, and then the corner of his lips slightly hooked. This little girl is quite honest. Starting the engine, he continued to say, "I will adopt the opinions you mentioned today." Zhou Lemon sought to change the topic, slightly relieved, just wanted to drink a mouthful of water, heard the man's shocked sentence, "But I wonder, why do you question the quality of the bed? Do not even think it is my physical strength is too fierce." What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Zhou Lemon's face changed in a flash, a moment of inattention, choked on water, coughed several times, that small face became more red, like a ripe apple. Chapter 9. Call a few times, let me hear it. Looking at the way she coughed, Huo Qingzhou secretly sighed. So unbreakable. It's better not to tease her now. Thinking so, he already took the initiative to reach out his hand and help Zhou Lime lightly pat her back. By the time he makes this move, he himself is surprised. After that, Zhou Lime's life is mainly centered around keeping the fetus, living in Jiangqing Mansion. Although the conditions are much better than before, with everything available, there are also many restrictions on life. For example, before Huo Qingzhou left the house, he would always instruct her not to eat junk food indiscriminately. Succumbing to the man's powerful aura, Zhou Lime had no choice but to answer. As soon as Huo Qingzhou leaves, her shoulders instantly droop. She hadn't even eaten her favorite snacks in a long time. I didn't realize that pregnancy was such a hard thing to go through. Suddenly, there are a few more bags of her favorite chips and snacks on the coffee table in front of her. Zhou Lemon's eyes are starry-eyed, and when she takes a closer look, she realizes that it's Auntie Six who brought them over. She was surprised. Auntie Six looked at her with a smile and said cheerfully, "Little Lemon, I know you have a craving, so take advantage of the young master not being at home and have some." "Is it all right?" Zhou Lemon is hesitant. If Huo Qingzhou was at home, he would never let her eat these things. She understands why Huo Qingzhou does this, because he cares more about the child. Auntie Six nodded. "It's okay to eat a little bit less once in a while. You eat a little bit first, I'll hide it later, it won't be found by anyone." Zhou Lemon smiled with joy and immediately opened the bag and ate. Her eyes were still glancing in the direction of the door, with an expression like she was a thief. But she also remembered what Auntie Six said, eat in moderation, or need to pay a little attention. Watching TV while eating her favorite snacks, her life has never been so pleasant, wishing that time could pass more slowly. Auntie Six watched from the side and smiled in relief. When she came here to take care of Zhou Lime, from the first moment she saw her, Auntie Six loved her with all her heart, and when she thought that she was pregnant at such a young age, she was even more heartbroken. Afraid of running out of food, Zhou Lime ate especially slowly. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the door lock turning, and her heart lifted, and she couldn't help but collide with Auntie Six's gaze. "It must be Huo Xiao coming back, you quickly wipe your mouth, I'll hide the snacks." Auntie Six walked as fast as she could, completely putting her age behind her. Zhou Lemon also hurriedly wiped her mouth, chewing on the snacks that she hadn't finished yet, not expecting Huo Qingzhou to come back so soon. This situation is too rare. Opening the door, Huo Qingzhou walks in as usual. Seeing Auntie Six quickly rushing towards the kitchen, he slightly frowns. Subconsciously glancing in the direction where Zhou Lemon is, he sees her sitting on the sofa, looking well-behaved, only her mouth bulging. He walked over to inquire. Taking advantage of the man's inattention, Zhou Lemon quickly swallowed her snack and explained, I'm learning to call frogs. Frogs' mouths are bulging like this. Huo Qingzhou was stunned. He narrowed his eyes and stared deeply at Zhou Lemon, always feeling that something was wrong, especially the unusual flavor mixed in the air. Zhou Lemon sat nervously, avoiding his burning gaze, afraid of being discovered. Fortunately, Auntie Six came over with a glass of water and said with a smile, Little Lemon, you are tired of learning how to call frogs, drink some water. Zhou Lemon awkwardly took the water and drank a few mouthfuls, indeed thirsty. Who knows, Huo Qingzhou suddenly opened his mouth in a low voice, is it true, call a few times and I'll listen. Zhou Lemon was speechless, she began to regret saying this reason. Peeped Huo Qingzhou several eyes, pondering whether to croak, see the man waiting with interest, seems to be serious, in order not to reveal, she still reluctantly called a few times. The doorbell rang unexpectedly, interrupting her brewing. Auntie Six eyes rolled, I'll go open the door. As soon as the door opens, Zhou's voice comes in a flurry, Shao I'm here to see you. Watching her own mother appear, Huo Qingzhou's gaze flickers slightly, this is afraid that it will be difficult to stop for a while. I haven't seen you in the past few days, I miss you too much, how have you been doing? Qingzhou didn't bully you, right? If you have any complaints, you must tell me. Zhou, she said as she came to Zhou Lime's side and sat down next to her, successfully squeezing Huo Qingzhou to the side. Huo Qingzhou deflated. Zhou Lemon smiled and responded, Auntie, I'm doing very well, they all take good care of me, Auntie Six cooking is delicious, I love it, and... Listening to Zhou Lemon basically praise Auntie Six, while he only brought it over in one sentence, nope, it was a one-word carryover, Huo Qingzhou's eyes sank in color. On the contrary, Auntie Six smiled and blossomed. Zhou was relieved, and added, this time I brought you a lot of things, if you lack anything, tell me. No need, Zhou Lemon is sorry, Huo Xiao has already bought me a lot. Here, she doesn't lack anything at all. Zhou snorted, he's a big man, what good things can he buy you, I'm not worried about it. After a pause, you are the ones who will be living together for a long time in the future, still calling Huo Xiao, what's the point of being so raw, call Qingzhou? Zhou Lemon blushed slightly and glanced at the calm man beside her. Under Zhou's renewed urging, she had no choice but to call out Huo Qingzhou's name in a small voice. I don't know why, but this is clearly a very common phrase of address, and Huo Qingzhou hears it tickling his heart. Zhou laughed, this is only right, I bought you a lot of couples stuff, you will use it in the future, look, this couples cup is also what I picked, you can see how you like it. Zhou Lemon looked, this cup she had seen on TV before, the first look she liked, but the price is very expensive. Holding it in her hand, she inexplicably feels heavy, as if it were a dream, then she looks at the other couple's cup placed in front of Huo Qingzhou, her ears are red. Seeing her nodding, Zhou smiled and said, if you like it, you can drink water sweetly every day. Between the conversations, there is a lot of laughter. Only Huo Qingzhou has a faint expression, not even blinking an eye. He has no interest in these couple-style things. Zhou was easily done caring, and then remembered the main thing, and said, Shao Lime, let Qingzhou take you back to the old mansion in a few days, I will greet Grandpa in advance, and I have made preparations these days as well. Hearing that she has to go back to the old mansion, Zhou Lemon unconsciously tensed up, this is another unfamiliar area for her. You don't have to be nervous, Zhou carefully looked out, writing on the back of her hand, there are us, Qingzhou will cover you, you will be a member of the Huo family in the future, sooner or later, you will have to meet the elders. Is that so? The corner of Zhou Lime's mouth tugs, afraid that Zhou still doesn't know about the agreement signed between her and Huo Qingzhou a few days ago. Huo Qingzhou wouldn't even like her, it was all an impossibility. This doesn't belong to her circle, and she's eager to leave quickly. I don't know if it's because she's nervous, but her chest is flooded with nausea and she has the feeling that she wants to vomit. Chapter 10 Everything Knock will only nutritional balance. Really did not hold back, she ran to the restroom to vomit up. This action scared them lightly. The state she rushed forward, nervously asked, Small Lemon, how is your body? Auntie Six followed closely behind and asked. Zhou Lemon waved her hand and gasped, I'm fine, it's probably just pregnancy vomiting. Although she has never been pregnant before, she has heard that pregnant women are likely to vomit. Nonetheless, Zhou is very precious to the child in her stomach, afraid of any failure, said, no, still need to go to the hospital to see. It's okay. To go to the hospital to check it out, we all rest assured. Zhou Lemon had to nod, she did not expect a small pregnancy vomiting will be alarmed to go to the hospital, unlike her previous, cold and sick, can only tough it out. However, pregnancy vomiting is indeed very difficult. The feeling of wanting to vomit but not being able to do so drove her crazy in minutes. Huo Qingzhou looked at her difficult appearance, his emotions inexplicable. Soon arriving at the hospital, after the examination, Zhou Lime walked out of the examination room. She had just sat down on a bench to rest, when Zhou Ji and Sixth Aunt quickly came to sit beside her and shushed her. "I feel much better now," Zhou Lime replied. "Auntie Six, pregnancy vomiting is really hard, our little lemon is really strong, quickly drink some water, this is the couple's cup that Mrs. bought, you see it comes in handy now." "Auntie Six, the air conditioner here is not working," Zhou Ji is helping Zhou Lime. "Are you hot? Let me help you fan." "I am not hot." Zhou Lemon was flattered, and after a few sips of water, her heart became warm. It didn't take long for Huo Qingzhou to come out. Zhou Ji hurriedly asked, "How is it?" "Nothing serious." Several people are instantly relieved. Zhou Ji handed the cup to Huo Qingzhou. "Quickly feed Xiaolin, she's having a hard time, you have to take good care of her." Huo Qingzhou approaches Zhou Lime like this. Zhou Lime was embarrassed and quickly grabbed the cup. "I can come by myself." The thought of being fed water by a man, such an intimate action, she can't do it. Huo Qingzhou hums. After the inspection, several people are ready to go back. Thinking that she was having a hard time just now, Huo Qingzhou walks beside her and takes the initiative to reach out, helping her forward. In fact, if it wasn't for him, her young age should be the time to enjoy her youth to the fullest, and it shouldn't be this way now. This action was knocked by Zhou Ji. She walked behind the two and pounded her arm towards Auntie Six, smiling at each other. Their expressions were as if they were high on CP. Huo Qingzhou was completely oblivious, and in order to respond to Zhou Lime, he purposely slowed his pace. Zhou Lemon slowly moved forward, inadvertently saw a pregnant woman in the distance, alone, walking forward with a list. Her heart was touched, looking at her belly is very large, should be about to give birth. Looking at herself, she had only just gotten pregnant not long ago, and had made quite a scene by coming to the hospital accompanied by several people. Compared to the pregnant woman in front of her, she seemed to be much more fortunate. She also can't help but sympathize with the pregnant woman. Although Huo Qingzhou doesn't know what she's thinking, he senses that her pace has slowed down even more and directly picks her up, feeling that this saves a lot of work. The moment he picks her up, Zhou Ji and Auntie Six look like they bumped into each other and wow with excitement. Zhou Lemon then reacted and wanted to come down, only the man didn't even give her the chance. Realizing that people are coming and going, she blushes and simply hides in Huo Qingzhou's arms. After carrying Zhou Lemon to the car, Huo Qingzhou has just closed the door when she is pulled aside by Zhou Ji, her laughing voice coming from her ears. "I knew that you still care about little Lemon." Huo Qingzhou didn't say anything. Zhou Ji is still blowing. "It's been a long time since I bumped into such a good CP, so I catching." Huo Qingzhou only threw her a sentence, "Knocking on everything will only harm you." Zhou Ji disagreed, "You're wrong, knocking on everything will only balance the nutrition." Huo Qingzhou was speechless, and knowing that he could not say anything, he simply did not respond. In the car, Zhou Lime leaned against the back of the car, looking out the window at the scenery. In addition to responding to a few sentences, she did not speak again. Now her body is much better, just the thought of going to the old mansion in a few days, still can't help but worry, don't know what will be waiting for her. Thinking about it, feeling a little sleepy, she fell asleep directly in the car. In a blur, she also heard the voice of Zhou Ji, "Quickly cover little Lemon with a blanket." After waking up, the sky was dark. Zhou Lime came out of her room and found that Zhou Ji had already gone back. How long had she slept? After being pregnant, she really can sleep a lot more than before. She didn't see Auntie Six either, so she started looking left and right. Huo Qingzhou's magnetic voice suddenly sounded behind her, "Looking for me?" As soon as she wakes up, she's in a hurry to find him, how popular he is. Zhou Lemon looks back at him, "I'm looking for Auntie Six." Huo Qingzhou's face fell, and he said in a deep voice, "She went out to buy something." Zhou Lemon owes. "Do you know what the doctor told me today?" Listening to Huo Qingzhou actually took the initiative to open up the topic again, and when he walked to her side, Zhou Lime answered after some thought, "He should have said that I was only suffering from pregnancy vomiting, and that there was nothing else, right? After all, he said in front of everyone today that it was nothing serious, so that means there is no problem." "Who knows?" Huo Qingzhou shakes his head, "Not all." "Ah, then what else is wrong?" Zhou Lemon was instantly confused. Huo Qingzhou stares at her, "You'd better be honest, are you hiding something from me today?" Zhou Lemon's eyes quickly turned, thinking about the words he intentionally said, and then thinking that she did sneak a snack today. Should this have caused her body to be uncomfortable? Scared of the man's aura, worried that he would continue to ask, Zhou Lemon was afraid, simply confessed everything. I secretly eat snacks today, you do not allow me to eat the kind of snacks. Huo Qingzhou eyes flickered, he but deliberately asked a few words, did not expect this girl to what all confessed. Not let you do not eat it, so cannot control your mouth? Zhou Lemon aggravated, whispered a sentence of resistance, you do not also cannot control your lower body? Seeing the man's expression cold, she hurriedly lowered her head again, a look of doing something wrong. I know I am wrong, I will pay attention next time. The words fell, did not hear a response. The air was terribly quiet. Zhou Lemon's body trembled, knowing that the master in front of her was not to be messed with. If the child is born, he threw into the sea to feed the sharks will be miserable, she has read romance novels before is so written. In order to save her life, her voice gradually aggrieved, I haven't eaten these snacks for a long time, since I'm pregnant, you said that this can't be eaten, that can't be eaten, why don't I just starve to death? This aggrieved, she didn't hold back and sobbed in a low voice. Huo Qingzhou immediately panicked, he did not expect Zhou Lime to cry while talking. He wanted to go up and say a few words, but didn't know how to speak. Chapter 11 Widows and Orphans. Sixth Auntie, who had just returned, saw this scene. Seeing Zhou Lemon crying, her eyes are filled with alarm, it is definitely Huo Xiao who was bullying someone else's little girl, all but making her cry. She immediately sent a message to Zhouji remotely, informing her about Zhou Lemon being bullied into crying, and also attached 3 red exclamation marks, so you can imagine how urgent the situation was. Zhouji's message was returned in seconds, old mother will immediately kill over. It was accompanied by 3 large knives. Sixth Aunt listened for a while and realized that she seemed to have misunderstood and wasn't being bullied into crying, and instantly panicked. Zhouji responded, withdrawing as soon to be million horse me. Worried about further misunderstandings, Auntie Six quietly left. In the face of Zhou Lemon's crying, Huo Qingzhou's emotions are difficult to describe in words. In the past, when he saw a girl crying, he would feel annoyed, but today, when he saw Zhou Lemon sobbing, it seemed to be a different emotion. He also has no experience in this area and doesn't know how to comfort. After struggling for half a day, he handed over a tissue. Zhou Lemon took the paper, wiped it haphazardly, vented a pass, the mood to be a lot better. She is now considered to understand that the emotions of pregnant women to be a little more sensitive than usual. Huo Qingzhou thought about opening, this way, you do not cry, I promise you a request. Zhou Lemon's eyes lit up, is this a surprise that suddenly fell? After thinking about it, she said, I want to go out tomorrow for a walk. When she finished speaking, she regretted it a little, obviously there are other requirements, it's all her fault for being fast talking and directly saying a random one, she really doesn't want to be bored in the house all day. Huo Qingzhou raises his eyebrows, yes. Thank you. Zhou Lemon thanked her, which is a rare generous turn. Just verbal thanks? Huo Qingzhou is interested, but also wants to divert Zhou Lime's attention and regulate the atmosphere. Zhou Lime stares at him blankly, what else? Want her to kneel down to say thank you? Huo Qingzhou raises his eyebrows, if you want to say thank you, learn a few frog calls. Zhou Lime was filled with dismay. Looking at the man's expression, waiting in earnest, Zhou Lemon's heart fretted, is it really necessary to learn the frog's call in front of him? If she doesn't call, this stunt is considered to be too much. She cleared her throat and called out several times lone widow, then ran back to the room. Huo Qingzhou is confused. Widows and orphans? Is this the sound of a frog? It's a bit similar, but there's something strange about it. Is it because he can't keep up with the current times? Because she was allowed to go out for a break, Zhou Lemon contacted her best friend Ruan Huan in advance, and the two of them arranged to meet at a milk tea store. As soon as the two met, Ruan Huan hugged her excitedly. Lemon, I haven't seen you for a few days, I've finally met you, I've been so worried about you. Noticing that Zhou Lime was unconsciously covering her stomach, Ruan Huan asked again suspiciously, what are you covering your stomach for, is your stomach not feeling well? Zhou Lime shook her head awkwardly. How could she be ashamed to say that she was worried about the baby in her stomach? The two of them chose a random seat and sat down. Meeting with a good friend, Zhou Lime all felt her mood become better, having a good friend who knows her heart is something that can heal herself. Ruan Huan was the type with gentle looks, from the first time they met, Zhou Lime had this feeling that she spoke softly as well. It was best described as a quiet beautiful woman. Thinking like this, Ruan Huan had already taken the menu and ordered. Don't you like drinking the pearl milk tea here the most, order a cup. Zhou Lemon's eyes lit up, some cravings, turned to think of something, shook his head and said, I don't drink, I'd rather have a cup of plain water. White water? Ruan Huan was shocked. Zhou Lemon hastily changed her words again and said, I'd rather have a glass of juice. We are all here, if we only drink plain water, it's a bit unreasonable. After ordering her drink, facing the puzzled gaze projected by Ruan Huan, Zhou Lime simply lowered her head, and her confused voice immediately rang in her ears. Lemon, you're too strange, you don't even drink milk tea when you come here. People should also change their hobbies appropriately. Zhou Lime covered up a smile. Ruan Huan continued to pursue, you quickly and honestly tell me, what exactly happened to you during this period of time, and what's going on with those men in black outside the door, did they come here with you? I found that they are always staring at you. Following her gaze, Zhou Lemon looks outside, these are all privately arranged by Huo Qingzhou, worried that something will happen to her outside. Meeting Ruan Huan's sincere and anxious eyes, for a moment, she wanted to tell her everything that had happened to her recently, wanted to find someone to talk to, didn't want to keep it inside. After struggling for a long time, she stammered, then I'll tell you, you don't want to be scared. Ruan Huan nodded solemnly, her face worried. Just as Zhou Lemon was organizing her language and preparing to continue, a surprised voice came from nearby, Big sister, why are you here? Turning back, he saw Zhou Fei walking towards him, and he was followed by a few friends. Zhou Lemon simply glanced at him. To even run into each other here, this world is too small. Before she could finish, Zhou Fei sighed, aren't you being targeted by the triads, why do you still have the guts to jump around outside, don't hurt me and my parents. Zhou Lime was stunned. Her brain was running at high speed, thinking about the day she was taken away by the man in black, probably misunderstood by Zhou Fei. Ruan Huan was already not very bold, and when she heard this, her face became even more worried. Ruan Huan, don't listen to his nonsense. Zhou Lemon finished and looked at Zhou Fei, if you continue to talk nonsense, I will tell mom and dad that you are not studying outside. Zhou Fei shrugged his shoulders, mom and dad love me so much, they won't blame me. Zhou Lime was so angry that she was speechless. However, Zhou Fei came close to her, reached out his hand, and said, do you have any money on you? I want to buy game equipment recently, and I have a shortfall of money on hand. No money. Zhou Lemon rejected. How can it be, you beg those big brothers, let them give some money, the big deal is to use beauty to tempt them, anyway, you also got knocked up. Zhou Lemon was so angry that he wanted to slap him. What do you think in your head all day long? I say no money is no money, you just die this heart. You have money to drink milk tea here, do not give me money, you are still a person, I am your brother, you give me money as a matter of course. Look at you, you're talking like a human being. We don't owe anyone. Zhou Lemon said angrily. Ruan Huan stood by the side, bewildered, she hadn't reacted to all that had suddenly happened, she just wanted to drink tea and talk to Zhou Lime in peace and quiet. But she didn't realize that the amount of information was so large that she still needed time to digest it. Her hand was suddenly held by Zhou Lime, let's go, no need to continue wasting time here. Zhou Fei did not allow, rebelliously grabbed Zhou Lemon's wrist, you cannot not help me, I need to buy equipment now, the family lost 200,000 because of you, please have a bit of conscience, do not let mom and dad so tired. Zhou Lemon almost laughed in anger. Trying to shake off Zhou Fei's hand, he found that it was to no avail. It was all because since childhood, his parents had spoiled Zhou Fei too much, and would agree to all his requests, which had led to the current situation, taking everything for granted. Seeing that Zhou Fei refused to let go of his hand, when Zhou Lemon wanted to shrug it off with force, a cold and powerful voice came from close by. Let go of her. Chapter 12 Follow me and use the best in everything. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lime's eyelids jumped. Turning back, she really saw that slender figure. Huo Qingzhou is dressed in a suit, his long legs striding in, and his body carries its own kingly aura, causing Zhou Fei and Ruan Huan to both lose their colors in fear. Especially Zhou Fei nervously gulps and honestly lets go of his hand. Huo Qingzhou just looked at him coldly, then walked to Zhou Lime's front, took the bag on her body consciously, and said succinctly, go back with me. In front of Huo Qingzhou, Zhou Lemon's sharpness was reduced a lot. She is actually not too timid in life, but in front of this man, her guts are instantly smaller, always fearful of the powerful aura he carries. In the face of Ruan Huan's puzzled eyes, Zhou Lime had to explain, Ruan Huan, wait for me to go back and tell you again. Zhou Fei was not happy, swallowed his saliva, and boldly asked, who are you why do you want to take my sister away, what is your relationship? At the end of his words, he was stunned by the cold, sharp gaze, and he shivered in fear. Huo Qingzhou rarely stopped and said sternly, since she is your sister, this is how you talk to your sister? If I am so angry that something happens to your sister, I will definitely not spare you. Zhou Fei were to see this kind of situation, even if he is not clear about the background of the man in front of him, he also knows that it is definitely a very powerful character, this if in the game, surely can kill people's heads in minutes. He stammered for half a day, too scared to speak. Huo Qingzhou continues to hold Zhou Lemon and prepares to walk out. Zhou Lemon follows stiffly, glancing at the table where her unfinished juice still sits. Although there are still a few small sips, she still pulls away from Huo Qingzhou's hand and walks over to pick it up. As soon as her hand falls away, Huo Qingzhou frowns and stares at her. Zhou Lemon awkwardly pulls the corner of her mouth. It's freshly squeezed juice, it's very healthy and can't be wasted. Huo Qingzhou is puzzled. After watching them get in the car, the two standing in place have not digested it for a moment, especially Zhou Fei, whose large head is filled with curiosity. He quietly probes and looks, realizing that it's a luxury car. Both eyes follow. It seemed that Big Sister wasn't being targeted by the triads. But this should also be a big person, it must be very rich. No way. He must hurry home and tell this news to Mom and Dad. After getting into the car, Zhou Lime consciously kept his distance from the man beside him. Looking at the distance across between them, Huo Qingzhou's face suddenly darkens, only saying towards the driver, "Return to Jiangcheng Mansion." Zhou Lime pauses for a moment, driven by curiosity, and eventually takes the initiative to ask, "Huo Xiao, why are you here?" Passing by. The conversation seems to end like this. Zhou Lemon owes, shouldn't she call him the topic finisher? She took a sip of juice and adjusted her emotions, not wanting to be bothered by what had just happened. Anyway, she had long since gotten used to all this family crap. Her life is still so beautiful, she shouldn't be shrouded by these shadows all the time. As a result, Huo Qingzhou happens to see the image of her taking a deep breath, looking out the window, and trying to raise the corners of her mouth, and her mood has a subtle change. Zhou Lemon's family environment seems to be terrible. But seeing her smiling so forcefully, was it because she was already used to being numb? It was the first time he was curious about a person, and it could be said that Zhou Lime was like an onion that he wanted to peel back layer by layer to see what else was inside. In the middle of the day, when Zhou Lime is fuming, she hears Huo Qingzhou telling the driver to stop the car. She looks at the man in surprise, and is just about to ask, when she sees that the man has already gotten out of the car with her school bag, and walks off to the side. Confused, Zhou Lemon's first thought is that he's going to steal her bag to escape. She soon laughs at herself for such an absurd thought, but what exactly is Huo Qingzhou going to do? Thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a call from Ruan Huan. Staring at the cell phone screen, Zhou Lime brews her emotions and picks up the phone while Huo Qingzhou is not there. Ruan Huan's voice rang on the other end. "Are you being targeted by Huo Xiao?" Zhou Lime did not say anything. Just now Huo Qingzhou suddenly appeared in the milk tea store and took her away. Even if she did not tell Ruan Huan in time, the other party can guess some of it. This matter is a bit complicated. The words were not finished. Ruan Huan worriedly continued. "Huo Xiao, this person is very dangerous. He and my little uncle know each other. Although I am not clear about what exactly happened, but I still have to remind you of one thing, you have to be careful. It is impossible for him to give his heart to you." Ruan Huan said not without reason, like they're kind of rich people. Playing around is okay, giving your heart is not. Hearing this, Zhou Lime's mood was inexplicably low, but knew that Ruan Huan was for her own good. "I know, wait for a time, I will tell you the ins and outs clearly." Zhou Lime knew that Ruan Huan had boarded at her little uncle's house when she was very young. "I heard that her little uncle is a very mysterious and powerful character, and Ruan Huan is not really a relative, but Ruan Huan used to call him that. Since her little uncle knows Huo Qingzhou, he will know more or less about him." Just hung up the phone, Zhou Lian glanced out the window casually. That long figure appeared in front of her eyes again, very conspicuous in the crowd. As soon as she got on the car, Zhou Lime had already gathered her emotions and curiously inquired, "What did you go to do?" Huo Qingzhou didn't say anything and directly handed something to her. Zhou Lime looked at it. It was the cup that Zhou Ji had bought for her, and Huo Qingzhou's was still a couple's model. She opens it and realizes that there is juice inside. The man's low voice then sounded, "Freshly squeezed juice." Zhou Lemon then realized that he had just gone to buy juice for her, although it was a very small thing, but like Huo Qingzhou, this kind of person, it is very rare, because time is money for him. Smiling and thanking him, the corners of her eyes are about to swell with flowers. Her mood is also instantly better. Huo Qingzhou glances at her, so happy to give a candy. "Be careful of being cheated by others." "It's okay, very few people are so nice to me." Zhou Lemon lowers her head and understands the truth of being content. Huo Qingzhou's expression changed slightly. The heart inexplicably aches. Zhou Lemon did not notice at all, looking at the little bit of juice that had not been finished just now, her face hesitant. If she threw it away like this, it would be a pity. "This is all layered, throw it away." See, Zhou Lemon cannot give up. Huo Qingzhou took the initiative to hand. "What cannot give up? Follow me to use the best of everything." Zhou Lemon heart thumped a few times. "Thought of what?" Voice low, "But sooner or later we will be separated." When the child is born, after the separation, her life will be the same as before. She has to continue to return to the circle of life that should belong to her. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Chapter 13, Going to the Old Mansion. The Huo family's old mansion. Zhou Lemon had been nervous on the way here after Huo Qingzhou. People are always filled with fear and worry about the unknown. She had read a lot of novels before and knew that the situation inside these mansions could be complicated, especially the elders of the mansions, all of whom were powerful characters and not to be messed with. Thinking like this, she couldn't help but see Elder Huo holding a gun pointed at her forehead in front of her eyes. Dare to pester my precious great-grandson, give birth to a child and get the hell out of here. It's still the sudden stop of the car that interrupts her thoughts. Huo Qingzhou's puzzled voice rings in her ears. What are you thinking about? Zhou Lemon shook her head. Of course she wouldn't give away what was in her heart. She really admired her brain circuit. How could she come up with such a horrible plot? Huo Qingzhou didn't ask much and reminded her to get off. Zhou Lemon hurriedly followed off the bus and straightened her skirt. This dress was still bought for her by Huo Qingzhou, and it fit her well for the first time, and was even praised by Auntie Six for a long time, saying that it complemented her temperament. Thinking about the price of the clothes right there, can the temperament not be emphasized? She has never worn such expensive clothes since she was a child. It was like draping gold over her body. Looking at the building in front of her, filled with an ancient and elegant atmosphere, Zhou Lim was stunned. Although she had already done her mental construction before coming here, knowing the status of the Huo family, it was far less shocking than seeing it with her own eyes. Especially this old mansion in front of her that has a certain number of years, its value can no longer be described in terms of money. Knowing that they are coming, Elder Huo has already arranged for several servants to wait at the entrance. Zhou Lemon follows behind Huo Qingzhou and listens to the maid's warm greetings, also smiling nervously and becoming even more nervous. It's also the first time these maids have seen Huo Xiao bring a woman back, who is still carrying the Huo family's flesh and blood in her belly, and will properly be Huo's heir in the future. They couldn't help but look at Zhou Lemon more. Her looks were very clean and comfortable. She was a durable type, and the more she looked at her, the better she looked. Zhou Lemon is only focused on looking ahead, and when she came inside, she was even more shocked. Inside is even bigger than she thought, with small bridges and gardens, pavilions and mountains. She even suspected that the Huo family had moved nature back home. Because she was too nervous, her pace slowed down. Huo Qingzhou noticed, turned back to observe her expression, thought for a moment, and reached out his hand towards her. Zhou Lemon hesitates. Hold on, I'm just afraid you'll fall. Zhou Lemon heard, also gathered the courage to stretch out his hand, just touched. Her small hand was wrapped in a man's strong hand, very warm, very secure. The tension in her heart also subsided slightly. Arriving at the main hall, from inside came the windy voice of Zhou Ji. Little Lemon, my little lemon, you have finally arrived, all of us are waiting for you. Zhou Ji enthusiastically rushes over and squeezes Huo Qingzhou to the side. Huo Qingzhou is helpless. Waiting to stop, Zhou Lemon looks forward and finds an old man sitting on a chair, dressed in a zhongshan suit, exuding an air of nonchalance. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with a calm and steady temperament, with a look similar to Huo Qingzhou. Zhou Lemon recognizes him as Huo Jing'an, one of Jiang Cheng's handlers, having only seen reports about him on TV before. If she hadn't been associated with Huo Qingzhou's life, she was afraid that she would never have the chance to meet in her life. Elder Huo looks at the girl in front of him for a long time, narrowing his eyes slightly. You are Little Lemon? Feeling a sense of oppression, and not sure what Elder Huo's attitude towards her was like, fearing that she had done something wrong, she hurriedly nodded her head and followed the elders in greeting. Elder Huo suddenly stands up, a smile piling up on his seemingly serious face. Good, hearing about you these days. I've long wanted to see you. This meeting today, it's my family Qingzhou who has climbed high. It's a good girl. The sudden praise makes Zhou Lemon feel overwhelmed and hastily waves her hand. Don't be modest. Master Huo was afraid that she would get tired of standing and added, sit down and chat. He then ordered the servants to bring tea and snacks. After sitting down and chatting for a while, everyone was very enthusiastic and looked like they were getting along very well. Zhou Lim's heart gradually became less nervous. You don't know, when I heard the good news, my body immediately got better. Xiao Lim, you deserve the most credit. Elder Huo smiles brightly. Huo Zhengnan sits on the side, his whole body filled with the temperament of a leader, and instructs towards Huo Qingzhou. Qingzhou, in the future, treat Xiao Lim well, and be responsible for what you do. Huo Qingzhou just nodded lightly and didn't say anything. After Huo Jing'an finished his instructions, he carefully poured a cup of her favorite tea for Zhou Ji. Seeing that she had been too busy talking to Zhou Lemon to drink, he anxiously wanted to personally bring the tea to her. In the end, he still couldn't hold back and did so. Zhou she seemed to have gotten used to it, taking a few sips and spreading her hands. Huo Zheng'an had to put the teacup back down. Zhou Lemon noticed this small detail, like she had eaten a big melon, not expecting that the serious and earnest Jiangcheng hand on the screen was a doting wife in private. Such a family environment makes her so envious. Master Hui is in a happy mood, asking several more questions, and can't wait to see his great-grandson. He was surprised that his eldest grandson was able to have flesh and bones, and he thought that this wish would be difficult to fulfill in this lifetime. Over the years, they had urged Huo Qingzhou, but nothing worked, and he even had an answer in his heart, that Huo Qingzhou had a problem in that area. I didn't expect it. Thinking this way, he looked at Zhou Lime with a much more compassionate gaze. Being able to carry Huo Qingzhou's child is not an easy thing. She was the one who saved Huo Qingzhou. In this excitement, he walks over to Zhou Lime and pats her shoulder. Thank you, Xiao Lime, you are a great credit to our Huo family. When the child is born, you will not be treated poorly, you will have everything you deserve. Zhou Lime was flattered. Seeing Elder Huo standing in front of her, she also understood and stood up. It's okay, you sit down. Even though Elder Huo said so, she was still a bit formal. Her arm is suddenly hot, and when she inclines her head, she is pulled down by Huo Qingzhou. Sit down and drink some water. Saying this, he handed her exclusive cup to her. Zhou Lemon is surprised, not even realizing when Huo Qingzhou brought this cup with him, and hurriedly thanks her and takes a few sips of water. Zhou she saw this scene and covered her mouth and snickered. This pair of CP she is kowtowing to, in the future she will be the biggest and strongest CP fan head. After chatting for a while, a servant comes to report, Old Master, the Ancestral hall side is ready. Elder Huo's smiling expression was slightly restrained, in front of the servants, or to maintain the majesty, only simply The Ancestral hall? Zhou Lemon listens on the sidelines, only knowing that before they eat, they will go to the Ancestral hall inside the old mansion. What exactly was to be done was not known. Chapter 14, There's nothing wrong with his sexual orientation. Before going to the Ancestral hall, Elder Huo looks to Huo Zheng'an. Zhengming, are they coming back today? It will take a few days for the family to visit their relatives. Huo Zheng'an replies. Hearing the new name, Zhou Lime is curious about this person's relationship with them, but thinking that it is unlikely that she and Huo Qingzhou will get married in the future, none of this has anything to do with her. It's just not coming back, I'm still a little less worried. Elder Huo waved his hand, let's go to the Ancestral hall now, otherwise Xiao Lime and the baby in her belly will be hungry. After saying that, several people walked in the direction of the Ancestral hall. Zhou Lime is the only one who was still standing in the same spot, staring blankly. Huo Qingzhou sees this and helplessly approaches her, tapping her forehead. What are you staring at? Nothing. Following Huo Qingzhou's side as he walks in the direction of the Ancestral hall, Zhou Lemon looks around curiously, so it turns out that Huo Qingzhou grew up in such a favorable environment. Her heart also becomes clearer that there is an impenetrable abyss between her and Huo Qingzhou. She just suddenly and inexplicably intruded into Huo Qingzhou's world, and would later leave at a much faster speed, leaving no trace, and these are also what Huo Qingzhou would like to see. Suddenly, Zhouji's smiling voice came, familiarize yourself more, this will be your home from now on. Zhou Lemon's nose was sore. Looking at the amiable woman in front of her, and then remembering her real mother, there is a world of difference. If only Zhouji was her mother. If only she could live in a happy family. If only her birth hadn't been a mistake. Keeping her head lowered, she hid the complex emotions within her heart, and by not making a sound, she also covered up those inferiority complexes and sensitivities. When she arrives at the Ancestral hall, she sees a number of plaques in front of her, and when she hears from Zhouji that all the people written on them are Huo family ancestors, the atmosphere immediately becomes quite heavy. Elder Huo's expression is like this, and with heavy steps he comes to the plaque in the center and wipes the dust off of it. Zhou Lime glanced at it and guessed that it was old lady Huo's plaque. No wonder she didn't see her when she first arrived. 1 second, Master Huo's expression was still grave. The next second, he suddenly hugged the plaque, emotionally excited. Old companion, you see who I brought here today, your future granddaughter-in-law. Her belly is still pregnant with our Huo family's flesh and blood, is the child of the Qingzhou. Yes, you heard right, is the Qingzhou's biological flesh and blood. After catching his breath, the old man continued, you said why did you leave? If you were still around, you would still be able to see such a well-behaved and good-looking granddaughter-in-law, you would definitely like it as much as I do. And you also rest assured over there, your eldest grandson that aspect of no problem he is not a problem his sexual orientation is normal, can still have children. Sexual orientation? Zhou Lemon was so confused that she looked at Huo Qingzhou sideways. It's hard to believe that Huo's family thought he had problems in that area. At this moment, Huo Qingzhou's face has darkened. He looked at Elder Huo, who was holding the plaque and talking non-stop. If he continued to talk, sooner or later, he would have to tell all of his old secrets. He was losing face in front of Zhou Lemon. Grandpa, don't get too excited. Only after hearing Huo Qingzhou's words did Elder Huo slightly collect his excitement. There's no way that he can't help but feel a little overwhelmed by the sight of his old partner's plaque. Wiping his tears, his expression returns to normal the moment he turns around. Only 2 words came out of his mouth: salute. Zhou Lemon stands timidly at the side, following Huo Qingzhou's movements to salute. Looking at the man's expression of gravity, he must have had a good relationship with old lady Huo before. Parting in life and death is indeed a hard thing to bear, yet it can't be avoided. After worshipping the ancestral hall, everyone moved to the dining room. At this moment, the table was already filled with sumptuous meals. Zhou Lemon looked dumbfounded. After taking his seat, Elder Huo smiles and says, "Little Lemon, you're hungry, eat quickly. If it's not enough, ask the kitchen to prepare some more." Zhou Lime hurriedly waved her hand. "Enough, Grandpa." She is pregnant, but her appetite is not big enough. Although everyone was very enthusiastic, Zhou Lime was still a little bit nervous. Looking at a lot of delicious food, although the thought in her head was to bring it all to the bowl, but still would be embarrassed, this feeling is like going to a relative's house for dinner. Suddenly, there were a few more dishes in the bowl. Zhou Lemon is surprised to see that it's actually Huo Qingzhou who pinched them for her, and her heart suddenly warms up. Zhou, she notices, the smile at the corner of her mouth deepens, and she continues, "Qingzhou, quickly peel a shrimp for Xiao Lime." Peel a shrimp? Zhou Lime only felt that it was an impossible thing. It was better for her to do it herself. Before the words have a chance to come out, she sees that Huo Qingzhou was very cooperative this time, taking the initiative to help her peel the shrimp. Master Huo looks at his eldest grandson's thoughtfulness and is very pleased, opening his mouth to say, "You guys will live a good life in the future, so that Grandpa can also rest assured." Zhou Lemon smiled good-naturedly. She looks sideways, only to see that Huo Qingzhou is concentrating on peeling shrimp. His eyelashes are long, his fingers are long and bony, and the Buddha beads on his wrist are conspicuous. "What are you looking at? Quickly eat." The man's magnetic voice suddenly rings out. Zhou Lime looked back and realized that there were already more peeled shrimp in the bowl. It was a good meal, and when it was over, Zhou Lemon stood up, the fullness of her stomach becoming even more pronounced and becoming bulbous. Elder Huo said at this point, "Qingzhou, now that Xiao Lime is pregnant, you guys will move to the old mansion to live here. It's staffed and easy to take care of. Living in the old mansion, it will be more restrained, right?" Zhou Lemon was thinking this way when Huo Qingzhou spoke up. "No, Grandpa, we'll just continue to live in Jiangqing Mansion," he said. "How can I do that? I don't feel comfortable with that. It's not easy to have a great grandson, and Elder Huo is very precious." Huo Qingzhou's attitude remains unchanged. "We can live there comfortably, and it's good for the pregnant woman's mood. Besides, didn't we arrange for Auntie Six to take care of it?" Master Huo's face is hesitant. "Zhou Lemon, Grandpa, don't worry, Qingzhou and Auntie Six will take good care of me, and I'll pay close attention." Huo nodded slightly, but suddenly sighed again, holding his forehead. "If I don't see you every day like this, Grandpa will miss you. If Grandpa misses us, we will come back more often." Zhou Lemon continues to say knowingly, and after spending a short time with Master Huo, she realizes that the old man looks majestic on the outside, but he also has a childlike side. Hearing this, Elder Huo has to be quite relieved, or else he would be busy packing up his things right now and joining these two to go to Jiangqing Mansion. Anyway, he doesn't have much to do now that he's retired. "If you guys have any needs, just talk to the family. What Grandpa can do, he will definitely do it for you." The two nodded. When they went back, Zhou Lime was much more relaxed. When she first came here, she was still nervous, but seeing that Huo Qingzhou's family are all very nice to work with, that nervousness inside her fades away without her realizing it. She couldn't help but open her mouth towards Huo Qingzhou. "I really envy you." Chapter 15, Eating Everything. Envy me for what? I envy that you have a very good family. Huo Qingzhou's expression changed slightly. He knew something about Zhou Lemon's family. Thinking of what Elder Huo said today, Zhou Lime curiously asked, "Is there someone else who is not here today?" Huo Qingzhou quickly understands and says, "It's my second uncle's family. I didn't see them today, but there will always be a chance to meet them later." Zhou Lemon did not answer in time, listening to Huo Qingzhou's name. The second uncle in his mouth must be Huo Jing'an's younger brother. Why did the old man say that they really do not let people worry about it? She still has a gossipy heart. Just for these, she didn't ask. Perhaps when the child is born, she will not have the opportunity to meet with them after she leaves. Passing through a square, looking at the people coming and going inside, very lively, Zhou Lemon touched her full stomach and said, I ate too much, I want to go down for a walk to eliminate the food. Huo Qingzhou looked over and stopped the car. The two walked in the direction of the square. At dusk, less hot during the day, more cool, a breeze blew by, Zhou Lemon only felt refreshed. Because the weather was favorable at the moment, there were a lot of people in the square. Zhou Lemon looked curiously and found that there were many stalls along the roadside, people coming and going, all in groups, with happy smiles on their faces. It's just that she also carefully noticed that many passers-by were intentionally or unintentionally dropping their gazes on them. Especially when they look at Huo Qingzhou, their eyes reveal admiration. Zhou Lemon immediately understood and turned her head to look at the side of the man's face, which was flawless. Whether it's in terms of appearance or ability, he's excellent, unable to find a single flaw, and is so high above the rest. Huo Qingzhou rarely comes to this kind of occasion, and when he sees that people keep passing by him, almost about to bump into Zhou Lemon, his brows knit tightly and his heart lifts. In a flash, he reaches out and wraps his arm around the woman's shoulders, protecting her as she walks forward. A slight tremor was clearly felt in Zhou Lim's body. He nodded, staring at the woman's innocent features, which were particularly protective, and the hand around her shoulders couldn't help but push a little harder. Meeting the gaze that Zhou Lim projected over, he explained in a serious manner, I'm just worried about you being bumped into by someone else. Zhou Lim nods. In fact, there is no need for Huo Qingzhou to explain, she is also clear that the reason why Huo Qingzhou is doing this is for the child in her stomach. When she went to the Huo family's old mansion today, she realized that Master Huo also valued the child in her belly. This might be the mentality of the rich, wanting an heir, or else with such a large family fortune, it's a question of who should inherit it in the future. Zhou Lemon is protected by Huo Qingzhou like this as she walks forward, her heart is complicated. All alone, she has been walking forward alone, can't even say walk, cold hard. It was a good thing to have someone by her side and still have his protection, but she was also clear that these were like fireworks, fleeting. It's not something that lasts, she'd rather not have it from the start, and she won't miss it later. Passing by the place selling popsicles, Zhou Lemon's afterglow glances at it many times, her mouth craves for it, it would be great to have a popsicle at this time of the day, refreshing and cool. But glancing at Huo Qingzhou's cold face, her shoulders immediately collapse. Forget it. If Huo Qingzhou knew, he would definitely not agree. Want to eat? His voice suddenly comes from her ears. Zhou Lemon was surprised, how did you know? Your neck is almost broken, even an idiot can tell. Zhou Lemon retracted her somewhat sore neck, did I act so obviously? Huo Qingzhou stuck one hand in his pocket and hemmed. He was close to saying that the girl in front of him didn't have much heart, and whatever she was thinking in her heart was easily shown on her face, so it was easy to see out. Zhou Lemon looks blearily at the place where the popsicles are being sold, and after some struggle, pulls Huo Qingzhou's arm and prepares to leave. Let's go, I know you won't let me eat it, everything should be child-oriented, you don't have to worry about me stealing it, I'll be good this time. Huo Qingzhou's heart was uncomfortable when he heard these words. As for the point of discomfort, he couldn't say. He didn't say much, directly pulling Zhou Lim to the front of the stall and said, what flavor do you want to eat? Zhou Lemon's eyes were suddenly starry, still somewhat incredulous. This is the first time that Huo Qingzhou agrees to her request from her point of view, and not just for the sake of the child. If she doesn't say it again, she won't have a chance. Zhou Lemon immediately came back to her senses, carefully picking and choosing a favorite flavor with happiness written all over her face. As a result, too happy too soon, she couldn't tear open the bag, and only had to look at Huo Qingzhou in aggravation. Huo Qingzhou took the popsicle in her hand and easily tore it open, saying, you want to eat it but you don't have the ability to open it? Zhou Lemon refused to admit the mistake, I'm just giving you a chance to show. Said, quickly took the popsicle, ate a few mouthfuls, took a long breath, or the flavor of memory. So happy? Zhou Lemon nodded her head, she is a very contented person, such as wanting to eat something, immediately can eat, is a great happiness. When I was a kid, the weather was hot, and I followed my parents to work at the construction site during the summer vacation, and I was envious to see other people eating popsicles, and there was also chilled watermelon, which I wanted to eat so much. But the family wasn't rich, and my parents always bought them for my younger brother first, and I could only eat them if there was any extra ones, and sometimes they would be left to my younger sister to eat them, so I felt happy to be able to have popsicles. Was Xiaosher, which may be hard for you to understand because we grew up in a different environment, and it's not like I was ever able to eat a popsicle. In my opinion, I'm already happy to be able to eat a favorite popsicle, it's one of the few things I can get. Just because she was the oldest in the family, she had to take on more. Even her parents would tell her from time to time that she had to give in to her younger brother and that she couldn't be even-handed. Huo Qingzhou's throat feels like it's blocked by something, unable to speak. Zhou Lemon looks at him and keeps staring at herself, thinking that it is because he also wants to eat, and generously extends the popsicle over. Do you want to eat? When the words fell, she saw that Huo Qingzhou didn't respond in time, and realizing that something was wrong, she laughed dryly and said, if you don't like it, just buy another one. Just when he wanted to take the popsicle back, his arm was grabbed by Huo Qingzhou. The heat of the touch immediately ran through his body. Suddenly, she bumped into Huo Qingzhou's deep eyes, and his voice was also low and deep. Having eaten everything, is it worse to eat the same popsicle? Zhou Lemon's face turns blood red. Huo Qingzhou did not move and took a bite. His lips are cool. He raises an eyebrow, the flavor is quite good, glances at the woman, only to see that 1 second Zhou Lime is still shy, the next second her expression suddenly changes to aggrieved, deflating her mouth. He did not understand. Chapter 16 Drink It, Little Kangaroo. Was about to inquire, when he saw Zhou Lemon holding the popsicle tightly, her back to him. Mouth still chanting, you bit off a bit more than you can chew, I'm running out of food. Huo Qingzhou was speechless. For a moment, he cries and laughs. After returning from the old mansion, Zhou Lime continued to live as before. If not for several consecutive phone calls from home, she was almost under the illusion that the days were supposed to be this calm. She didn't want to let them affect her mood, and last time, she also let out a harsh word. Zhou Lime directly hung up the phone. What she always wanted to do was to get out of her family of origin. Maybe it was several consecutive calls were not answered, the person on the other end also did not call for the time being. Even without answering the phone, Zhou Lime could imagine Li Lu Hua's emotional outburst after being hung up on. She was always like this, having a hard time stabilizing her emotions. Although she didn't get through, Zhou Lime's mood was still affected a little. She couldn't help but think of the past, but whenever she received a call from home, her mood would be anxious for a good half a day, because every time whenever they called, there was something looking for her. This day, Zhou Lime had just finished eating her nutritious meal when her cell phone rang again. Her heart fluttered and she reflexively looked at the screen, seeing that it was her younger sister, Zhou Shui, calling. She was only slightly relieved. Zhou Shui was the only solace she had left in this house. Just as she picked up the phone, she realized that Zhou Shui's tone was not very good. What's wrong with you? Is it something that happened? The person on the other end paused for a moment before answering. Nothing, it's just that I'm too stressed out and miss you, so I'm calling you. Zhou Lime instantly understand. Thinking about Zhou Shui next year will be the college entrance examination. This is the most critical year. Her bear pressure must be very big. The reason why I empathize with you, because she is also so over. After comforting her, she heard Zhou Shui say, Big sister, I miss you. If you have time tomorrow, can you come to school to find me? Surprised that Zhou Shui made this request, before she was worried that visiting would affect her studies. Since Zhou Shui had summoned the courage to say this request, it must have been too much pressure, and Zhou Lime agreed without hesitation. She was also very hopeful that Zhou Shui would get a good grade on her exams. Then it's a deal, I'll wait for you at the school dormitory. Well, Zhou Lemon responded, no matter what happens, you have to prioritize your preparation for the exam and work hard for the exam. This is your only chance to get out of your family of origin. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Lime took a long breath. She was in the same family environment as Zhou Shui, so she could more empathize with the fact that women want to work hard to turn over a new leaf. A feeling of nausea suddenly flooded her chest. She hurriedly ran to the restroom to vomit. Auntie Six, who was busy in the kitchen, heard the commotion and rushed over. Little Lemon, pregnant and vomiting again. You're really suffering as a child, she said as she patted Zhou Lime's back, trying to make her more comfortable. Zhou Lime wiped her mouth and her voice was low. I'm fine. As a result, Huo Qingzhou came back from being busy outside and saw this scene. Auntie Six seized the opportunity and hurriedly complained to Huo Qingzhou, Huo Xiao, you're finally back. Xiao Lime has been vomiting again, it's very hard, she's been vomiting for a day. Zhou Lemon's face was embarrassed. She is very uncomfortable, but vomiting for a day is not so bad. If that was the case, she wouldn't be alive anymore. Auntie Six continued with her voice, since you're back, I'll leave your baby to you, you must take good care of it. A woman's pregnancy and vomiting is the most vulnerable time. In addition to taking care of Zhou Lemon, Auntie Six also got a very important task from Mrs. Huo, which is to promote the relationship between the two. Before Huo Qingzhou can even get a word in, Auntie Six lifts Zhou Lemon into his arms and scatters her legs. Zhou Lemon is also just about out of strength and directly leans on his body. Huo Qingzhou has always disliked contact with others. Only when Zhou Lemon leans on him, a familiar smell hits his nose and his expression immediately moves. Wrapping his arms around Zhou Lemon and coming to sit on the sofa, he only had one feeling in his heart: so soft. The woman's body was soft like there were no bones at all. Is it still hard? Zhou Lemon only hummed, breathless. Lying on Huo Qingzhou's body, she feels so comfortable and secure, and can even feel his sturdy and powerful chest, which she probably only dares to touch at times like this. Huo Qingzhou's brows tightly knit into a ball, wanting to pour her a cup of water. His waist is circled by her. I'm having a hard time right now, are you going to leave me alone? Turning back, meeting the woman's clear and resigned eyes, his heart has a strange feeling, and he takes the initiative to explain, I'll go and pour you some water. Zhou Lemon breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, okay. From the bottom of her heart, she disliked the feeling of being discarded. For example, she used to always worry that her parents would throw her away, but fortunately, now that she was finally kicked out of the house, she would never have to worry about it again. After explaining, seeing that Zhou Lemon didn't let go in time, he simply came up with the idea of picking up the woman and heading in the direction of the bar. Zhou Lemon is afraid of falling off, and obediently wraps her arms around his neck, her legs wrapping around his waist. Even with her on his body, Huo Qingzhou remains relaxed, not even taking a breath as he calmly pours water. Physical strength is so good. Zhou Lemon thought to herself, and a sentence suddenly came out of her mouth: do I look like a kangaroo when I hang on you like this? Huo Qingzhou did not answer this question of hers, but patiently passed the water to her. Drink it, little kangaroo. Auntie Six, who was hiding in the corner, saw Huo Xiao hugging Zhou Lemon, smiling from ear to ear, and immediately photographed this scene and sent it to Zhou Ji. If Mrs. Huo saw it, she would definitely be happy. After drinking some water, Zhou Lim isn't as uncomfortable, but rather sleepy. Noticing that the person beside her is not moving, Huo Qingzhou glances sideways and realizes that her eyes are closed and she seems to be asleep, so he carries her to the room. Covering up the quilt, Huo Qingzhou carefully notices that Zhou Lim's brows are slightly furrowed. Not even restful in her sleep? He frowns, and involuntarily reaches out, touching the woman's forehead, trying to smooth out her frown. In the middle of the day, he was ready to leave, but he saw Zhou Lemon hug his arm in a daze, and rubbed against it a few times, her mouth chattering carelessly, "Don't go." His movement to leave immediately stopped, and he continued to stay by Zhou Lemon's side. Zhou Lemon continued to use his arm as a hugging pillow, staying close to him. Being able to clearly feel her softness, as well as the temperature of her body, Huo Qingzhou's breathing can't help but rush. Trying hard to suppress the lust in his heart, he patiently covers Zhou Lim with the quilt, allowing her to use him as a hugging pillow, keeping her position still. Worried that moving would wake her up. Her body was uncomfortable, what she needed most right now was a good rest. I don't know how long it took, an even breathing sound came from his ears. Knowing that the woman in his arms had already slept deeply, Huo Qingzhou then let go, suddenly feeling that his arms had gone numb. When he was about to leave the room, he saw the screen of Zhou Lim's cell phone, which was placed aside, light up. Seeing that there are many missed calls from home, his eyes sink. Chapter 17: Forced Money. Zhangcheng First Middle School. Zhou Lemon arrived at the entrance of the school in a jittery mood. After registering in the security room at the entrance, she hurried towards Zhou Shui's dormitory building. At this time, school had not yet begun, and there were not many people inside the school, most of whom were prospective seniors. Arriving in front of Zhou Shui's dormitory door, Zhou Lim knocked on the door and waited nervously. Soon the door was opened. Zhou Shui stood in the doorway wearing a nearly faded school uniform, her eyes looking at her with complexity, her voice hoarse. "Big sister, you're here." Zhou Lim nodded and asked with concern, "Zhou Shui, how are you feeling right now? Why do I hear your voice a little hoarse? What's wrong?" Zhou Shui stood in place in a hasty manner, and her afterglow glanced inside. Zhou Lemon immediately realized that something was wrong, and when he walked into the dormitory, he found that his parents and brother were there. She looked at Zhou Shui in confusion, unsure. Zhou Shui's face was in a difficult situation, tightening her nails. "Big sister, Mom told me to call you over. I can't do anything about it." Zhou Lim instantly understood. At this time, Li Luhua's questioning voice immediately came. "The family gave you so many phone calls, why do you not answer, but also really become a white-eyed wolf?" Zhou Lemon coldly, "Not said that in the future no longer have nothing to do with me, kick me out of it. You dared to talk back to me." Li Luhua was furious. Zhou Jian pain prevented her from having an emotional outburst and hurriedly advised, "Don't get angry, don't forget that we're here today for a serious matter." Only then did Li Luhua slightly restrain her violent emotions. Zhou Lemon's eyelids jumped with a bad premonition. Only to see Zhou Fei take a magazine and put it on the table in front of her, excitedly said, "Big sister, so the person you hooked up with is Hu Xiao, that is a big tycoon. What family is the first mansion in Jiangqing Na? You really hit the shit out of luck." Zhou Lin glanced at a financial magazine. The page that was spread out was a portrait of Huo Qingzhou, just the man's looks were eye-catching, not to mention the introduction of him above, using the family's wealth and excellence to describe him was normal. She vaguely understood the family's intention of cornering Zhou Shui to trick her into coming here. Zhou Jianpain asked curiously from the sidelines, "Xiao Lime, is the child you are carrying inside your belly Hu Xiao's child?" Zhou Lime didn't say anything. Li Luhua only thought she was acquiescing, and said with her neck tugging, "You're quite capable of this, niece, and it's finally useful to raise her so big, so give me his contact information." "What for?" Zhou Lime alert. "How can I also be regarded as his future mother-in-law, to a contact information how?" Knowing what bad thoughts are in her stomach, Zhou Lime mocked a smile, "You don't dream, I count what kind of green onion can marry Hu Xiao? You'd better not bother him." Li Luhua didn't have any surprises, and directly showed her inner thoughts, "Then you go to ask for money, since you were pregnant with his child, while you were still useful, quickly get the money, anyway, he is a rich man, not bad to give you that little money." Zhou Lemon decisively refused. She did sign an agreement with Huo Qingzhou, which says that there will be a large amount of hard-earned money when she gives birth to the child. But how can she be sure of what will happen in the future? Besides, this is her hard-earned money, and if they know about it, they will only intensify their demands, and in the end it will become a bottomless pit. "Little Lemon, listen to your mom, this is good for our family." Zhou Jianpain was bitterly persuaded. However, Zhou Lime was unmoved. Li Liu was brow-crossed, "You're pregnant with someone else's child, you've gotten pregnant, what are you pretending to be so noble here? Hu Xiao is just playing around with you, if you don't ask for some money while you can, sooner or later you'll be kicked off by him. If you don't listen to me and ask for money today, we won't even care about you if you stray in the future." Zhou Lemon suddenly laughed coldly, "Even if I die outside, you don't have to care." Li Luhua was so angry that she couldn't say anything, her threats surprisingly didn't work half the time. Zhou Fei calmed down Li Luohua's emotions and looked at Zhou Lime, "Big sister, please understand something, mom did this, all for the good of our family." Zhou Ning snorted, "It's for your own good. Who doesn't know that they want money for your sake, to save up for you to buy a house? What benefit have I and Xiao Shui landed?" Zhou Shui lowered her head on the side with a difficult expression. Zhou Fei opened his mouth, unable to speak. "Have you ever said that about your brother?" "Zhou Lemon, I'll put the words here for you today, if you don't get the money back, we won't be done with you today, and Zhou Shui won't want to take the college entrance exams in peace." Zhou Lime didn't even blink an eyebrow at the threatening words. It was only when she heard this that her expression changed, her heart was angry and anxious. Could it be that her daughter's future was really nothing in their eyes? Zhou Line's eyes stared at her sister with complexity, the sister who had been dependent on her since childhood, and her heart grew bitter. Zhou Shui understood her situation and sobbed, "Big sister, you don't have to care about me, big deal, I won't go to school." "You have to go to school and take the college entrance exam." Zhou Line was anxious, "This is your only way out." Turning to Li Luhua, Zhou Lime's expression was indifferent and cold, "Most of Xiao Shui's tuition is earned with her scholarship, if you interfere, I am also not finished with you." Stunned by this girl's aura, Li Luhua's lips trembled a few times. But since she came here today, she will not give up. In the future, Zhou Fei needs money to get a wife and buy a house, this is the only chance. "If you want your sister to prepare for the exam at ease, take us to ask for money today, the family is now using a lot of money, your father is not capable, you have to bear the heavy responsibility." Li Luhua put words, dragged Zhou Lime's arm and went out. Zhou Lime struggled, but did not dare to move vigorously, his hair was messed up. Each expression is different, worry and grimace coexist, only Zhou Fei stood aside, a face of peace and quiet. He knows that if he succeeds in asking for the money, he is the one with the greatest interest. Being dragged to the door, Zhou Lime almost hit a wall of people. She raises her eyes and her pupils shrink. Huo Qingzhou is actually standing at the door. When did he come? Meeting his deep eyes, Zhou Lime quickly avoids them again. So ridiculous, such a wretched appearance was bumped into by him. I wonder if he heard those words. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Zhou Lemon eyes through the bottom of the bleak coolness. Anyway, in the future they will also be a passerby. Li Luhua originally wanted to roar a few words, but seeing the person who suddenly came out in front of him, especially smelling the powerful sense of oppression on his body, his voice came to an abrupt end. Looking carefully, she realized that the person in front of her looked exactly like the person in the magazine. Her eyes widened and she immediately reacted to his identity. Not only was her expression exaggerated, the rest of the people were also dumbfounded, too scared to say a word. They had never seen such a powerful big shot before. Chapter 18, Bullying My People? Huo Qingzhou coldly sweeps the circle, and when his line of sight falls on Zhou Line, it is much softer. Taking in the woman's consternation and wretchedness, his heart suddenly tightens. In the next second, he took Zhou Lime's hand and swept his cold light. In bullying my people? Li Luhua quickly changed her expression, full of attentive smiles. Don't misunderstand, we are fooling around, it is normal for our family to fool around. Zhou Jianpain also flattered with a smile. You are Huo Xiao, right? I heard Xiao Lime talk about you, I am her father. Before he could say a few words, he was pushed aside by Li Luhua. Li Luhua, who still has the domineering look from earlier, enthusiastically extends her hand. Huo Xiao, I am her mother. However, Huo Qingzhou didn't pay any attention at all, his eyes still focusing on Zhou Lime, arranging her hair for her. Zhou Lime's nose is sour. Li Luhua continues to say flattering words beside her. We are all Little Lemon's dearest family. Dear my ass. Seeing Zhou Lime so not giving her face, Li Luhua bites her teeth in embarrassment. The corners of Huo Qingzhou's lips are slightly hooked. The little rabbit will also have a time to bite when it is anxious. The little rabbit that has always been docile and cute in front of him will also open its teeth and claws in front of others. He felt fortunate for this, she can also protect herself well. Someone bullied you, just tell me, I don't mind letting them not see tomorrow's sun. The cold words made Li Luhua and Zhou Jianpain both shiver in fear. In order to ease the atmosphere, Zhou Jianpain curtly brought a stool. Huo Xiao, you're tired of standing, sit down. You also know that there are times when a family has a little friction, but no matter what, it's still a family, and that can't be changed. Huo Qingzhou sat down obediently, his posture still elegant. He then reached out and pulled Zhou Lime's hand. Zhou Lemon was pulled into his lap like this and sat down, her ears suddenly red. She wanted to struggle to stand up, but the man didn't give her the chance and continued to hold her, not letting her move. Zhou Lime shy, Huo Qingzhou today is how, usually he is not like this Li Luhua's eyes calculating a turn, seizing the opportunity. Huo Xiao, you are really good to our family. Xiao Lime, she is now also pregnant with your child. We grew up to pull Xiao Lime up, very difficult, now. Have something to say. We have spent a lot of money on Xiao Lian, what she wants to buy, on what to buy, never treated her poorly. Her father and I are just ordinary workers, you see you are so rich. Zhou Lian's face changed, directly interrupting. What do you mean never treated poorly? You can't do anything about it, but you can't do anything about it. Li Luhua was so angry that she grunted. Huo Qingzhou came to say, how much do you want? Li Luhua looked hopeful, starry-eyed, and Zhou Jianpain stared for a moment, stammered half a day, before saying, 5 million. $5 million? Zhou Lemon was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Why are they so thick-skinned? They really dare to ask for so much. Although $5 million is just a drop in the bucket for Huo Qingzhou, it is a sky-high price for them. Not daring to look at Huo Qingzhou's gaze, Zhou Lemon's heart is all tight. Her parents asking for money in front of the man makes her instantly lose face, and she seems to have become a commodity in exchange. The man's voice suddenly sounded, no one has taught you that you cannot be too greedy. Obviously his face does not move, but said out of the cold words, let the people present like falling into the ice cellar. Li Luhua certainly do not die, a snot and a tear. It is not that we are greedy, it is our family situation is special. I am now old with her father and Small Lemon, working on the construction site, do not know how many years to last, before also when the Small Lemon on the body smashed a lot of money, otherwise she which has the money to get into the University of Jiangcheng, which is the whole of the best university in Jiangcheng. Zhou Lemon laughed inwardly, before she said that it was useless for girls to go to school, but now she has changed her face again. Furthermore, she was able to get into the university because she herself put in double the effort. When she was about to retort, Huo Qingzhou said coldly, as far as I know, you guys don't love and care for your daughters. Li Luhua and Zhou Jianpain's faces flashed with embarrassment. Zhou Jianpain played the emotional card. We as parents, there are indeed things we did wrong, but we raised her so well, it's already very good. Yes, Li Luhua responded, there is no merit but there is also hard work. Huo Young, you are so rich, as Amzus, and besides, girls get married, there is a bride price, not to mention that our little lemon belly is still pregnant with your flesh and blood. Zhou Lemon was furious, and her parents' words were like a sledgehammer, ruthlessly pounding her to the ground. She clenches her hands into fists and tries to interrupt her parents' words, but is keenly noticed by Huo Qingzhou. Huo Qingzhou stopped in time and touched her stomach. Her mood was stable. Don't get angry, it's not good for the child in the stomach. Zhou Lime had to swallow her words back. Only then did Huo Qingzhou turn to Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Jianping. I'm rich, but it doesn't mean I'm an ingrate. If this money is used on Zhou Lime, I'm certainly willing to do it, but your mind, I'm well aware of it. The latter listened with an expression of embarrassment as if they were being dismantled. Li Luhua didn't dare to lash out in front of the man, and with a cowering look, she simply sobbed in a low voice, playing the emotional card. Huo Qingzhou just stood up and protected Zhou Lime by his side, lightly opened his thin lips. 5 million I will not agree, 1 million can be considered. When the words fall, Zhou Lemon's pupils shrink. This is the meaning of giving money? She wants to open her mouth to refuse, but Huo Qingzhou's voice steals the show. I know that 1 million is already not a small number for your ordinary family, so I won't give you more time to consider. Li Liuhua's eyes rolled rapidly, afraid that all $1 million would fly away. It was a big number for them, and they might not be able to earn it in their lifetime. The two immediately agreed. Zhou Fei on the side of the eyes lit up. So much money, he can buy how many game equipment? There was also the wedding house in the future. It's a good feeling to have a taste of the sweetness. Huo Qingzhou saw them agree, also directly signed a check on the table, not to look at them a glance, straight holding Zhou Lemon to leave. Zhou Lemon wondered why Huo Qingzhou would agree to their unreasonable demands. This is also a living, breathing, unjust Her feet are like lead, and when she wants to ask, she sees Huo Qingzhou protect her by his side, turns back, looks coldly at the people behind him, and says something that makes her burst into tears. Chapter 19. She doesn't owe you guys anymore. From today, Zhou Lemon doesn't owe you guys anymore. Zhou Lemon had tears forcing their way into her eyes. She finally understood why Huo Qingzhou had given the money. It turned out that he wanted her to draw a line in the sand with her family. Her ears couldn't help but recall the words that Li Luhua used to point out in her ears. We gave birth to you, it is the greatest gift to you, to provide you with food and drink, you make money for the family later, all you should do, this is what you owe us. The word owe makes her bear too much. However, Huo Qingzhou's words have removed the yoke of moral kidnapping that she has been carrying for years. Li Luhua and Zhou Jianping stood in place with attentive smiles on their faces, wanting to say a few flattering words to Huo Qingzhou, but the man simply didn't give them the chance. He directly took Zhou Lemon and left. As soon as they left, Zhou Fei, who was hiding in the corner, started to come out and jump around. He snatches the check from Li Liuhua's hand and his eyes light up. Great! This is $1 million. There's money. Li Luhua smiled and nodded. Or hooked up with a rich man good these money count on your father, a lifetime cannot earn, not to mention to buy you a house. Zhou Jianping knows that he is not capable, awkwardly stood aside in silence. Li Luhua smiled again and looked at Zhou Fei. Xiao Fei, all this money will be yours in the future, Mom and Dad's hard work on you, you have to remember it in your heart. Zhou Shui on the side had dull eyes. Originally, a few people were still immersed in the joy of having money. Who knows what Li Luhua thought of and suddenly changed her face. This was Xiao, obviously so rich, just give us 1 million, not even willing to give 5 million, really stingy. It is true that the richer the person is, the more stingy he is. Zhou Shui heard, cannot help it, you are not good to big sister, people give you 1 million are good, where is your turn to pick and choose? Li Luhua frowned, dead girl, with your big sister a virtue, only know to talk back to me, see I do not pick your skin. Or Zhou Jianping stopped in time, this farce did not happen. The good thing is that Li Luhua received the money, the mood is quite good, and did not suffer much, and finally cursed and left. In an instant, Zhou Shui was the only one left inside the dormitory. It was hard on her heart, her eyes were red, and as soon as she deflated her mouth, tears followed her. Living in the middle of this kind of family, she couldn't do anything about it. Sitting at the table, looking at the study materials in front of her, she did not have the heart to open, tears gradually blurred vision. Unintentionally noticed the drawer beside her had traces of opening. She opened it and found an envelope with $1,000 inside. It must have been left by her big sister. At that moment, she wailed. She knew that Zhou Lime is usually very difficult, not only to study in college, as long as there is spare time will go to odd jobs, like a gyroscope, no stop time. She was so tight that she was still afraid that she would run out of money. Zhou Shui also understands her difficulties, unintentionally pregnant and a parasite. Although that man seemed to be nice to her today, she clearly felt that the aura on the man was very powerful. Big sister was a bit scared around him, surely she was not nice to her in private, after all, they were not in the same class of people. So rich mansion prince, and how would an ordinary girl give her heart? Otherwise it would not even give her a proper name. The more Zhou Shui thought about it, the harder it was, her nose was clogged, poor big sister, life is already so bitter, why do you still have to go through these things? I don't know if the child will be born in the future will be beaten, will be kicked away. I can't. If the big sister is desperate in the future, she will make money to support her. Unconsciously ringing in her ears were the words that her big sister had said earlier. Zhou Shui sniffled, wiped away her tears, and prepared to devote herself to her studies again. The college entrance exam was her only chance left. She had to continue to go to school and further her education in order to see a wider world and have more opportunities in life. She couldn't change her family of origin, she could only try to change the direction of her life in the future. On the black Maybach, Zhou Lime glanced sideways at the window and tilted her head to hold back her tears. The reason she wanted to cry was not because of her parents' nonsense. She had been numbed by these bad family circumstances a long time ago. She just felt that Huo Qingzhou's words spoke to her heart, making her feel that she hadn't descended into this world with sin, as if there was that one person who understood her. Even though the hidden wretched look was bumped into by him. Thank you just now. Huo Qingzhou's expression was faint, so that people could not guess what was in his heart, and the words he said were also faint. I do not want to affect the child for this. The corner of Zhou Lemon's mouth tugged, and she nodded knowingly. Don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. Huo Qingzhou's expression also instantly pulls her back to reality. She doesn't want to owe him either. Struggling for a few seconds, she opened her mouth. That money I will pay you back. How to return it? I'll think of a way. Continue to go to the club to accompany the alcohol? Zhou Lemon's face was embarrassed, unable to speak. Huo Qingzhou's face did not change color. You are also lucky that you met me last time. What if you met someone else? Zhou Lemon can't refute. She knows that Huo Qingzhou has a good point. If she met someone other than Huo Qingzhou in that accident last time, the current scene would be terrible. She didn't know if she should be thankful that she was still lucky. Don't worry, after suffering a loss once, I won't continue to do it. As for the money, deduct it from the agreement we signed before. Huo Qingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly. Just so want to draw a line with me? I don't want to owe you either. Zhou Lemon lowered her eyes. Huo Qingzhou pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Zhou Lemon didn't think much about it, and just assumed that Huo Qingzhou had agreed, and she also hoped that her parents would stop because of it. The family of origin is like a needle. She desperately wanted to pull out, but still suffered for it, desperately wanted to get rid of, still like a shadow hanging over. Fighting against her family of origin was a constant battle. Suddenly, her stomach growled. Her ears reddened, and she subconsciously looked in Huo Qingzhou's direction, coincidentally colliding with his eyes. She had to explain, it was the baby in her stomach that was hungry. Huo Qingzhou gave her a deep and long look, didn't say anything, just turned the steering wheel. Zhou Lemon is curious, not knowing where to take her. When she arrives at her destination, she is surprised that Huo Qingzhou is bringing her to one of the most famous restaurants in Jiangchang. She had seen it on her phone before. This restaurant has many netizens who come to line up to punch in. Not only is the food clean and delicious, but the view is also beautiful. Taking the elevator to the top floor, when she saw the elegant environment in front of her, her face was unbelievable. Looking out the window, she could see the gorgeous scenery outside, and the biggest river in Jiangchang was also reflected in her eyes. The river view was magnificent. Chapter 20 Spoiled Woman Best Life? Looking around, besides them, there were no other people. Zhou Lemon was confused. Why are we the only two here? It stands to reason that such a popular restaurant shouldn't be empty. Huo Qingzhou elegantly takes the menu and speaks succinctly. I've chartered the restaurant. His tone was flat, as if he was talking about something as big as a sesame seed. Zhou Lemon once again saw the world of the rich. This restaurant many people come to need to book more than half a year in advance, but he can say come, but also can pack the venue, is also too powerful. She was even too embarrassed to ask about the price. When the dishes are served, she suddenly thinks of something and immediately pulls out her pocket, explaining with a smile, wait a minute, let the cell phone eat first. Huo Qingzhou frowned in disbelief. In the next second, he saw the little woman holding her cell phone to the table and taking a few shots at the surroundings. He instantly understands. Noticing the arc raised at the corner of Zhou Lime's mouth, he blurts out, in a good mood? Zhou Lime nodded honestly. I've only seen this restaurant on my cell phone before, but now that I'm actually sitting here, it feels like a dream, so of course I'm in a good mood. She has always been like this, her mood shifts quickly, all by self-healing. Huo Qingzhou didn't say anything, but slowly and methodically picked up the cup on the table and drank some water. This scene happens to be captured by Zhou Lime. Zhou Lemon stares at the photo, probably because her hand shook just now, coupled with the pixels. The picture quality is a bit blurry, but she can see the man's handsome silhouette, and she can't get tired of looking at it. What are you looking at? Hearing the question, Zhou Lemon quickly shakes her head, not wanting to reveal the matter of the sneak peek. Nay, Huo Qingzhou has already sensed it and reaches out, give it to me. The tone is not to be refused. Zhou Lemon is pressured and obediently hands over her cell phone. Huo Qingzhou glanced at it, his eyes sank, and only spat out 2 words from his mouth, delete it. Such a good-looking photo, why delete? Although the pixels are not very good, but this does not affect your handsome face value at all. Zhou Lemon said anxiously. Being complimented, Huo Qingzhou is arrogant. When he reacted, he gave the reason, I don't like taking pictures. Taking the cell phone, Zhou Lemon had to helplessly come up with, well, I'll delete it. Taking advantage of Huo Qingzhou's inattention, she still didn't delete the photo. It's too bad to delete a photo that was not easy to take secretly. Huo Qingzhou did not seem to notice, and continued to eat his meal, with the words planning and strategizing written on his face. The upscale surroundings of this neighborhood became a companion in front of him. A few days later, Zhou Lime received a phone call from Ruan Huan, asking about the recent situation. This time on the phone, Zhou Lime felt much more relaxed, because Ruan Huan finally knew about the accident she had with Huo Qingzhou, and she didn't have to continue to hide it. These days, Ruan Huan has also digested it. The Huo family definitely wants an heir. The child in your belly is important, but when the child is born, what are your plans? Zhou Lemon's face changed slightly. I haven't thought about that much for now, but the only thing I can be sure of is that I will leave after giving birth to the child. Ruan Huan's tone is much heavier. Should we fight to stay in the Huo family? This is about your future happiness. In fact, her concern is not unreasonable. Zhou Lime can guess a little. An unmarried girl gave birth to a child, the reputation must have been affected. Zhou Lemon pulled a smile. It's okay, you don't have to worry about me. I will get a sum of money by then, I won't starve to death. Men can't be relied on, and the only thing you can rely on is yourself and the money you have on hand. Perhaps not wanting to spoil the atmosphere for fear of affecting Zhou Lime's mood, Ruan Huan changed the topic. Zhou Lime also shared her daily routine, and talked about her reaction when she was pregnant, talking about pregnancy vomiting, full of pain. On the phone with her best friend, there was always something to talk about. Ruan Huan, school will start soon. Are you still going to school now that you're pregnant? Talking about this topic, Zhou Lime secretly sighed and spoke her mind. Of course she wanted to go to school very much. She did not want to affect her studies because of this matter. It was something that could be in her hands. If she achieved something in school, she could earn money with her own hands, which was very fulfilling for her, so that she didn't have to rely on anyone. Her life could also be in her own hands. It's just that on Huo Qingzhou's side, she doesn't know what to say. Ruan Huan knows what she's worried about. Since you want to continue going to school so much, and your belly month isn't too big right now, why don't you talk to Huo Xiao about it? He definitely won't agree. Zhou Lemon is certain of this answer because in Huo Qingzhou's eyes, the child in her belly is more important than her. Then think of a way. Why don't you spread pampering? Beg him, not so a saying, pampered woman best life. That also depends on the situation. Zhou Lemon hesitates. Ruan Huan encouraged, you did not try and how do you know it? The TV off and staged a cry, 2, 3 hanging, you can try, I'm waiting for your good news. Zhou Lime helpless, you simply wait for me to collect the corpse. Just as Zhou Lime was about to continue talking, he vaguely heard a noisy voice from Ruan Huan's side, followed by Ruan Huan's clear and soft voice. Lime, I'm not going to talk to you first, I'm going to go eat. Zhou Lime had to respond. And after getting a response, Ruan Huan hung up the phone. Knowing that Zhou Lime had been doing well recently, her heart loosened slightly. The maid Wang Ma on the side continued to come forward. Miss Ruan, going to dinner, Mr. Fu is waiting. Ruan Huan immediately nodded and walked in the direction of the restaurant, and at a glance she saw the man sitting in the first place, wearing a black shirt, with fair skin, three-dimensional features, handsome appearance, only his eyes were clear and cold. The whole body exudes an ascetic temperament. Little uncle. Saying hello, Ruan Huan sat down opposite him. This person is Fu Hutan, Ruan Huan's nominal brother-in-law. When Ruan Huan was 10 years old, he boarded at his place and lived with him, and 10 years have passed. Jiangqing 4 big families, in addition to the Huo family, one of them is his Fu family, although not as good as the first family Huo family, but in Jiangqing also has a resounding position. Just sat down, heard the man's cold inquiry, who is calling? Ruan Huan answered cautiously as a friend. Name. Another strong sentence. Ruan Huan only had to say Zhou Lime's name, and only slightly relieved to see Fu Hutan did not continue to ask. For this little uncle in front of her, Ruan Huan's mood is complex. There are many emotions intertwined, self-blame, fear, guilt. As she ate too fast, she accidentally choked. Fu Hutan said in a cold voice, eat so fast, where are you in a hurry to go? Ruan Huan immediately restrained her cough, afraid that it would upset him. She always felt that the man in front of her was uncertain, even after so many years, she couldn't guess his mind. But the only thing she could be sure of was that Fu Hutan hated her from the bottom of his heart, hated her. Chapter 21. I'm energetic. Suddenly, there was an extra cup of water in front of him. It was Fu Hutan who handed it over. Ruan Huan was surprised for a moment and hurriedly drank the water to feel better. Not long after, the man stood up and left. Ruan Huan was the only one left at the table, and she quickly finished eating, ready to go back to her room. Wang Ma came to her with a fruit plate and kindly opened her mouth. "Miss, you bring this fruit in to give Mr. Fu a taste." Ruan Huan looked in the direction of Fu Hutan's bedroom, her face hesitant. The maid continued, "You need to please Mr. Fu's heart, in order to live here comfortably." She said sincerely. Ruan Huan had to take the fruit plate. Thinking about what she had advised Zhou Lime to do, she understood all the reasoning, but when it was her turn, it was hard to do it. This is really like the saying, reasoning all understand, but still cannot live this life. Gathering the courage to come to Fu Hutan's bedroom door, Ruan Huan hesitated for half a day, and finally knocked on the door. No one answered. Knocked again, paused for a moment, she was a little worried, directly opened the door and walked in. Only when she saw the picture inside, Ruan Huan's face turned red, only to see Fu Hutan's naked and stout upper body, standing in front of the bed, probably preparing to change clothes. Meeting his shadowy eyes, Ruan Huan panicked back. "What are you doing in here?" Some cold questioning, no temperature. Ruan Huan's voice trembled. "I brought you some fruit, you can eat it later," said, walked to the table and carefully put down the fruit plate. In front of Fu Hutan, not to mention coaxing him to be happy, Ruan Huan sometimes felt that even normal conversation was difficult. Fu Hutan cast a sidelong glance at the fruit plate on the table, then looked at Ruan Huan's red face, noticed the way her eyes were avoiding, and directly pulled her over. Too sudden, Ruan Huan's body was off balance, and followed Fu Hutan and fell onto the bed together. Staring at the man in front of her, she stammered, unintentionally noticing the scar on the man's chest. Her face changed. If it was not for the unintentional collision today, she was afraid that she would not have discovered the scars on the man's chest now, long and painful looking. Thinking that he had no parents since childhood, no one to rely on, in the huge Fu family can break out today's position, must have experienced a bloody scene. This scar is also estimated to have fallen at that time. Thinking of this, Ruan Huan's emotions are very complicated. Thought she was dodging, Fu Hutan sneered, clasped her chin and forced her to look at herself. "Afraid?" Ruan Huan shy, stammered, "Little uncle, can you put your clothes on?" Just so bare upper body in front of her, she felt so ashamed. The girl's face was so red that it was dripping blood. Biting her lower lip tightly, Fu Hutan pursed his lips and realized that the person in front of him had grown up. Once again, he clasped her chin. "Don't bite your lip." Ruan Huan struggled and tried to get up, but was suppressed by Fu Hutan. "What are you afraid of?" the man said while holding her hand, forcing her to touch the scar. His voice was so cold that it froze, his eyes were scarlet. "These are all thanks to you." The moment she touched it, Ruan Huan's ears turned red. Not daring to look, she forcefully withdrew her hand. In Fu Hutan's opinion, this was the meaning of resistance. He suppressed Ruan Huan's hands, gritted his teeth and said, "Now grown up, learn to resist? Do you have the qualification to resist?" A voice questioning, let Ruan Huan panicked, coupled with the wrist more and more pain, her good-looking eyebrows wrinkled more and more deeply. "You hurt me." Hearing the cry, Fu Hutan reacted and let go of her hand, realizing that her wrist was indeed red. Then looking at her tearful and aggravated look, a wave of annoyance ran through his heart. Taking advantage of him letting go, Ruan Huan quickly stood up and hurriedly left his bedroom. Back in the room, Ruan Huan covered the quilt and sobbed. Just now she was shocked by Fu Hutan's appearance. He looked so fierce. Did he hate himself that much? No matter what she does, it won't change Fu Hutan's attitude towards her? Then look at the wrist, still red, a little touch, a little pain. You can imagine how much strength the man used. She was really afraid that if she continued like this, her wrist was going to break. More than a few moments later, a knock sounded in her ears. Hearing that it was Wang Ma's voice, Ruan Huan wiped away her tears before opening the door. "Wang Ma, what's wrong?" Wang Ma handed the ointment in her hand to her, looking at her heartily. "This is the ointment that Mr. Fu entrusted me to send, you quickly apply it." Receiving the ointment, Ruan Huan was surprised. Was it really sent by him, or did Wang Ma deliberately say so? Not wanting to look into it, she took the ointment and went back to her room, thinking that even if Fu Hutan did this, he was afraid that she would die. After all, if she died, how could he continue to torture her in the future? For the past few days, Zhou Lime has been thinking about what to think of to get Huo Qingzhou to agree. In her mind, she recalled the suggestions made by Ruan Huan, and she also read a lot of novels in anticipation of the perfect plan. As a result, when Huo Qingzhou came back, he saw Zhou Lime greet him. "Huo Xiao, are you thirsty? I'll pour you some water." Just as he sits down, he sees Zhou Lime already carrying a cup of water attentively. He looks at it, his eyes flashing with dissimilarity. Zhou Lemon continued to look at him with those big clear incomparable eyes. "Do you want to eat fruit? I'll get you some fruit," said, took the fruit plate and put it in front of him, smiled and said, "This is what I just cut, almost tired me." Of course she won't say that this is what Auntie Six cut up earlier for her to eat. She didn't finish it and gave the rest to the man to eat. Staring at the fruit plate, Huo Qingzhou's eyes are wise. "Say it, what's the matter?" Zhou Lemon smiles nervously. "What can I have? It's just that I see that you're too tired outside. I have a lot of energy." Zhou Lemon was speechless and laughed dryly. "Even if it is vigorous, there are times when it wilts." Huo Qingzhou looked her up and down meaningfully. "You want to verify it?" Understand the meaning of his words, but also seen his energy, Zhou Lime immediately shook his head. "I still cannot." Huo Qingzhou leaned against the back of the sofa. "Nothing to offer, not adultery is theft," directly said. Zhou Lemon's expression squirmed, touched her stomach, and sighed. "It's actually related to the baby in her stomach." Today, the baby in my stomach kicked my stomach, and told me that he didn't want me to be a useless person, saying that I should study hard every day. Huo Qingzhou stares at her with interest, seeing her touching her stomach while coloring her words, and continues to listen, rather to see what flower she will say. Zhou Lemon smiled. "I think the baby is right. The only way I can listen to the baby is if the baby doesn't kick me." "Kick you?" Huo Qingzhou breaks it down. "The baby is not yet formed, can it kick you?" Chapter 22, Is that place itchy? Zhou Lime was stunned. Oops. She thought that moving the child would soften Huo Qingzhou's heart, but she almost forgot about this. Facing the man's direct gaze with a bit of oppression, Zhou Lemon thought for a moment and could only voice her plea. "School will start soon, I want to go to school." Huo Qingzhou's face sinks slightly. "You can?" Knowing what he was worried about, Zhou Lime patted his chest. "I can, now the month is not big. I do not want to affect my studies because of this. Anyway, there is nothing to do here. I will be very careful." "I'll be very careful. If the month gets bigger later, I can't think of something else, so I'll take one step at a time." Seeing that Huo Qingzhou did not respond in time, Zhou Lemon's heart is always hanging in the air, not sure what he is thinking. However, looking at this expression, it should be the meaning of not agreeing. As early as Huo Qingzhou's return, her heart was not thinking about this answer, so the baby in her stomach was rejected is also a very normal thing. She looked at the water she had just poured. Anyway, Huo Qingzhou did not agree. It would be a pity to give him a drink, it is better to drink it herself. Saying so, she has already reached out and taken the water cup, ready to drink up, but her arm is clasped by Huo Qingzhou. Unexplained voice immediately ran into the ears. "Not into me to drink? Anyway, you won't agree, I'd better drink it myself." "Who said I won't agree?" As if seeing hope, Zhou Lemon looked at the man with starlight in her eyes. "So, you promise?" Huo Qingzhou continued to rely on the sofa, his legs elegantly folded, and slowly opened his mouth. "Look at your performance." Immediately afterward, he saw Zhou Lemon's face change as if turning over a book, attentively handing him a cup of water. "You said earlier, for you to drink, this cup is filial piety to you. If not enough, I will pour you again." I don't know why, seeing Zhou Lemon in this state, Huo Qingzhou is in a good mood, but when he hears the word filial piety, he frowns slightly. "I am still young." Zhou Lemon responded evenly. Now as long as there is a ray of hope, she will try to grab it. If Huo Qingzhou doesn't agree, she'll have to stay home and live the same life every day, which will be boring. In order to capitalize on this, she continues, "I'll be really careful, and I'll be safe at school." In the end, under her persistent efforts, Huo Qingzhou reluctantly agrees to this request, on the premise that he will specifically send to school, and if he doesn't have the time, there will be a special driver to do so, and he will also arrange for a bodyguard to protect him privately. These Zhou Lime can understand. Huo Qingzhou is also thinking about the child, and as for arranging for private protection, he also doesn't want their relationship to be exposed. This is also good for both parties. She also knows that it is unlikely that Huo Qingzhou will find the time to send her to school. At the thought of being able to go to school, and Huo Qingzhou actually agreed to this request, Zhou Lime's emotions were thrilled, and in this excitement, without much thought, she directly hugged Huo Qingzhou and said thank you. Huo Qingzhou's body is slightly stunned. Coming from the tip of his nose is the good-smelling scent of the girl's body, overlapping with the memory of that night. Surprisingly, he subconsciously didn't push away. Zhou Lemon quickly reacts as well, quickly letting go of her hand and distancing herself from the man, looking at him in embarrassment, not knowing what to say for a moment. It's all because I was too excited just now. I promise you, there are also conditions. Once your body does not allow you to continue from school, you must come back. Zhou Lemon obediently nods his head. Huo Qingzhou continues, and before school starts, go to the hospital for another checkup. Zhou Lime nods again. She also wants a checkup so that both parties can feel at ease. Thinking about the tuition matter, even though Huo Qingzhou will solve it, she still feels embarrassed. That tuition matter, I will pay you back when I earn money later. As soon as she heard this, Huo Qingzhou's eyes sank. Is that how you want to get rid of me? Huo Qingzhou didn't wait for her to finish, directly stood up and walked in the direction of the bedroom. Zhou Lemon sat in place in a puzzled manner. She didn't say anything wrong. Why look at Huo Qingzhou's appearance just now, a little unhappy. However, soon her mind was diverted by the matter of being able to go to school. The day of the inspection. Zhou Lemon just woke up and realized that her neck was itchy. She couldn't help but scratch it a few times. Coming to the mirror and looking at it, she found 2 small reddish packets near her collarbone, and she instantly realized that it was mosquito bites. In the hot and dry weather, mosquitoes follow suit. As a result, when Huo Qingzhou just came in, he saw Zhou Lime with her back to him, as if she was scratching her chest. He frowned. What are you doing? Zhou Lemon replies truthfully, I'm scratching an itch. Huo Qingzhou's eyes change. That place itches? It seems like he needs to avoid it. Before he could get out, he saw Zhou Lime graciously turn around and lock eyes with him. The girl is only wearing a halter dress at the moment, her delicate white shoulders are exposed in the air, his throat knots slightly. When he sees the red spots on her body, he immediately frowns. What's going on? Approaching, the red spots are more clear, but also broken skin. It's not a big deal, it was bitten by a mosquito, I just scratched the itch, accidentally scratched some skin. After she said this, Huo Qingzhou also noticed a few scratches on the side that didn't go away, and frowned even more, not realizing that there are mosquitoes all over the place. Looks like it needs to be improved. Is it still uncomfortable now? Just a little itchy. Zhou Lime replied and didn't take this seriously. Who knew that Huo Qingzhou brought the potion and said, apply it, it will be better. Zhou Lemon thought about it, although she didn't take it seriously, but decided to give Huo Qingzhou a face, thinking about his living environment. This is kind of rare for him. When he was about to receive the potion, he saw Huo Qingzhou open it up, and without moving, he came to say, I'll help you. Zhou Lemon's face changed. This is not necessary. Before he had time to go and say, he once again heard his commanding tone, stand still. The aura was not to be refused. Zhou Lemon is like she's been possessed, obediently standing still. Huo Qingzhou bends down and frowns at the place where her red spot is, applying the potion to it. Just as he touches it, he clearly feels Zhou Lime's body tremble slightly and whimper in pain. He immediately stopped his movements. What's wrong? The skin is broken, so it hurts a little. Zhou Lime explained in a low voice. Huo Qingzhou understood and slowed down his movements. Afterwards, Zhou Lime felt better. The place where he was coated was cool and refreshing, and it seemed to be less itchy. This potion is really useful. Glancing at Huo Qingzhou's cold face, seeing him leaning so close and staring at the location of her collarbone, Zhou Lime's face burned slightly. When Auntie Six, who was packing outside the door, heard Zhou Lime shout, her heart was startled, worried that something had happened to Zhou Lime. She came to the door of her room and happened to see that the door was half covered. Thinking that Huo Xiao is also inside, she curiously looks through the doorway. When she sees the picture inside, she is dumbfounded. Chapter 23 You Must Know Restraint. Only to see Huo Xiao bending over and standing in front of Zhou Lime, seemingly touching a certain location of hers. Zhou Lime's face was red. Seeing Huo Qingzhou bending his waist, it's not possible that he's going to eat it in the next second, right? Auntie Six's old face reddened, she really couldn't look at her, and hurriedly left in ashes, her head shaking like a rattlesnake. She had seen something she shouldn't have seen. AI. Young people nowadays, really good at playing. Times have really changed. The 2 people in the room didn't notice, and seeing that the application was almost done, Zhou Lime quickly took a few steps back and stammered, well, thank you. Huo Qingzhou slowly and methodically closes the potion, seeing her face red to the point of dripping blood, subconsciously inquires, what are you blushing for, did I bully you? Zhou Lime hurriedly shook her head, no. Just now, Huo Qingzhou was kind enough to help her apply the potion, so how was he bullying her? I'm just a little uncomfortable with being intimate with men, Zhou Lime explained in a low voice, and added in a haunted voice, except for you, I haven't been intimate with any other men. Huo Qingzhou sniffs and raises his eyebrows. He couldn't help but think of the fact that that night was indeed Zhou Lime's first time, and then looking at her shy appearance, a strange feeling came from the bottom of his heart. You should be very experienced. Zhou Lemon came ghostly again. Huo Qingzhou looks back, his face flashes with embarrassment, and for the sake of the breath in his heart, he nods without hesitation. This is an affirmative answer for Zhou Lemon, her eyes surging with complex emotions, thinking that Huo Qingzhou is such an excellent man, there must be a large number of women chasing after him, and it's not surprising that he has experience. But for some reason, this is clearly none of her business. Why does she feel a little sad? Auntie Six has been waiting outside for a long time, anxiously looking at the time. Why haven't these two people come out yet? Worried that the two would get out of hand, and if they got into bed, it would be bad, she came to the door and called out. Soon Huo Qingzhou and Zhou Lime came out, their faces as normal. After packing up their things, they head to the hospital. On the way to the hospital this time, Zhou Lemon is full of anticipation. When the checkups are over, in a few days, she will be able to go back to campus to study again. Jiangcheng First Hospital. Arriving here, when Zhou Lime followed Huo Qingzhou out of the car, she noticed a few red flag cars parked at the entrance of the hospital, with several bodyguards standing beside the cars, making quite a commotion. Because it was so special, Zhou Lemon couldn't help but curiously look at it more. The person who came here must be a big shot. Before he could take a few steps, he saw a vicissitude voice coming from not far away. Little Lemon, Qingzhou, you guys are here. Zhou Lemon felt familiar and looked over curiously, but saw Elder Huo excitedly walking this way and immediately greeted him politely. Huo Qingzhou is confused. Grandfather, why are you here? Humph. Still asking me. Huo Old Master puffed up, you guys are coming to the hospital for a checkup today without even telling me. Thankfully I am well informed. Behind him quickly comes the voice of Zhou Ji, Dad, run slower, be careful of your body. At the same time, Huo Zhengyan walked over and looked at Zhou Ji worriedly, and when his eyes landed on the high heels on her feet, his frown deepened. I said for you to change your shoes, you have to wear high heels, it's inconvenient. Zhou Ji waved her hand, I'm fine. Zhou Lime stood still, dumbfounded. She thought that she was simply coming to the hospital with Huo Qingzhou and the two of them to check it out, and besides, with Huo Qingzhou accompanying her, she felt very satisfied. However, she didn't expect that Elder Huo and Huo Qingzhou's parents had both come. She also instantly understood why there were several red flag cars parked in front of the hospital. After greeting her, Zhou Lemon spoke shyly, Grandpa, actually you don't have to bother, I just came to do a small checkup. Master Huo waved his hand, this is not a small checkup, we came as we should, accompanying you, we also feel relieved, it's not troublesome at all. Anyway, he is now retired and has nothing to do. I will try to come for every checkup in the future. Zhou Lime felt his heart warm. Instead, she noticed that Zhou Ji had been staring at her neck. She was puzzled and was about to ask, when she heard Zhou Ji's voice preempting her. Little Lemon, what's going on with your neck? This question of hers immediately caught the attention of everyone. Everyone looked curiously at her neck. Zhou Lemon also immediately reacted that it was just a mosquito bite, and was just about to explain when she saw Zhou Ji pull Huo Qingzhou to the side. Accusations then rang out. Tell me how old you are, don't you know to hold back, look at what you have made Little Lemon into, you have to know how to exercise restraint, do you know? Elder Huo also followed to help say a few words. Huo Qingzhou was confused, and in the end his face darkened. Zhou Lemon's face was embarrassed, and she quickly walked over, protecting Huo Qingzhou behind her, and anxiously opened her mouth. Auntie, you misunderstood, I was bitten by a mosquito. Oh. Several people's faces flashed with embarrassment. Zhou Ji pulled the corner of her mouth awkwardly and had to say a few words stiffly. Huo Qingzhou Zhengzhou, he is still very confident in his restraint, except for the accident with Zhou Lime, but it will be difficult to ensure in the future. Just now, he saw the girl protecting him behind her. Huo Zhengyan spoke at the right time, quickly go inside, inspection is the main thing. Zhou Ji followed and nodded, holding Zhou Lime to go in. When she arrives at the examination room, the arranged doctor has already been waiting respectfully. When they see Elder Huo and Huo Zhengyan, they become very enthusiastic, fearing that they have done something wrong and have not been treated well. Because they are big shots, the security facilities and privacy here are all in place. Zhou Lime laid down on the examination bed, glancing at the cold instruments beside her, suddenly getting nervous. Zhou Ji spoke gently at the side, Lime, don't be nervous, we are all with you, we will buy you delicious food later. Zhou Lemon's face turned red, the tone of Zhou Ji's speech, how is it like coaxing a child? The key is that she is not a child anymore, she is almost a child's mother. With their comfort, Zhou Lime gradually felt relieved. The doctor carefully examined. Behind him stood several big names, his waist straight. This is the first time in his career he is so nervous, do not dare to slow down half a point. Zhou Lemon lay quietly, feeling that this examination was going to be a little more detailed than the last. Or maybe it's been a long time, and the condition of the stomach has undergone shallow changes, and more things can be examined as well. Suddenly noticing that the examining doctor's expression changed, frowning slightly and staring carefully at the screen, Zhou Lime's heart lifted and her eyelids fluttered. It couldn't be that something had happened to the child in her stomach, right? At the thought of this, her whole body followed with a cold chill. Chapter 24. Tune it up properly. Elder Huo became anxious and began to ask. The doctor immediately stated his observations. When he spoke of the two germs, several people froze slightly. It was Huo Qingzhou who was the first to react. Twins? The doctor nodded and said a few more specialized terms. The ones who are pregnant are twins? The several people present were filled with shock. Twins. This is a great thing. Elder Huo is smiling from ear to ear. He originally thought that there would only be one great-grandson, but he didn't expect there to be two. This luck is also bursting at the seams. This is a good thing. Why were you frowning just now? The doctor wiped his sweat and compensated with a smile. I was just too nervous. When he answered, he avoided their gazes. The people present, they were all lords that he didn't dare to mess with, especially the oppressive feeling on the men, that's why he was frowning. Elder Huo didn't care, focusing more on the news of the twins. The excited smile on his face didn't stop. Zhou Lemon was listening to the news in a clouded state, and hadn't fully reacted until after she came out of the examination room. She only heard the doctor say some technical terms, and when she came for her last checkup shortly after she was pregnant, the fetal heart hadn't sprouted yet, so she didn't check it out. She didn't realize that she was still carrying twins in her belly. Touching her stomach, she had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She was really worried that if she left in the future, she wouldn't be able to let go of the child in her belly. Looking at Huo Qingzhou's expression, not much has changed on his face, a stark contrast to the rest of the people's giddy looks. Isn't he happy? Zhou Lemon isn't sure what's going on in his mind. Trying to guess his mind was harder than climbing up to heaven. Little Lemon, you are truly a blessing to our family, Auntie is so happy. Zhou, she speaks excitedly from the side. Elder Huo followed up with, just say what you need, it will be harder during pregnancy, let Qingzhou take you out on your honeymoon after you give birth, and you can have whatever you want. I'll give you whatever you want. Zhou Lemon's mouth overflowed with bitterness. These are things that can't happen. Huo Zhengnan suddenly said, I heard you're going to school, is that okay? The topic suddenly led to the point she was worried about, and Zhou Lime's face was vaguely worried. Elder Huo said anxiously, you are carrying two children in your belly now, it is better not to go to school, suspend your studies for a year first, and send you abroad for further studies later. Yes, you can't be too tired when you're pregnant. Zhou, she discouraged. Zhou Lemon opened her mouth and didn't know what to say, although they were all very nice, but with this arrangement, she felt very passive. Only by studying and successfully graduating could her fate be actively in her hands and she could find a job. Most importantly, Huo Qingzhou has no intention of marrying her. She had to plan early for the future. Unable to respond, she has no choice but to project her gaze onto Huo Qingzhou. Those eyes look clear and unrivaled, and upon closer inspection, a bit anxious and helpless, Huo Qingzhou's heart tightens violently, and he also knows that the girl casting her gaze on him is treating him as a dependency. Since she wants to go to school, we have to respect her opinion. As the words fall, a few people's expressions hesitate. Huo Qingzhou added, don't worry, I'll take care of her. Yes, Zhou Lemon lent her guts and responded, don't worry about it, I'm not long pregnant now and it's boring to stay inside all the time. Seeing them singing in unison, the rest of the group slowly figured it out and decided to respect Zhou Lime's thoughts. Zhou, she smiled and nodded, then let you guys do whatever you want, staying home all the time is indeed boring, then go to school and play. Play? Zhou Lime was stunned. She wouldn't dare to think of school as a playful thing. Elder Huo echoed, if you're tired of playing, go home and rest. Zhou Lemon nodded with cooperation, the stone in her heart can finally fall to the ground, it seems that she can go to school, this matter is basically settled. On the way, Mr. Huo asked worriedly, Lemon, have you bought your stationery? Zhou Lemon cried and laughed, I have my own, do not need. That's fine, just say what you need, don't be too tired to read, it hurts your brain cells, sometimes you can take a break, in your young people's words, it's called touching the fish. I see that I still take the time to go to Jiangcheng University, personally go over to greet the principal, but also to arrange a special seat for you. Zhou Lime heard, flattered. If this is so arranged, it will certainly cause a great deal of commotion, and she is afraid that she will not be able to study at ease, and quickly waved her hand to refuse. Don't reject it, this is a piece of Grandpa's heart, you're carrying twins in your belly, this is the first case in our Huo family. Zhou Lemon pursed her lips, but fortunately, Huo Qingzhou spoke out at the right time. Grandpa, you don't have to worry, I'll take responsibility and take care of them. Only then did Elder Huan not continue. Zhou smiled and answered, yes, let Qingzhou to take care of you, this person he has never been in love, not much experience with girls, perennial bachelors, you have to be good at coaching a little. I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say. Zhou Lemon was confused and subconsciously glanced at Huo Qingzhou. She remembered how the man said he was experienced in this area. Just as she met Huo Qingzhou's gaze, she saw him turn away his face. Zhou didn't notice, and was ready to continue when she was on a roll. Huo Qingzhou couldn't listen anymore, his voice was low, Mom, keep quiet. This is not a place to study, why can't I talk? Zhou is not happy. You will disturb the child. Leaving the reason behind, Huo Qingzhou directly pulls Zhou Lime's hand forward, keeping a distance from them. This if they continue to stay together, it's not guaranteed that Zhou will continue to say something amazing. Waiting for the two to sit in the car, Zhou Lime followed the quiet down. Who knows just fastened the seatbelt, while old man suddenly came ahead and instructed, Qingzhou, small lemon to you, you must take good care of, but I will come over to check it any time. Huo Qingzhou coped. Only then did Master Huo feel relieved, and when he turned in the direction of a red flight car, he had already transformed into a solemn and steady look, as if the image of the old codger he had just seen no longer existed. Zhou Lime shook her head for a long time before she reacted. Only she and Huo Qingzhou were left in the car. Zhou Lemon lowers her head and touches the child in her stomach, feeling that everything that happened was dramatic, but it was just an accident once, and she was tricked into getting pregnant, and she's carrying twins. Huo Qingzhou looks at Zhou Lime's attention on her stomach and is slightly relieved. It is said that a pregnancy is foolish for 3 years, and a pregnant woman's memory must not be very good either. Just as he thought this, he heard Zhou Lime staring at him with curious eyes and asked, didn't you say you have a lot of experience? Chapter 25 Buying her a cell phone. Huo Qingzhou's face almost collapsed, just as if he didn't understand. A pregnant woman's memory is still good sometimes. Zhou Lemon curiously continued, but Auntie said that you don't have any experience at all, in fact, it's the same as me, right? Huo Qingzhou sank a face, don't want to go to school? Feeling the oppression, Zhou Lemon reacted violently. She seemed to have said too much without paying attention, not considering the man's face at all. I'm just talking casually, don't you care, I know that it is actually you who are very good and have a high vision. Zhou Lime's words immediately turned the situation around. Only then did Huo Qingzhou's face gradually improve. The school season begins. In the morning, Zhou Lemon looked in a hurry, probably because she had been on vacation for a long time, and on her first day at school, she needed a process of adaptation. After hurriedly eating some breakfast, Zhou Lime carried her bag and was about to leave. Auntie Six shouted anxiously behind her, Little Lemon, have another egg. Zhou Lemon was afraid of being late and shook her head. Huo Qingzhou saw this and walked over without moving, took the food and the thermos cup from Auntie Six's hand and said, I'll give it to her on the way. Auntie Six froze slightly, then nodded her head. Huo Qingzhou came straight to Zhou Lime and took the bag in her hand. Zhou Lemon sat down to change her shoes, and because she was in too much of a hurry, when she stood up, she realized that she had forgotten to tie her shoes. Huo Qingzhou sees this, frowns slightly, and says simply, sit down. Zhou Lemon obediently sits down, sees the untied shoelace, and prepares to bend down to tie it, when she sees that Huo Qingzhou is already squatted down in front of her, helping her to tie the shoelace. Seeing this scene, Zhou Lime's heart immediately missed several beats. She couldn't even believe that what was happening in front of her was real. The way the man squatted down to help her tie her shoes, she felt so sweet. Especially the Buddha beads on his wrist were conspicuous, the backs of his hands were white, veins protruding, and his fingers were slender. That string of Buddha beads was a treasure to Huo Qingzhou, not allowing anyone to touch it, and Zhou Lime was self-aware enough not to touch it. Not in a hurry now? Hearing Huo Qingzhou's words, Zhou Lime came back to her senses, her shoelaces were already tied, and she stood up and hurriedly followed them outside. Today is the day Huo Qingzhou personally goes to send her to school. Sitting in the car, she has just fastened her seatbelt and feels that this is very troublesome for Huo Qingzhou. He manages a group and must have a lot of things to be busy with. In the future, just let the driver send me, no need to bother you. Huo Qingzhou sank his face and didn't respond. Zhou Lemon is also smart enough not to continue, and begins to think about what will happen when she goes to school today. At this time, Huo Qingzhou handed her the breakfast that he brought to her. Eat this. Zhou took it, ate a few bites, felt a little thirsty, and when she was ready to reach for a glass of water, she realized that Huo Qingzhou had already handed it over. She was surprised. Obviously the man had been looking at the road ahead, but she didn't think she could notice that she wanted to drink water. It was too powerful. Almost to the entrance of the school, worrying that it will be discovered by others, she hurriedly said, "Just stop here. This place is also a distance away from the school, and she doesn't need to worry about being discovered." Huo Qingzhou sniffs and cooperates to stop the car. Zhou unbuckles her seatbelt and says, "I'll go to school first then." When the words fell, she saw Huo Qingzhou just staring at her, not saying anything for a long time. She wouldn't be able to give up on her, right? Zhou thought, is not to say some comforting words. Who knows? Huo Qingzhou suddenly came to a sentence, "Wipe the mouth." Zhou hurriedly lowered her head and wiped her mouth. She must have been in too much of a hurry when she ate breakfast just now, and accidentally got the corner of her mouth, which was really embarrassing. After wiping, Zhou expression returned to normal, ready to leave, when she heard Huo Qingzhou call out to her. She turned her head in confusion. "My mouth is still not wiped clean?" When he sees the girl pouting, wanting him to take a closer look, Huo Qingzhou inexplicably feels amused that the girl's appearance is so close to simply bringing her head over. For a moment, he returns to his senses, almost forgetting the main event. Zhou looks on curiously, and sees him pull a box out of his pocket and hand it to her. "What is this?" "Open it and find out." Curious, she took it, and after seeing the label on it clearly, Zhou suddenly understood that it contained a cell phone, and she was surprised when she opened it. This cell phone is the latest model, and since it just came out not long ago, the price is very expensive. Surprised, she looks at the man, unsure. Huo Qingzhou's expression is calm. "Bought it for you. My cell phone still works." Zhou is sorry. "Why did you buy me a cell phone?" "Your old antique has bad pixels and poor photo quality. It can be eliminated." Thinking about the last time she took a secret photo at the restaurant, it's no wonder the man said this, and at the same time, she was surprised that Huo Qingzhou had always remembered this incident, and was even privately planning to get her a new cell phone. This is something she never thought of. Seeing her face hesitant, Huo Qingzhou murmurs, "What, ungrateful?" Zhou hurriedly shakes her head. "Of course I don't mean this, I just think it's too expensive." Receding, Huo Qingzhou's tone is not to be rejected. "You are outside, you need a good cell phone, just think of it as for the sake of the child." Zhou then nodded and accepted the cell phone. Replacing the cell phone card, she looked very happy. The cell phone in her hand, used for a long time, sometimes particularly stuck, she had long wanted to change, but never had the money. Now that she finally had this opportunity, how could she not be happy? Everything is just like a dream. Saying goodbye to Huo Qingzhou, she gets out of the car and heads in the direction of the school entrance. Huo Qingzhou doesn't immediately drive, staring at the girl's back, his eyes deep, waiting for that petite figure to gradually disappear from sight before driving away. Arriving at the school, there are people coming and going. Looking at the class schedule, Zhou went to class first. Arriving at the classroom, he found that quite a few people had already come, and the seats in the back row were basically all snatched up. Zhou looked around and casually chose a seat somewhere in the front row. She glanced at a few of her roommates inadvertently. When they saw her, they looked at her with disdain, and just pretended they didn't see her. Zhou was also too lazy to care. When she lived in a dormitory, she was isolated by them because of her family's situation, but now it was good that she didn't have to go back to the dormitory. However, she also needed to take a time out to go back to the dorm and move her stuff out. When she finished her classes, she took the time to meet up with Ruan Huan. The two were at the same university, but in different departments. Zhou was in the Chinese department, while Ruan Huan was in the music department. It was also by chance that the two met, shared similar interests, and then became good friends. They were wandering around the campus. To see Zhou come to school, Ruan Huan was surprised and happy, naturally filled with curiosity when they met, and asked offhandedly, "You quickly tell me, what exactly did you use to make Huo Xiao agree?" Chapter 26, Does he care about you? Zhou thought about it. There is no way to use it, it is just a good word. Just like that? Zhou nods truthfully. Ruan Huan was full of incredulity. Huo Qingzhou did not look like a very good talker, his temperament was comparable to her little uncle, but he did not expect to agree so easily. Seeing Zhou new cell phone, she is surprised again. "You got a new cell phone, did Huo Xiao buy it for you?" Zhou nodded again, realizing that the newest phone is different. The phone is very smooth to use, and the experience is absolutely amazing. Ruan Huan was full of thoughts. Thinking about it, she only thought of one possibility. Does Wu Xiao care about you? Ah, that's why he agreed? Zhou Lemon shook her head decisively. No way, she cares about the child in my belly. Ruan Huan didn't know what to say for a moment. For the relationship between the two, she felt marvelous until now. What if the child in your belly is big? Besides, let's take a step and see what happens. Passing by a playground, she happened to see some new students in military training. They were wearing military uniforms and lined up in neat rows, with youthfulness on their faces. Zhou Lemon could not help but think of her appearance when she first entered the university military training. It was very youthful and tender at that time. The only bad thing was that there was no money to buy sunscreen, and after the military training, she almost became a black charcoal, the kind that could never be found when dropped into coal. But her skin recovered quickly, and it didn't take long for her to whiten over. In a flash, it was another term, and they were getting closer to graduation. Both of them looked on, their expressions becoming complicated, occasionally saying a few words of emotion. People tend to be like this, always nostalgic for the past, not realizing that every stage is the most unforgettable time. By the way, I will also participate in the welcome party this time. Ruan Huan broke the short silence. You remember to come then. Hearing that Ruan Huan would also perform a program, Zhou Lime nodded her head without hesitation. Of course, I'll definitely be there to support the show. Before she got to know Ruan Huan, she knew that she sang beautifully and was famous in their department, but after she got to know her, she realized that singing was just one of her specialties. She also enjoyed other talents such as playing the piano. This makes Zhou Lime very envious. But after learning about her family experience, she also realized that everyone has their own difficulties. They would always sit together in their free time and talk about their dreams, and she looked forward to the time when Ruan Huan could become a very powerful singer in the future so that Ruan Huan could invite her to write lyrics. The two of them would be famous ever since and become rich overnight. This kind of dream, just thinking about it, felt wonderful. Suddenly, a familiar male voice came from not far away, calling out Zhou Lime's name. Zhou Lemon inclined her head to look, and then she found a man wearing black-framed glasses walking towards her, wearing a simple shirt and exuding bookishness. He was Chen Yuan, a senior, in the same department as her. Senior, what a coincidence. Zhou Lime took the initiative to greet. Chen Yuan smiled gently and exchanged pleasantries. When he saw that Zhou Lime was wearing a new dress, he inevitably looked at her more, because in his impression, Zhou Lime's clothes were few and far between, always the same ones. The dress that she wore today was very complimentary to her temperament. The whole person looked different. He couldn't help but blurt out, "You look really good today." Zhou Lime smiled embarrassedly. Ruan Huan had something to do, plus she wasn't very familiar with Chen Yuan, so she casually found an excuse to leave first. Chen Yuan then continued to walk and chat with Zhou Lime. Zhou Lime, I hope to see more of your excellent articles in the school magazine in the future. I'm looking forward to it. I'll try my best, I still have to learn from you. If it wasn't for Chen Yuan's help in the beginning, it would have been difficult for her to discover so many opportunities. Chen Yuan smiled. Will you continue to participate in this year's Sprout Cup? The Sprout Cup, a very influential large-scale competition about articles in the country, has countless participants every year, and almost all of them are the great gods of the Chinese department. Zhou Lime hesitated for a moment, not knowing if her energy would allow it. Chen Yuan encouraged, you won the Sprout Cup last year, I think you can still participate this year, not only the prize money, but also extra credits. Knowing that it was a good thing, Zhou Lime nodded, I will consider it. If her energy allowed it, of course she would participate. But every year changes quickly, and there was a lot of pressure to compete in this. As the two walked and chatted, Chen Yuan glanced at the time, realizing that it was almost mealtime, and took the initiative to extend the invitation again. Thinking that Auntie Six would specially come over at noon to deliver the meal, Zhou Lime found a reason to decline. Chen Yuan's expression flashed with loss, but he quickly recovered and hid a smile. Well then, since it's inconvenient for you, let's wait for next time. Anyway, there will be a long time to come. After bidding farewell to Chen Yuan and receiving a call from Auntie Six, Zhou Lime came to the back door of the school and really saw a car. The place was sparsely populated, so Zhou Lime wasn't worried about being spotted by others. When she came to the car, she saw Auntie Six staring at her with a smile on her face. Little Lemon, are you tired from school today, and is your stomach hungry? Auntie Six opened the lunchbox. Zhou Lime immediately smelled the aroma and nodded. I'm so hungry, I've wanted to eat Auntie Six cooking for a long time, it's delicious and healthy. Being praised, Auntie Six's smile deepened and she was filled with energy. As she watched Zhou Lemon devour the food, she reminded, eat slowly, no one will grab it from you. Zhou Lime nodded and added, Auntie Six, would it be a bother to ask you to deliver the food? Looking at Zhou Lemon being so understanding, Auntie Six Eyes hinted at her heartache. You don't have to think so much about others, this is all what I should do, my duty now is to take care of you, so you have to think about yourself as well. Hearing this, Zhou Lime put her heart down. Just after taking a few bites, she was surprised to see Auntie Six Eyes curiously falling on her body, clearly looking like she was about to say something. Do you have something to ask me? I don't really have anything to say, it's that I just saw you walking with a boy. Who is he? Zhou Lime thought for a moment, quickly reacted, and responded generously, you said Shen Yuan he is my senior, and I am in the same department. Auntie Six perked up her ears and listened carefully, with a gossipy look. When she finished eating, Auntie Six once again instructed a few words, and then prepared to return to Jiangsheng Mansion. Listening to what Zhou Lime said, this boy was just her senior and nothing more. On the way, Auntie Six bought some daily necessities, and when she got back, she sent a message to Zhouji, telling her not to worry. Today, Zhou Lemon just went to school. Mrs. Huo was inevitably worried, but she was also afraid of disturbing Zhou Lemon. It would be bad if she caused her to be scolded by the teacher. After sending the message, she hears the door to the study open, and when she looks back, Auntie Six immediately rises from her seat. Huo Xiao, you're home. Just got back. Auntie Six nods her head and can't help but think of the task that Zhouji gave her. How should she promote his relationship with Zhou Lime? Suddenly remembering a scene she saw at the university today, she brightens up and instantly has an idea. Chapter 27: The Talented Son and the Talented Daughter. I just went to bring Xiao Lime her food, and she ate it all very well. Huo Qingzhou, his expression bland, there is no need to talk to me about such trivial matters in the future. I know, Auntie Six Eyes twinkled, I was going to tell you that this kid, Xiao Lime, is very popular in school, and it seems like there are boys chasing after her. Hearing this, Huo Qingzhou immediately retracted the steps he had just taken. Auntie Six deliberately responded respectfully, I know that Huo Xiao isn't interested in this, so let's just pretend I didn't say anything. Huo Qingzhou pursed his lips, and in order to cover up his embarrassment, he arrogantly spoke out, I'm not interested, but I happen to have the time, you say. Auntie Six held back her laughter and continued, I saw a boy walking beside Xiao Lime today, talking and laughing with her, and I heard that he was her senior, and you don't say that, that big young man is good-looking, human-like, and very concerned about Xiao Lime. It's important to add fuel to the fire when necessary. Hearing the end, Huo Qingzhou sinks a face. Thinking that she has conveyed the message, Auntie Six doesn't continue and leaves wisely. In the evening, Zhou Lemon is out of class and comes alone to the place where she parked her car in the morning to wait, and at a glance, she sees the familiar Maybach. She is surprised, and the first thing she says when she opens the car door and goes up is, Huo Xiao, I didn't think you would have time to pick me up today. Huo Qingzhou's expression was sullen, and he only mumbled. Zhou Lemon wonders, not in a beautiful mood? Only thought of Huo Qingzhou, this look is normal, if suddenly cheeky is not normal. After fastening her seatbelt, Zhou Lime primped the keychain on her school bag. Huo Qingzhou found it, and his eyebrows tightened, who gave it to you? Did you say this? Zhou Lime shook the keychain, Ruan Huan gave it to me. Huo Qingzhou's face only slightly improved. The car moved forward smoothly all the way. It was Huo Qingzhou who finally broke the silence. What did you do inside the school today? Zhou Lemon first glanced at him in surprise, and thought she had heard wrongly. This is the first time Huo Qingzhou is interested in her life. I just attended a few classes inside the school today, and then dutifully ate the meal that Auntie Six sent over. She finished truthfully, but realized that Huo Qingzhou's face had darkened even more. Did she say something wrong? Huo Qingzhou just drives on, not responding for a long time. Zhou Lemon can't help it and cautiously asks, are you in a bad mood? When the words fell, Huo Qingzhou's face lurched, pursing his lips. Not getting an answer, Zhou Lemon felt even more strange, and it didn't take long for her to figure it out. It is said that women always have a few uncomfortable days every month. Could it be that men have them too? So is this Huo Qingzhou's great aunt coming? The next day, Huo Qingzhou still sends her to school. Zhou Lemon sits in the car with mixed feelings. One side is excited that Huo Qingzhou can send her to school, and the other side is worried that Huo Qingzhou's mood is still the same as yesterday. In the middle of the ride, just when Zhou Lime wants to ask something, her cell phone rings suddenly. It was Huo Qingzhou's. Zhou Lemon sits on the sidelines and sensibly closes her mouth. Huo Qingzhou glances at the screen, sees that it's assistant Zhang Kai calling, and directly picks up. Zhang Kai's respectful voice quickly came from the other end, President, have you not arrived at the company yet? Mr. Zhang Kai's voice, President, have you not arrived at the company yet? There will be a meeting in a little while, and a few of the top brass are here. I know. Before the other party finished, Huo Qingzhou directly hung up the phone. Zhou Lemon was stunned at the sight and glanced at the man suspiciously. Is he doing something today? Listening to his assistant's voice was very anxious. He obviously could have gone directly to the company. Letting the driver master come to send her would have been fine. Why did he have to personally come to send it? Looking down, she quickly had an answer. It should be for the twins in her belly. Arriving near the school, Zhou Lemon is still as good as usual, getting out of the car. Huo Qingzhou sits in the car, those deep eyes staring at her, her figure petite. Even though it's close to meeting time, he's not in a hurry to leave now, staring at that back until he sees a man walk up to her, his pupils shrinking. It seemed that Auntie Six really hadn't lied to him. The figure gradually disappears from sight before he withdraws his cold vision and drives away. Huo's group. Huo Qingzhou takes the exclusive elevator and arrives at the president's office floor, his long legs in a dark suit, those long legs wrapped in suit pants, a sense of oppression. Special Assistant Zhang Kai has been waiting for a long time, and when he sees him coming, he immediately greets him anxiously. Mr. Huo, you finally arrived, everyone is waiting in the conference room. Huo Qingzhou has a dark and sullen face, and simply hums. Zhang Kai has been with him for many years and is considered his beloved. With a glance, he could tell that the man's expression was off. Is Mr. Huo in a bad mood today? After the meeting, Huo Qingzhou returns to the president's office, a layer of gloom surrounding him. He leans against the back of his chair, his deep eyes staring blankly somewhere, and behind him is a huge floor-to-ceiling window that reveals the most luxurious view of Jiangcheng. There were some documents placed on the desk, and he didn't care to read them now. Much later, there was a knock on that door. His gaze flickers slightly as he answers, and he sees Zhang Kai walk in. When he approaches, Huo Qingzhou lightly opens his thin lips. There are results. Zhang Kai nods and hands the investigated information to him. Mr. Huo, this is the information you wanted. Just now, before the meeting, he temporarily received a task from Huo Qingzhou to investigate a person and hurriedly went to get busy. The man himself is still puzzled as to why General Manager Huo would be interested in a college student and specifically send him to investigate. Who is he? He's a big heartthrob beside Huo Xiao. Isn't it condescending to do this kind of thing? However, seeing the name Jiangcheng University and associating it with Huo Qingzhou's recent events, he already understands that it should have something to do with that young lady Huo who hasn't even passed away yet. The reason why he's the only one in the company who knows about it is mainly because he's Huo Qingzhou's sidekick. As soon as he thought of this, he was filled with pride. Although he hasn't met the prospective young lady Huo yet, he can make Huo Qingzhou lose his virginity and get pregnant with his child, so there must be something special about him. He was very curious. Huo Qingzhou glanced at the information, his eyes sullen. Zhang Kai suddenly thought of something. This is the information he worked so hard to find. Of course it needs to be accompanied by his clever commentary, so he lightly coughed a few times and began to speak. Mr. Huo, this person is called Chen Yuan, a senior student, has the title of talent in their department, writes good articles, sharp language, very powerful. In the middle of his speech, facing the man projecting over, the same sharp gaze, he immediately silenced. Is it wrong to say something? Instantly thought of something, Zhang Kai again hurriedly said, right, there is also the title of talented woman, is the young lady talented son and talented daughter, this pair of titles. Huo Qingzhou's face grew darker and darker. Zhang Kai panicked, not daring to continue. It can't be. Doesn't even complimenting Zhou Lemon work anymore? Chapter 28, Being Adopted by an Old Man? Jiangcheng University. Zhou Lemon had just chatted with Senior Chen Yuan, mainly about signing up for the Sprout Cup. After hurriedly finishing, she walked alone in the direction of the classroom. Before she could walk for long, a shrill voice came from behind her. The voice was too familiar, causing Zhou Lime's body to be slightly stunned. Even without looking back, she knew it was her roommate Yang Man. In the beginning, it was because she had driven the others to isolate her on the basis of her being a city dweller, mocking her background behind her back, laughing at her lack of money, laughing at her for being a country bumpkin. These things have cast a shadow over her. Zhou Lime, I'm calling you, do you hear me? The voice grew louder and pierced her ears. Zhou Lime had no choice but to stop her steps, turned around, and really saw Yang Man's face full of resentment, and at the same time, there was another roommate, Zhou Shengnan, standing beside her. She couldn't help but think of when she first entered the dormitory. Her relationship with Zhou Shengnan was quite good. Both of them were from a small town and would help each other out. But somehow, ever since Yang Man said something to Zhou Shengnan started to alienate her and even backstabbed her without her knowing. Something's wrong? Yang Man wrapped his hands around his chest. You're not going back to the dormitory and moving out? This is my private life. Zhou Lime was deliberately detached. Yang Man's eyes snapped tight, looked up and down at what Zhou Lime was wearing. Surprisingly, it wasn't pan white clothes. Look at the skirt she was wearing, it was brand new and looked to be of good quality. Although she didn't know what brand it was, but she was sure that it was a dress Zhou Lime couldn't match. How was she to know that these were customized model clothes? Noticing that her cell phone was new and the latest model, Yang Man was full of incredulity. This cell phone she wanted to buy for a long time, but it was limited, so she had to put it aside for the time being. Where did you get your cell phone? Zhou Shangnan also noticed it, and her face changed. Zhou Lemon looked down, thinking that this was something that Huo Qingzhou had bought for her, but with the relationship between the two, it was inconvenient to say. Just as she was thinking about what to say, Yang Man snickered. Is it that you don't dare to answer? I knew you were a pauper. How could you have the money to buy such an expensive cell phone? Quickly say, is your cell phone stolen? Said, is going to go forward to seize her cell phone. Zhou Lemon was quick on her feet and understood Yang Man's temperament, and took a few steps back before she arrived. Yang Man's hands and feet fell out of the air, and she almost fell into a dog's poop. Are you all right? Let me help you. Zhou Shangnan quickly stepped forward and helped her. Yang Man stood firm and gritted her teeth in anger. Zhou Lemon did not change her color and stared at her with cold eyes. I didn't steal it, don't spit on me. You didn't steal it, but you also robbed it. Suddenly thinking of something, Yang Man's expression changed. Or, did Senior Chen Yuan give it to you? I'm warning you, don't pester Senior Chen Yuan, he won't look at you. You're a toad trying to eat swan meat, delusional. The words were hard to hear and showed no mercy at all. Zhou Lemon thought it was funny. I don't know how she got such a strange idea. She only regarded Chen Yuan as a senior, no other indecent thoughts, and then one word, instead of lecturing me here, why don't you go back to wash your stinking mouth? The words fell, not to look at her face, turned around and left. Stinky mouth? Yang Man was so angry that her face was almost twisted. Zhou Lemon dared to scold her like this. Zhou Shangnan stood by the side to comfort her. Yang Man, don't be angry, don't get angry with her, be careful of getting angry. Yang Man's face only slightly improved, recalling the image of seeing Zhou Lime just now. She asked, did you feel that Zhou Lime was different this time? Zhou Shangnan thought about it and nodded. This time, whether it was the cell phone she wore or the things she used, compared to before, they were all upgraded by more than one grade. Especially today's skirt, worn on her, it looks even better. With an indescribable temperament, the more you look at it, the better it looks, you never get tired of looking at it. Yang Man's eyes were filled with jealousy. It's all because last time in the classroom, she didn't care about Zhou Lime and didn't take a closer look. You say, how did she suddenly have the money to buy such an expensive cell phone? Zhou Shangnan thought about it. If she didn't steal it, her family's financial condition doesn't allow it, so it couldn't be that she was adopted by someone else, right? Seems to hear the desired answer. Yang Man's eyes also followed a bright, must be the old man adopted, on her this kind of goods, sooner or later to be kicked away, we will wait and watch. Jealousy is at work in her heart. No matter what, she can't see Zhou Lime having a good time. After class, Zhou Lime had a short get-together with Ruan Huan. This should be the most relaxing moment of the day for Zhou Lemon. In front of her good friends, she could change back to her true self without having to worry so much. She even felt grateful to have a confidant in her life. The two slowly walked forward, noticing a stall not far ahead, surrounded by quite a few people. The two of them looked at each other, and their eyes lit up. It must be the stall owner taking advantage of the school season to come out and do an activity. The things on the stall at this time of the year can be cheap, buying is earning. Waiting to approach, really see the stall set up a lot of things. All kinds of books are on clearance, and there are all kinds of knickknacks. Zhou Lemon looked curiously, and suddenly heard Ruan Huan's voice. Lemon, didn't you get a new cell phone? Why don't you buy a cell phone case? There are so many styles here, all of them are very pretty. She was successfully attracted. The boss spoke out at the right time. Little girl has a good eye, these phone cases are all very nice. There are all kinds of cell phone models, and the couple's model is buy one get one free. Just hearing about buy one get one free, Zhou Lemon felt tempted. Not to mention that she was now in need of a new outfit for her new phone. Then she heard Ruan Huan's words. Didn't you say that Huo Xiao is in a bad mood lately? Maybe the company is under too much pressure, so it's just as well that with the buy one get one free, you can give him a cell phone case, and he'll probably be in a better mood. Just a cell phone case, will he look down on it? No, we're limited, how can we compare to a rich man? If he really doesn't like it, you can keep it yourself, it's buy one get one free and it doesn't cost anything. Zhou Lemon felt that it made sense and nodded her head. Soon, she picked a very satisfactory phone case from it. This one is good, Why don't you buy one too, so we can have the same phone case? Ruan Huan looked at it and happened to like it as well, happily agreeing. Then thinking of something, she asked, do you have the money to buy it? Zhou nodded, don't worry, I have pocket money. Because she can't go out and work odd jobs now, Huo Qingzhou will give her pocket money. Of course, her daily expenses are basically contracted out, and she rarely has any money to spend. On top of that, Zhou would also give her money, but that money was too much for her to afford, and placed it in her card without moving. Chapter 29 Attentiveness. The two of them bought a good cell phone case and both rushed to change the phone. Ruan Huan looked back and forth and smiled gently. You don't say, every time I change to a new cell phone case, I feel like I'm giving myself a new cell phone. Zhou was in a beautiful mood. When she returned to Jiangcheng Mansion, Huo Qingzhou had not yet returned, probably still busy outside. No wonder she let the driver master pick her up today. When she reaches mealtime, Auntie Six's voice comes from outside the room, calling her to eat. She comes to the dining table and looks at the table with a delicious meal on it, then looks at the position at the door. Xiao hasn't come back yet, we'd better wait a bit. No need, Auntie Six waved her hand. Young master said that he had a social engagement outside today, so he won't be back to eat. Zhou understood and nodded. However, thinking that Huo Qingzhou didn't tell her about this, there is a little bit of a small loss in her heart. Although she has Huo Qingzhou's contact information, she rarely chats. This gave her the illusion that Huo Qingzhou probably forgot about having her contact information, or that her contact information was lying on his list. Hurry up and eat, you must be hungry. I'm okay. You're okay, the babies in your stomach must be hungry. If it's not enough, tell me again. Zhou nodded her head and quickly finished eating. Not long after, she was ready to go back to her room to rest. Lying on the bed, looking at the cell phone case placed on the nightstand, originally wanted to give it to Huo Qingzhou as soon as he came back today, but I didn't see any sign of him, so I'd better forget about it. There is no movement outside the room. Zhou looks at the time. It's so late, he's still not back. She was a little anxious. As to why she was anxious, she couldn't say. This feeling is like when she was a child. She was alone at home with her younger siblings, looking at the swaying clock, and then looking at the silence outside the house. She was looking forward to her parents' early return from work, and was worried about what she would do if something happened to them, and how she would survive alone with her siblings. It was not until she saw her parents return that her anxiety dissipated a little. In retrospect, she was a little kid herself at the time, but she didn't think so at the time, only that she was already big enough to carry more on her shoulders. As her thoughts roamed, she drifted off to sleep. Eventually she was woken up by thirst. Lightly stepping out of her room, ready to get a glass of water to drink, she suddenly heard a commotion coming from the doorway, and she was startled to her feet, nervously looking in the direction of the doorway. In the next second, through the moonlight outside the window, she sees Huo Qingzhou walking in, dressed in formal attire and dyed in moonlight. The light seems to have gilded his slender figure. Zhou's heart jumps hard. Meeting his dark pupils, Zhou stands in place in a state of anxiety. The man also notices her, his eyes flashing. The girl is only wearing a simple nightgown, wrapping her delicate figure in it, her two smooth and delicate legs exposed in the air, her eyes clear and incomparable. Huo Qingzhou's throat was hard, and at that moment, unexpectedly sprouted the idea of wanting to hug her, feel the softness of her body, and eat her in one bite. When he reacted, he shook his head. It must be the alcohol in his body that was messing with him. Still awake? A cold voice cut through the silence. Zhou was just about to open her mouth. When the man came closer, she smelled a smell of alcohol, and then when she saw that he was walking shakily, she immediately held him up. You've been drinking? Well, Huo Qingzhou is as shy as gold and should be entertained. Helping him to sit down on the sofa, Zhou turned his head and poured him a glass of water, placing it in front of him. Huo Qingzhou held his forehead, saw her standing obediently on the side, and beckoned, come here. Zhou is unsure, but still obediently walks over. Just as she approaches, her arm is pulled by the man, and she smoothly sits down on his lap, her heart startled again. Wanted to stand up, the other party did not give her this opportunity, clasped her arm, voice hoarse, do not move. Zhou ghostly stopped moving. Following this, she saw Huo Qingzhou reach out and touch her stomach, and the places he touched were followed by a heat. The sensation of rubbing through her clothes makes Zhou's body tremble slightly, and an electric current surges through her body. Worried that Huo Qingzhou might be drunk and disorderly, Zhou stopped his movements and spoke weakly, what are you touching me for? Who touched you? Huo Qingzhou showed off, I just want to touch my child. Zhou was dumbfounded. The faint odor of wine came from the tip of her nose, but Zhou strangely found that she was not repulsed. Seeing that Huo Qingzhou doesn't let go for a moment, he's definitely drunk, otherwise sober. How could he take the initiative to hold her and sit down on his lap? Unable to break free, suddenly having a plan in mind, Zhou Lemon opened her mouth and said, "I have prepared something for you." True to form, she sees Huo Qingzhou's face shift in confusion. Taking advantage of him letting go, Zhou Lemon stood up, walked to the room, picked up the cell phone case, turned around and went out of the room again, coming to him. Huo Qingzhou takes a few sips of water, and when he sees that it's a cell phone case, he looks at her in puzzlement. Just as Zhou Lemon wants to open her mouth to explain a few words, she hears Huo Qingzhou come up with a sentence, "Specially bought for me?" In the face of his suddenly bright eyes, Zhou Lim is speechless, embarrassed to say buy one get one free. This is given to him by the way, so she can only nod her head in a difficult way. Only then does Huo Qingzhou take the phone case and looks at it with interest. Zhou Lemon curiously inquired from the side, "What do you think?" The top of the cell phone case is a cartoon pattern, and on top of his is a cartoon boy. Huo Qingzhou briefly looked at it and only spat out two words from his mouth, "Childish." For this answer, Zhou Lemon is not surprised at all. She doesn't expect Huo Qingzhou to use the cell phone case. After all, it's childish and doesn't fit his image at all. "I just bought a phone case today, and this one happens to be a couple's model, so I bought them both, just to make a pair." Zhou Lemon continues to explain. Of course she won't say the whole buy one get one free thing, especially after hearing the sentence that Huo Qingzhou just asked. "Couple's model?" Huo Qingzhou's face changed slightly, and looked at Zhou Lim's cell phone, which had really changed its case. On top of her cell phone case is a cartoon girl's pattern, and it's really a pair. "If you don't like it, you can return it to me," Zhou Lemon says as she prepares to reach out for it, who knows that Huo Qingzhou will take the phone case down without giving her a chance to touch it, and she freezes in place. Huo Qingzhou arrogantly came, "I will deal with it myself." "Is this going to be thrown away?" Zhou Lim is not good to continue to say anything. "Anyway, just throw it away. His share does not cost money, it is not a pity to throw it away." However, where does Huo Qingzhou know this? Glancing at the cell phone case that he thinks is incredibly childish, and then looking at Zhou Lim, the corner of his lips imperceptibly hooked. "Why are you suddenly courting me?" Chapter 30, Mr. Hua, your tastes have changed? Zhou Lim was slightly stunned. After brewing her words, she explained, "I just see that you seem to be in a bad mood these 2 days. It should be that the company's pressure is too great, so." Huo Qingzhou's eyes flashed with surprise. He was in a bad mood? Suddenly remembering the matter of Chen Yuan, his thin lips pursed. He wasn't sure why he felt uncomfortable in his heart when he heard those words from Auntie Six. Thinking about it, all he could think of was that the reason why he was uncomfortable was probably because what he thought was his had the feeling of being snatched away by someone else. Other than that, there should be nothing else. Seeing that Huo Qingzhou didn't say anything, and then glancing at the fact that it's getting late, Zhou Lemon prepares to go back to his room to rest. He's really too sleepy. And the other side. Fu Hutan returned home late at night, temporarily encountered something, so he spent more time to deal with it. After changing his shoes, he habitually looked at Ruan Huan's bedroom, thinking that this late, she should be asleep. Thinking like this, he had already unconsciously walked to the door and quietly opened it. The house was dark, the girl lying on the bed looked like she was sleeping quietly. Moonlight sprinkled on her white cheeks, clean, unadulterated. For a moment, he realized that the girl in front of him had grown up. No longer the little girl who used to cry for her daddy and mommy. Closing the door, ready to go back to the bedroom to rest, suddenly, he noticed the bag that Ruan Huan placed on the table. Next to it there was something else. Picking it up, his eyes tightened. The next morning, Ruan Huan got up and cleaned up, came to the dining room to prepare for breakfast. Seeing Fu Hutan already sitting at the table, still simply a dark-colored shirt, the top button undone, revealing a very seductive collarbone. "Little uncle, good morning." Ruan Huan carefully walked over and greeted. Fu Hutan just looked at her coldly, that expression, like looking at a stranger. Ruan Huan had long since gotten used to it and prepared to eat. Thinking of something, she took the initiative to open the topic again. "This welcome party, I will also perform a program. Do you have time to watch?" However, the only answer received was Fu Hutan's 3 words. "No time." "No time, forget it." Ruan Huan expressed understanding and continued to eat her meal with her head down. Fu Hutan observed her look, wanted to say something, inadvertently glanced at the cell phone she placed on the table. When he saw the pattern of the phone case, his look suddenly tightened. "In love?" "Ah." Ruan Huan was initially stunned and met Fu Hutan's appalling eyes, not understanding at all why he would suddenly come up with this sentence. This, in Fu Hutan's eyes, was the meaning of acknowledgement. He forcefully clasped Ruan Huan's slender wrist. Grow up, have learned to fall in love? Ruan Huan's wrist was again a pain, simply could not hear him speak, aggrieved. You hurt me. Fu Hutan reacted violently, let go of his hand, saw that her wrist is not red, and then rest assured, only that pair of eyes are still shrouded in a layer of haze. Rubbing her wrist, Ruan Huan replied in complaint, I'm not in love. What happened to the cell phone case? The words were still cold. Ruan Huan looked at it, and only then did she understand why Fu Hutan would suddenly come up with this sentence, probably because she saw her buy a couple's cell phone case. She had to explain, seeing Fu Hutan's complexion slightly improved, secretly relieved. She didn't understand that Fu Hutan thought she was suddenly in love and would be so emotional. It was probably because he wanted to keep her around and slowly torture her. Thinking of this, Ruan Huan's mouth overflowed with a touch of bitterness. Fu Hutan looked at her with cold eyes. One word, I said a long time ago, what you owe me, a lifetime cannot pay back. You are my private property, without my permission, not allowed to fall in love. Ruan Huan's heart was cold, and her throat felt like it was blocked by something, and she couldn't speak at all. She knew that she guessed correctly. And after Fu Hutan finished eating, he directly took the other cell phone case away without looking back. Ruan Huan was also lazy, originally another cell phone case, she did not know how to deal with it, thinking that Fu Hutan was so angry, it must have been taken away and thrown away. Just throw it away. At the same time, Zhou also finished breakfast, rested for a moment at home, before preparing to go to school. Today's classes weren't very full, so she wasn't in a big hurry. She casually read a paper book, not wanting to play with her cell phone for a long time, which is not good for the fetus, but she didn't expect to get caught up in the moment and almost forgot the time. Or Huo Qingzhou reminded the voice came. What time is it, not afraid of being late? Zhou suddenly looked back, saw that he was standing not far away, hands still holding her bag, hurriedly stood up. She wants to take her bag, but Huo Qingzhou doesn't give her the chance, stating that it's fine for him to take it. Zhou wisely follows his side forward, realizing that as long as she's by his side, she doesn't need to carry anything at all. The man is slender and tall, and she looks petite as she walks beside him. Shortly after getting into the car, the cell phone in Huo Qingzhou's pocket rings. As if Huo Qingzhou was waiting for this moment, he says, take out the cell phone in my pocket. Hearing the order, Zhou doesn't think much and does as she is told, consciously taking his cell phone out and placing it on his ear, only to hear him briefly say a few words as he picks up the phone. It was probably something about work. Zhou didn't understand much either. Unintentionally noticing his cell phone case, Zhou was surprised. As she puts his phone back in her pocket, Zhou curiously asks, didn't you say that this phone case is childish, why did you change it? Huo Qingzhou's expression changed, quickly returned to normal, and answered in a serious manner, it can't be wasted. Zhou was speechless. However, looking at Huo Qingzhou and her with a couple's model phone case, her heart has a wonderful feeling. When she arrived at the school entrance, Zhou said her goodbyes and was ready to get off the bus when Huo Qingzhou called out to her, obviously having something to say. What's going on? I promised to let you come to school, your main task is to study well, less hooking up with unsavory people. Zhou is at a loss, she has never done this kind of thing thinking that Huo Qingzhou might just be verbalizing it, nodding her head. Huo Qingzhou sends Zhou to school and drives straight to the company. Unlike in the past, he took out his cell phone this time when he just walked in the front door of the company. The employees who passed by greeted him respectfully. He responded lightly, with a self-imposed sense of detachment and an aristocratic air that was intimidating. Zhang Kai watched the president walk over and immediately greeted him, his eyes were sharp and instantly noticed his cell phone case, his face full of incredulity. Again, he rubbed his eyes and looked again before he dared to believe that the president had really changed his cell phone case. Still to him, a very childish phone case. His face is full of gossip and curiosity as he follows Huo Qingzhou to the president's office. President Hua, your tastes have changed? Chapter 31, Are you that much of a hobbyist? Zhang Kai laughs and says, I'm referring to your cell phone case. It was hard for him to imagine that Huo Qingzhou would like such kawaii stuff. Huo Qingzhou just looked at it and asked rhetorically, I'm not allowed to use it? Of course I don't mean that, I'm just surprised. There are many more things that will surprise you. Seeing Huo Qingzhou sitting in front of his desk, ready to get busy with his work, Zhang Kai also had to suppress the doubts in his heart and didn't continue to ask. Before leaving, he glances back and inexplicably feels amused when he sees the cell phone case that Huo Qingzhou is using. It was at this point that a sudden flash of light flashed through his mind, this cell phone case shouldn't have anything to do with the prospective young lady Hua, right? Not only did Zhang Kai notice it, but so did the people from the president's secretary's office. Everyone took advantage of Huo Qingzhou's absence to privately discuss the gossip. This is really rare. I've never seen the president use this type of phone case before. His previous phone cases were all very neutral style. Another person guessed, the president cannot be a situation, I see his phone case as a couple's model. Followed by more and more shocked voices. Everyone speculated that Huo Qingzhou was in love. At this point, someone questioned, I don't think so, I haven't heard of any situation with the president, he's never liked women. Last time there was a family's daughter who wanted to come to flatter him, but she was ruthlessly rejected. Everyone guessed one sentence after another, but the specific situation was unknown. Some people even oddly said that the person who used a couple's phone case with Huo Qingzhou was a man. In the end, the more they said, the more ridiculous it became. Forget it, you guys better stop talking, be careful of being found out, no good fruit to eat. Yes, Mr. Huo is such an excellent man, we simply can't reach him, and I don't know which woman will be so lucky to marry him in the future. Welcome party day. Zhou Lime came to the backstage, looking for Ruan Huan's figure. Knowing that Ruan Huan was also scheduled to perform in the program, with her nature, she would definitely be nervous, so of course she had to come over in advance to soothe her emotions. Looking around, he finally found Ruan Huan. She was sitting in front of a makeup mirror, applying her makeup. Zhou Lime walked over and exchanged a few pleasantries with her. However, seeing that Ruan Huan's expression was not quite right, she worriedly asked, Ruan Huan, what's wrong with you? I don't see your face looking quite right today. Ruan Huan came back to her senses, didn't say out the argument with Fu Hutan, shook her head, probably just too nervous. There's no need to be nervous, your strength is right there, everyone will be amazed by you. Zhou Lemon comforted. She felt that those who could go on stage were already very brave, at least they could stand on stage and face so many people, no matter what the result was. After cheering Ruan Huan for a few moments, seeing people coming and going backstage, Zhou Lime left and prepared to go to the party site, and when she arrived, she found that a lot of people had come inside. She found the location of their department, and was about to walk over and find a seat at random when she saw a commotion coming from the doorway, attracting her attention. Only to see quite a few people gathered at the entrance, their faces filled with anticipation, as if they were waiting for the arrival of a big shot. Zhou Lemon also stared curiously as the commotion grew louder and louder, and she knew that the big shot was about to make his appearance. As expected, a slender figure appeared in the middle of the crowd. The people who had originally squeezed into a ball honestly made way for it. Zhou Lime narrowed his eyes and took a closer look. The man was dressed in formal attire, his body was slender, his face was well defined, and his entire body exuded the aura of a king, as if he was the pride of the heavens. The moment he appeared, the people present immediately paled in comparison. When she saw the person's face clearly, Zhou Lime's pupils shrunk. It was actually Huo Qingzhou. How did he come here? Hearing the discussion of the people around him, it became clear to him that Huo Qingzhou had come here as a special guest as a school manager. Zhou Lemon froze in place, her gaze falling on Huo Qingzhou all the time. Obviously there are so many people around, but she can only see men in her eyes, blaming him for being too conspicuous. From start to finish, not meeting Huo Qingzhou's deep gaze. Thinking about how many people there are, she stands in the crowd as a small, inconspicuous one, and Huo Qingzhou wants to find her, but it's also a very difficult thing to do. It's only normal that she wasn't discovered. Only when she saw Huo Qingzhou walking towards the VIP seats, surrounded by a line of school leaders, did she withdraw her gaze. After casually finding a seat, it wasn't long before another commotion came from the doorway. Zhou Lemon looked curiously again. Could it be that another big shot had come? Other than Huo Qingzhou, the big shot, Zhou Lemon couldn't think of anything else at all. To be able to invite Huo Qingzhou here, I believe the school has already paid a lot. If they really invited another big shot, the school must have spent a lot of energy this time. Driven by curiosity, she also followed the others to look in the direction of the doorway, eager to see that person's true colors. Seeing that the person was blocked by a group of people, many heads obscured her view. She simply stood on her tiptoes to look, only then did she see a face like a knife carving, with three-dimensional features, except for those eyes that were so cold that they were bloodthirsty. Isn't this Ruan Huan's younger uncle Fu Hutan? Going to look again, Zhou Lime then confirmed. Fu Hutan and Huo Qingzhou are both very handsome people, but in Zhou Lime's eyes, he still thinks that Huo Qingzhou is the most handsome, no matter from which angle, it is perfect and impeccable. Although both men look very cold, Zhou Lemon feels that Fu Hutan is much colder than Huo Qingzhou, and it would be more appropriate to describe him as cold. Just now, I heard Ruan Huan say that his little uncle wouldn't come and didn't have time at all, but I didn't expect to see this scene. Thinking that Ruan Huan would be in the background and wouldn't find out in time, she simply took out her cell phone and told her the news. Just as she retrieved her cell phone and was about to walk back, she almost tripped over something. Just as her whole body broke out in a cold sweat, a large hand appeared in time to support her with force, and she was able to stand firmly on her feet. After catching her breath, Zhou Lemon was just about to say thank you, when an icy voice suddenly came from her ear. Are you that much of a hobbyist? Zhou Lemon was jolted, raised her eyes, and Huo Qingzhou's handsome face came into view. She opened her mouth, speechless. Avoiding the man's direct gaze, she lowers her head and apologizes. I'm sorry, I'll be careful next time. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Huo Qingzhou's face changes slightly, just looking her up and down. Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Zhou Lemon shakes her head, her face burning from his stare. Worrying that the next second Huo Qingzhou is going to come closer to touch her stomach, this is bound to cause a stir if others see it. She takes a few steps back, keeping her distance from the man. Huo Qingzhou senses this and stands up slightly straighter. Wait for me at the usual place when it's over, I'll take you back with me. Zhou Lemon nods and turns towards the seat. She doesn't know how Huo Qingzhou found her just now, and his reaction speed is very fast, as if he is paying attention to her all the time. Unbeknownst to her, the image of her chatting with Huo Qingzhou just now was seen by someone. Chapter 32 Their Old Acquaintances. Not long after Zhou Lemon sat down at her seat, she pulled out her cell phone from her pocket to check the time. It shouldn't be long now before the party starts. Unexpectedly, she got the tissue paper in her pocket onto the floor. She was just about to bend down to pick it up when she saw that someone had already picked it up for her first, and what caught her eye was a pair of good-looking white leather shoes. Zhou Lemon raised her eyes curiously and saw that it was a fair melon face. The woman wore long hair, her face was covered in exquisite makeup, and her dress looked to be designer. She felt familiar, like she had seen it somewhere, and suddenly remembered that the last time she was in the car, she saw a girl chatting with Huo Qingzhou, and the two looked familiar. But it's not the person in front of her. This is really coincidental. Could it be that she is also from this school? Receiving the tissue, she politely thanks, thank you. The latter face hung a kind smile, a small thing, no need to thank. Originally thought that the topic ended there, but did not expect, the other party continued with her self-introduction. Zhou Lemon then realized that her name is Hime, currently a senior student. Zhou Lemon also simply said a few words. Just by listening to Hime's speech and the fact that she had traveled to many places, Zhou Lemon felt that she grew up in a very privileged family. Suddenly, the other party asked curiously, you know Brother Qingzhou? Brother Qingzhou? Zhou Lemon is full of surprise, and when she reacts, she realizes that she is talking about Huo Qingzhou, and even calls him Brother Qingzhou. The two of them are definitely familiar with each other. Hime smiled again and said, I just saw you guys talking, so I was curious to ask. I sort of know each other. Hime's expression vaguely changed, and asked, I also know Brother Qingzhou, but I've never seen you. What is your relationship? Such a straightforward question made Zhou Lemon momentarily not know how to answer. Is she going to answer that she is only unintentionally pregnant with Huo Qingzhou's child, and the rest has no relationship at all? This feels ridiculous just saying it out loud. Hime saw her difficulty and smiled without smiling. If you are not comfortable answering, forget it, I'm just simply curious. If you guys know each other, I'm sure I'll know, he'll tell me. Zhou Lemon asked curiously, you guys know each other well? As if waiting for the sentence, the smile on Hime's face deepened and he nodded. In fact, he and I are old acquaintances, the elders in my family know each other, we have known each other since we were young, and he is also very good to me. Oh. Zhou Lemon simply responded, do not know why, the mood is a little complicated. He may just pretend not to see, and said, since Brother Qingzhou did not tell me about you, maybe he does not want to say it, I can understand. Thinking that she and Huo Qingzhou are just passing through, and that the less people know about this matter, the better, Zhou Lemon gathers her emotions and squeezes out a smile at the corner of her mouth. I don't know Huo Xiao very well, he's such a powerful big shot, I'm just an insignificant little character in his eyes. Hime sniffs and the corner of her mouth abruptly hooks. Hime's mouth abruptly hooked. After chatting for a few sentences, Hime took the initiative to say, it was fun chatting with you, if there is anything you need my help with in the future, just say it, my place is in the front row, so I will go over first. Zhou Lemon nodded and looked at her back getting farther and farther away. Suddenly, he thought of the four great families of Jiangchang, one of which was the He family. Associating their surnames together, this Hime should be the He family's daughter. No wonder she looks familiar with Huo Qingzhou. But when I talked to her just now, she looked very friendly. As her eyes follow, she sees Hime walk over to the VIP seat and say a few words to Huo Qingzhou, who nods slightly as he looks at her. From a distance away, it was impossible to hear exactly what they said. But Zhou Lemon could still sense that the two were very happy, otherwise why did she see Himei's face covered in a bright smile? She looks at Himei standing beside him, the distance between the two of them close at hand, and then looks at the distance between her and Huo Qingzhou, as if she can stuff down a Pacific Ocean. This might be where they end up. Unbeknownst to her, the real situation is that Huo Qingzhou only nodded at Himei's initiative to greet her, shying away from her words and being lukewarm in his attitude. Himei originally wanted to say a few words to him, but saw that Huo Qingzhou was clearly not interested. She didn't dare to disturb him too much, and obediently sat back in her place. With his ears instantly cleared, Huo Qingzhou breathes a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Fu Hutan sits in the seat beside him. Both men are dressed in dark formal wear, Huo Qingzhou wearing gold-rimmed glasses, aristocratic temperament with a few points of elegance, while Fu Hutan gaze fixed on the stage, the whole body cold to the bone. They are the most conspicuous among the line of people, and have become the most beautiful scenery line. Many of the people who came to the party today were there to see them, looking at them with eyes full of admiration. During the waiting process, Huo Qingzhou takes out his cell phone to deal with work text messages, suddenly glancing at the position beside him. When his gaze falls on Fu Hutan's cell phone case, his expression is stunned. When he looks at his own cell phone case, it is exactly the same as the other party. This is a case collision? Fu Hutan obviously felt it as well. The gazes of the two men inadvertently collided together, and their respective thoughts were difficult to guess. After a long time, they both tacitly withdrew their eyes. How could the cell phone cases be the same? Clashing shirts are scary, clashing cases are comical. Fortunately, the party started, which diverted their attention. The host introduced enthusiastically on the stage, and the first thing that started was a hot program, a song brought by Ruan Huan. Fu Hutan stared at the stage with an expression of unprecedented seriousness. Everyone waited expectantly under the stage, some even shouted Ruan Huan's name. It wasn't long before a silhouette appeared, slowly coming to the front of the stage, dressed in a white dress. The focus of the entire audience instantly fell on her. Ruan Huan stood on the stage, looking at a huge piece of the stage. The heart is nervous and uneasy. Although it is a person who has seen a big scene, but for the nervousness of this point, it is still difficult to restrain, which requires a long time to hone. Thinking about the message sent by Zhou, Ruan Huan looked in the direction of the VIP seats, and really saw that familiar figure, suddenly collided with the pair of cold eyes. She became more and more nervous. Didn't he say he wouldn't come? She stood in place in a hasty manner, and suddenly, a melodious music sounded in her ears. Gradually, her entire body relaxed and was no longer so tense. Music could make her quiet. It made her feel alone, and she was able to find an island where she could dock. This was also the reason why she loved music. Soon, her clear singing voice spread throughout the room like a lark. Everyone was attracted by her singing, listening intently with expressions of enjoyment on their faces. Chapter 33, Not worthy of being able to enter General Manager Huo's eyes. Off stage. Zhou Lemon was listening most attentively. She had a proud expression on her face, itching to announce to the world that the person standing on the stage singing was her best friend. She couldn't help but think of a few years later, when Ruan Huan had become a very powerful singer and was having a concert, and she was attending as her special guest. Excitedly, she took out her cell phone and took a picture of Ruan Huan. Feeling that it wasn't enough, she recorded the video again. Anyway, her cell phone had a large memory, so she no longer had to worry about not having enough space. She watched with an appreciative face, thinking that Ruan Huan on the stage was like a fairy in every move. Seeing that someone in front of her stood up to take a picture, her view was blocked. She also simply stood up, not wanting to miss any wonderful moments. When she was about to continue the video recording, her cell phone message tone rang. She opens it suspiciously and her pupils shrink, but it's actually a message from Huo Qingzhou. There are only 4 short words: pay attention to safety. Zhou Lemon strangely looks in the direction where Huo Qingzhou is, and from her angle, she can only see the back of his head, feeling even more strange. The distance between them is so far, plus Huo Qingzhou is sitting in front of her. How did he notice her movements? Zhou thought about it and immediately sent a message back, sitting down obediently. Huo Qingzhou was really worried about the child in her stomach. After Ruan Huan's hot program ended, it came to the part that made Zhou feel the most bored, which was the leader's speech. Zhou leaned against the back of her chair, thinking that if the leader spoke, he would not be able to finish his speech without 3 days and 3 nights. She was worried about how to kill time when she heard the host mention Huo Qingzhou's name, and her attention instantly focused on it, perking up her ears to listen. Immediately following that, she heard the entire room resound with applause. Huo Qingzhou, as a representative, was invited to the stage to speak. Zhou Lemon follows the gazes of the others and looks towards the stage, and soon sees that slender figure slowly walk onto the stage, waiting until it stops in front of the microphone. In a customized suit, his aura was fully open. After pausing in his steps, his deep eyes briefly swept around. The people under the stage were thrilled. Zhou Lemon also looked mesmerized. Only at this point did she dare to stare at him brightly and directly, not having to worry about anything. Anyway, at this point everyone's eyes fell on him. The magnetic voice spread through the microphone. Every sentence was filled with expectations for the young students. Zhou Lemon listened attentively, and there was a very small amount of gossip coming from her side, talking about things like Huo Qingzhou being very handsome. She was thrilled, but the sentence of gossip that immediately followed made her recognize reality. Huo Qingzhou can be worthy of, absolutely is also a very good woman, and with his family, the most important thing to pay attention to between the luxury family is to be the right family. Not to mention that the Huo family is also the #1 family in Zhangcheng. Zhou Lemon took a deep breath and eased her emotions. She was always hovering back and forth between anticipation and recognizing reality. After the welcome party ended, the people watching left the venue one after another. Zhou Lemon glanced at the direction where Huo Qingzhou was, and saw several school leaders standing beside him, speaking respectfully with him as the group walked in the direction of the exclusive exit. Thinking of Huo Qingzhou's earlier words, he would wait for her at the usual place. She walked out of the venue and saw a stall on the side of the road with many small gifts. One of the panda dolls was cute and caught her eye. After standing and observing for a while, she realizes that a riddle activity is being held here, with many people lining up to guess the riddle, and if they guess correctly, they will get the desired gift. Zhou Lemon was moved to think that Huo Qingzhou might still have to talk to the school leaders and not go back so soon, so she simply joined the queue. Waiting like this, watching the people in front of her become fewer and fewer, her eyebrows hang with pleasure, as if she has seen the dawn of victory. Finally waited for her to guess the riddle. Looking at the small panda placed next to her, she swore that she was bound to bring it back. Unluckily, her cell phone rang. She didn't even look at it and directly hung up. When she was about to guess the riddle, but to her surprise, her cell phone rang again. The person in charge of the activity looked at her with difficulty. "This student, you'd better answer the phone first, maybe there's an emergency." Zhou Lemon had to take out her cell phone again, and when she saw the number displayed on the screen, she was so shocked that her face changed. It was Huo Qingzhou calling. Geez. What did she just do? Surprisingly, she hung up on Huo Qingzhou. Worried, she picked up the phone, and a cold voice immediately came from the other end. "Dare to hang up on me?" Zhou Lemon compensating smile. Misunderstanding, I look at the wrong. The man's voice is low and deep. "Where?" Zhou Lemon simply responded. "Immediately come over." "Can you wait a moment, I want to guess?" Not yet finished, I heard the beeping sound of the cell phone hanging up. Huo Qingzhou simply did not give her the opportunity to continue to speak. She didn't dare to continue delaying. The man's tone was already very unpleasant to listen to. If she went back any later, she was really worried that she wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. She could only give up the riddle activity and walked towards the old parking place. The black Maybach came into view. Zhou Lim walked over sullenly, opened the back door, and saw Huo Qingzhou sitting inside. He had taken off his suit jacket at the moment, and was only wearing a clean white shirt, with the sleeves on both sides slightly pulled up, revealing his white arms. Meeting his deep eyes, Zhou Lim sat on the car. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came from the carriage. "Young lady, hello, I'm Mr. Huo's special assistant, Zhang Kai." Zhou Lemon is almost startled and looks forward, and she really sees an unfamiliar man with a respectful smile on his face. In a flash, she came back to her senses and waved her hand in embarrassment. "Assistant Zhang, I'm not any young lady, you'd better call me Little Lemon." Calling Huo young lady, she really can't afford it. She must rush to correct Zhang Kai's mistake before Huo Qingzhou voices his rebuke, or else if Huo Qingzhou opens his mouth mercilessly, not only Zhang Kai, but she will also feel disgraced. Zhang Kai smiled awkwardly, thinking that he was just shouting it out earlier, and that he would have to call it that sooner or later anyway, so consider it as getting used to it in advance. However, after hearing Zhou Lim say this, and looking at Huo Qingzhou's inscrutable eyes, he simply nods his head. "Okay, then I'll call you Miss Zhou." As Huo Qingzhou's subordinate, he still knows the difference. Zhou Lemon responded and didn't say anything. This is the first time Zhang Kai has seen Zhou Lim, and the moment he first saw her, only a few words came to his mind: pure and durable. Worthy of being someone who could make Huo Qingzhou lose her virginity. He is considered an eye-opener. Huo Qingzhou leans against the back of the car and notices that Zhang Kai's eyes have been falling on Zhou Lim, his eyebrows are unhappy, and he sternly reminds, drive. Okay, Mr. Hua. Zhang Kai has a strong desire to survive and immediately complies. While Zhou Lime sits on the side, she doesn't say anything for a long time, remembering what she was just prodded about. Her expression is sullen, and her afterglow glances at the man beside her. He was simply too overbearing. Inwardly upset, Zhou Lemon simply moved to the other side, lengthening the distance between her and him. Chapter 34, She's disliking Huo Xiao? Huo Qingzhou of course notices this small detail and frowns. But being so arrogant, he wouldn't take the initiative to move his position. He couldn't wait for Zhou Lemon to move away from him. Doing so was just what he wanted. Noticing that Zhou Lime's face was out of sorts, it had been this way since he got on the bus. Could it be related to that phone call just now? Huo Qingzhou wondered. After a long time, he slightly opened his mouth. Pregnant women should not have a bitter face, it is not good for the fetus. Zhou Lemon was not in a good mood, and the things she wanted to do were interrupted, which would make anyone unhappy, especially after hearing his words. She felt annoyed and didn't hold back for a moment, and disliked back in a small voice, "Don't you also have a cold face, and talk about me?" Huo Qingzhou's expression was stunned. Zhang Kai, who was driving, was filled with horror. What was he hearing? Was Zhou Lemon disliking their great Mr. Hua? He's followed Huo Qingzhou for so many years, he's never seen anyone dare to speak to him like this. This prospective young lady really does have some skills. Smelling an odor of gunpowder, he didn't dare to take a breath as a wave of false sweat broke out on his back. Heavens! Why did the heavens make him go through all this? He had only just met Zhou Lime. He shouldn't have. Zhou Lime also realized that the atmosphere in the carriage was not right, lowered her head and snapped her nails, nervous inside, worried that a word would piss him off. Thinking about what to say to turn the situation around, should she show a pleasing smile? Suddenly, Huo Qingzhou's indifferent voice rings out, "Letting you hurry back, so unhappy?" Zhou Lemon froze slightly and explained in a smooth whisper, "I happen to be participating in a riddle guessing activity, and I'll be able to win a prize soon, so of course I'm not happy." "Are you so sure that you will win the prize?" Zhou Lime was once again speechless, her chest stuffy. Forget it. She might as well remain silent. Huo Qingzhou's thin lips pursed as he glanced at her side face, thinking that she seemed well behaved on the surface, but in fact, in her bones, she was not a rebellious person at all. This is also understood from spending time together during this time. Pie time. Ruan Huan finished performing her program and was packing up her things backstage. The nervousness in the bottom of her heart was sort of completely gone. When she was about to leave, a few boys came up to her, looking at her adoringly with their eyes, each holding something in their hands, flowers and autograph books. "Ruan Huan, I really liked the song you sang. You performed very well and sang beautifully, can you sign an autograph for me?" In response to their enthusiastic requests, Ruan Huan behaved gently from the beginning and patiently signed their autographs after receiving the flowers. It was a lucky thing to be liked. It would make her continue to stick to her dream path. While signing, her afterglow inadvertently caught a glimpse of a familiar figure standing not far away. When she glanced along, she saw Fu Hutan, with a gloomy look in his eyes. Her heart also trembled with fear. Seeing the man impatiently glancing at the sky-high watch on his wrist, she quickly understood. Returning the autograph book, she apologized and looked at the person in front of her. "Sorry, I still have something to do and need to go back first." The fans' faces flashed with loss when they heard these words. They still wanted to continue to say something to Ruan Huan, but after hearing her say so, they had to nod in agreement. As they left, Ruan Huan held the flowers sent by the fans and came to Fu Hutan. The man just looked at her, and when his eyes landed on the flowers, his gaze was so cold that it could freeze. "Junior uncle, I didn't expect you to come. Did you come to see me perform?" "Hee," Fu Hutan snorted unmercifully, "to see you perform, do you deserve it?" Ruan Huan could not speak. Realizing that Fu Hutan was only invited here by the principal, the doubts in her heart were removed. Fu Hutan didn't say anything, turned around and walked in the direction of the exit. She also hurriedly followed, not daring to make her wait more. Fu Hutan can stand here, clearly waiting for her to go back together. Arriving at the car, Ruan Huan hadn't even had time to open the door when she heard Fu Hutan's commanding voice, "Throw away the flowers." Ruan Huan was stunned at first, and when she reacted, her face was full of tangles. This was a flower given to her by a fan. Fu Hutan saw her hesitation, his face became more and more gloomy. "I don't want to say it again." "Is it so hard to give up the flowers sent by another man?" Ruan Huan didn't dare to resist. If she angered him, he could do anything, so she might as well throw it away. More is better than less. Then she walked to the trash can and threw away all those flowers. Her heart was also cold. She really didn't know what to do to alleviate the man's hatred towards her heart. After throwing away the flowers, she then walked back to the car and opened the door. When she saw a bouquet of flowers sitting on the seat, her face was full of surprise and she looked at Fu Hutan incredulously. The man's expression didn't change much, sat on the driver's seat and looked at her. Still not coming up? Ruan Huan reacted and immediately held the flowers up before settling down. The scent of flowers came from the tip of her nose. She curiously looked at Fu Hutan and carefully inquired, "Junior uncle, did you buy this for me?" Fu Hutan looked sideways and noticed that her eyes were bright and full of anticipation at this time. In a flash, all those heavy words did not come out. He simply remained silent. This meant acknowledgement to Ruan Huan. Holding this bouquet of flowers, Ruan Huan had mixed feelings inside, and did not know why. The low mood instantly became better. She even took the initiative to speak. "I want to go back and raise this bouquet of flowers." "Ruan Huan, I want to go back and keep this bouquet of flowers." Ruan Huan only thought that he was acquiescing again, and inwardly expected their relationship to ease a bit. She didn't want to continue like this. Jiangchang Mansion. After dinner, Zhou Lime paced back and forth in the living room, feeling slightly bored. Since she was pregnant, there were too many things that were restricted. Auntie Six had just cleaned up the kitchen, and as soon as she came out, she saw Joe Lemon in this state and asked offhandedly, "Little Lemon, what are you doing?" "Nothing to do, just walking around." "I'm bored." Auntie Six inquired, and when she saw Joe Lime nodding, she looked at the location of the study. At this time, the door to the study is closed, and Huo Qingzhou is inside. Her eyeballs rolled, thinking that the opportunity to set up the two of them, this isn't it. Pointing to the location of the study, she smiled and said to Joe Lemon, "If you feel bored, go to his study to see the books. His study can be large, full of bookshelves of books. You do not like reading it, to ensure that there are books you like to read." Joe Lemon was moved by this. Only, she was worried that Huo Qingzhou would be so generous as to let her in. People like Huo Qingzhou are very guarded and have always disliked others encroaching on his territory. Auntie Six was afraid that she would back out, and pulled her towards the study, encouraging her, "How do you know if you don't try? In fact, Hui is a very generous person, so you need to put on a thicker skin if necessary." Joe Lemon was thus pulled to the door of the study. Chapter 35. The weather is hot, why aren't you naked? Looking at the closed door, her heart was hanging in the air. She was hesitating whether to open the door or not. Who knew that Auntie Six was quick and had already taken a step ahead of her, knocking on the door for her. When she looked at Auntie Six, wanting to say something, she saw that Auntie Six had already quickly fled, and the corner of her mouth even raised a touch of a resistant arc. Joe Lemon was helpless and suddenly heard Huo Qingzhou's voice coming from the study. She comes back to her senses and decides to be a bit cheekier, opening the door and walking straight in. At a glance, she sees Huo Qingzhou in his shirt, sitting in front of the desk with an elegant posture. Looking at the surroundings again, Joe Lemon is filled with admiration. It seems that Auntie Six was indeed right. There are so many books here that she can't even finish reading them. Something's up? A word that pulled her thoughts back. She stands in the doorway and smiles nicely. "I'm a bit bored outside, can I come in and read a book?" Huo Qingzhou looks at her askance. "Don't you want to be 100,000 miles away from me?" Joe Lime is confused. "What did you say?" Expecting her not to understand, Huo Qingzhou didn't respond. Joe Lemon doesn't want to give up. From the moment she just came in, she loves the environment of the study, pleading again, "Don't worry, I'll be very quiet here, won't disturb your business." Being so good-natured, one could not bear to refuse. If he hadn't seen this girl's other side, Huo Qingzhou would be on the verge of believing it. Not getting a response, Joe Lemon decides to continue her efforts and touches the child in her belly. "I think the baby will need to draw on the nutrition of the books as well." Huo Qingzhou looks at her bashfully, seeing that her face is filled with a pleasing smile, and a strange feeling passes through his heart. He also wonders if Joe Lime, who grew up in that environment, would also show this kind of smile to others, in order to better survive. He also didn't know if the previous Joe Lemon was also this strong and optimistic when she was frustrated. Thinking this way, he lightly opened his thin lips, and ghostly came to say, "Come here." Joe Lemon's eyes lit up, saw hope and immediately walked over. "Do you need me to do something?" As the words fall, her arm is pulled and she is pulled to sit on Huo Qingzhou's lap. "How come it's this action again?" Joe Lemon blushes. Huo Qingzhou is completely unaware of what she is thinking and makes this coherent movement, as if it's automatic. Even he himself didn't expect it, it's even too natural. He clasped her chin, forcing her to meet his eyes, questioning, "Now so well behaved, how did you talk back to me in front of outsiders just now?" Zhou Lime was stunned, waiting to react, thinking about what happened earlier in the car. She compensated with a smile. I just didn't control it, you are still so vindictive nah. Huo Qingzhou also realized at this time that their movements were too intimate and ambiguous, and immediately loosened his hand. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhou Lemon also stood up. Go over there, don't disturb me or I will kick you out. Following the direction of the man's finger, Zhou Lemon looked at the corner, which happened to be a window seat, and immediately nodded. She found a random book on the bookshelf, came to the stool at the corner, sat down and read. Beside her was the huge floor-to-ceiling window, which allowed for an unobstructed view of the scenery outside. Zhou Lemon quietly looked at the book, feeling that such a time was very pleasant. More time. Huo Qingzhou has just finished dealing with the emails at hand and glances sideways at the direction the girl is in, when he sees the image of her sitting on a stool and looking down at a book. The bangs around the girl's ears are casually draped, her slender and delicate fingers holding the pages of the book, her eyes glowing with thirst. Huo Qingzhou can't help but look at her more, and time seems to freeze at this moment. When the line of sight falls on her feet, Huo Qingzhou's brows knit. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Zhou Lemon abruptly returns to her senses and looks down at her feet. When she went to look for the book just now, she was already barefoot. She laughed nervously. It's all because the floor here is so comfortable, I couldn't help but want to go barefoot. It's hot, why aren't you naked? Zhou Lemon was dumbfounded and her face was red again. The other side is talking. Huo Qingzhou stood up with a sullen face, placed her slippers in front of her heel, and spoke in a commanding tone, put it on. Zhou Lemon nodded her head and immediately did as she was told. As a result, Auntie Six had just knocked on the door and came in when she saw the image of Huo Qingzhou giving Zhou Lime her shoes. This scene is incomparably cozy any way you look at it. The two seem to be getting along very well. She covers her mouth and snickers, believing that before long, the relationship between the two will be a step closer so that Madame's side won't have to worry. They all want to see the two get along well, hoping that Huo Xiao will accept Zhou Lime from the bottom of his heart and then slowly fall in love with her. Only then will their relationship last. If they were to force them to be together, according to Huo Qingzhou's nature, he would definitely resist. Young master, you're really worried about little Lemon, and you even put on her shoes. That's so nice. After hearing the voice, Huo Qingzhou turns back to his senses and turns around to see Auntie Six's meaningful smile, opening his mouth and not knowing what to say. He had to walk back to the desk, which led him to ask, what are you doing in here? I just washed some fruit, for little Lemon and you to try. Saying that, he put the fruit on the side table. Zhou Lime saw it and said thank you. Auntie Six nodded, and when she was about to go out, she carefully noticed the bench Zhou Lime was sitting on, and said, little Lime, this bench is hard, it's not good for you to sit on. It's fine, I think it's okay. The conversation between them also managed to catch Huo Qingzhou's attention. Looking at Zhou Lime's bench, Huo Qingzhou's eyes were puzzled. Auntie Six continues, this is not comfortable after sitting for a long time, why don't you go sit on Huo Xiao's bench, his bench is comfortable. Zhou Lemon subconsciously looked away, full of embarrassment. Auntie Six's meaning of this sentence would not be wanting her to squeeze Huo Xiao away, right, and only had to smile in embarrassment. Who knows, Auntie Six said something amazing. Why don't you go sit on Huo Xiao's lap, it's definitely much more comfortable than your current bench. Zhou Lemon is too shy to speak. Huo Qingzhou's face also changed slightly, seeing the sixth aunt talking in the heat of the moment. It is not good to say something, after all, he grew up being watched by her. Furthermore, the sixth aunt is also the beloved of Mrs. Was Zhouji. Auntie Six, you go out, I still have things to do. Being given the order to leave, Auntie Six had no choice but to swallow her words and leave wisely. The moment she closed the door, she sighed, what a good opinion she just gave, but the two of them didn't appreciate it. Only after Auntie Six leaves does Zhou Lime breathe a sigh of relief. Sitting on Huo Qingzhou's lap, reading a book with him, this kind of image, just thinking about it makes her body feel hot and bothered. Noticing that Huo Qingzhou is looking this way, her heart beats like thunder, so she can only pretend to look down at the book. How does he know that Huo Qingzhou is just staring at her bench in deep thought? Chapter 36 Department Flower Campaign. The next day. Because she didn't have class until the afternoon, Zhou Lime slept more. Ever since she got pregnant, she enjoyed sleeping. When she came out, she met Auntie Six's smiling face. She was surprised. Sixth aunt, is today a good day? You'll know if you come to the study to take a look. Saying that, Auntie Six pulled her into the study. Zhou Lemon was even more puzzled, but when she saw the arrangement inside the study, her eyes flashed with surprise and some disbelief, blinking and looking again. Only to see that there was more carpet in the study, and the original bench in the corner had been replaced with a comfortable recliner, in addition to some other arrangements. Auntie Six smiles and says, "These are all the things that Huo Xiao set up for you overnight, knowing that you weren't comfortable sitting here yesterday." Zhou Lemon is flattered. Zhou Lemon is flattered. Zhou Lime is flattered. "Sit down and see if it's comfortable." Zhou Lemon did as she was told and stepped on the carpet with her bare feet, feeling so soft, as if she was stepping on cotton. Even with her bare feet, she didn't worry about catching a cold. There were also some cushions placed on the recliner. She sat on them and couldn't help but half lean back, feeling even more comfortable. Auntie Six sees her rejoice and smiles. "It's good that you like it. It seems that Huo Xiao cares about you. In the future, this will be your little nest for reading books." Zhou Lemon's expression pauses. Does Huo Qingzhou really care about her? Turning to think of something, it should just be for the child in her belly. But to have this, she feels satisfied. With the recliner, the carpet, the bookshelf, and the huge floor-to-ceiling window next to her, the sunlight outside the window spilling in silky rays, Zhou Lime felt doubly happy. In this way, would she be able to come to the study often? Unable to hide her excitement, thinking that since it was arranged by Huo Qingzhou, she, who knows how to repay favors, immediately edited several messages to say thank you and sent them over. In the afternoon, Zhou Lime arrived at the classroom under the escort of the driver. After casually choosing a seat, the conversation of the students behind her attracted her attention. After listening to the conversation, she realized that the new departmental flower review had begun again, and this time the competition was even fiercer than last year, and everyone was curious as to who would be the winner in the end. Zhou Lemon opened the webpage of the judging and looked around, and realized that there were indeed quite a few people from their department in the running. Unintentionally, she found her own photo placed on it as well, which was still her ID photo when she first joined the university. Last year was the same. Her photo was put on there to participate in the judging, and it was with this photo that she won the title of Department Flower. But for this, she didn't care. This one couldn't be taken for food either. The reason why she opened it was because she wanted to find Ruan Huan's photo. She really found Ruan Huan's photo in the department she was in, and on the photo, she was gentle and sensible, pleasing to the eye. As a good friend, of course she had to support it. Then she cast a vote for Ruan Huan and closed the webpage. On the other side, was group. Huo Qingzhou was listening to Zhang Kai report on his work when he received a message from Zhou Lime. There were several in a row. He raises his eyebrows arrogantly. How short of a time has it been, and that girl can't stand it anymore and can't wait to contact him? How much charm did he have? When he opened it, it was a message of thanks. It was accompanied by a lot of emoticons that he found rare. Just through the cell phone screen, he could think of Zhou Lime's happy appearance. This was good. It wasn't a waste of time for him to do all these things. He thought that the reason he did this was to make Zhou Lime happy. Only when a pregnant woman was in a beautiful mood would the fetus in her womb grow up healthy. The child in Zhou Lemon's womb was very important to him. "Mr. Huo, what makes you so happy?" Zhang Kai's voice comes and interrupts his thoughts. He comes back to his senses and asks, "Am I happy?" Zhang Kai nodded frantically. The corners of his mouth looked like they were almost up in the air. Could he not be happy? Only then did Huo Qingzhou slightly collect his emotions and return to his usual appearance. "Nay," Zhang Kai gossiped and continued to ask, "You're so happy, is it because of Ms. Zhou?" At the mention of Zhou Lime's name, Huo Qingzhou's eyes flickered, stunned for a moment, and then opened his mouth in a serious manner. "Do not want to continue to work?" Zhang Kai immediately shook his head and proceeded to continue reporting on work matters. It's better to say less about personal things. However, he really couldn't help it. When the work report was almost done, Zhang Kai was ready to leave the office and stole a glance at Huo Qingzhou's complexion, realizing that everything was as usual, and that he was in a pretty good state. He hesitates and opens his mouth. "Huo, there's one thing I don't know if I should say or not." Seeing his hesitation, Huo Qingzhou is impatient. "Then there's no need to talk about it. Anyway, it's not a big deal." "Forget it then," Zhang Kai nods sagely, adding in passing, "although it is about Miss Zhou." Huo Qingzhou's eyes narrow slightly, his expression sullen as he stares at Zhang Kai's back as he prepares to leave, and stiffly comes up with the sentence, "But there's no harm in saying it." Zhang Kai's eyes rolled back and he turned around with a smile, telling the matter of judging the departmental flowers, with Zhou Lemon being among them. "You can open the webpage to see. Miss Zhou's photo is really nice. That is choo-choo moving, pure and flawless, youthful and beautiful. I also gave her a vote." He almost said all the idioms he could think of. Who knows, Huo Qingzhou did not change his face, as if he was not interested in this, and was not even in a hurry to open the webpage to see it. Zhang Kai originally wanted to continue, but he was expelled by Huo Qingzhou. The bland expression on his face seemed to be saying that he could not be disturbed by this trivial matter. Zhang Kai could only leave the office resentfully. Waiting for him to leave, Huo Qingzhou's expression changes slightly. Thinking about what he said just now, he unconsciously picks up his cell phone. It just so happens that he's free right now, so he'll just take a look. When he tries to open the webpage, his face almost collapses. Oops. Didn't let Zhang Kai send him the webpage. However, could this little thing be difficult for him? He took the initiative to search and finally found it, and when he saw the page for judging departmental flowers, the corner of his mouth abruptly hooked. This little thing, so easy. At the first glance, he saw Zhou Lime's photo, an ID photo, which he had never seen before. Zhou Lemon on the photo was a plain face, and it was indeed as bright as what Zhang Kai had said, choo, very bright. He couldn't help but look at it more. Then, ghostly, he clicked vote under the photo, fearing that he would be discovered, and quickly closed the page. This way it wouldn't be discovered by others. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Kai had been staring at the voting page since he left the office, not daring to be distracted for a moment. There was a voice inside that kept telling him, look, maybe you can see the picture that people are looking forward to. As expected, within a short period of time, he watched the number of votes in favor of Zhou Lemon increase by 1, his eyes widened in amazement, and then he looked meaningfully at the location of the president's office. Chapter 37 Campaign Results. Zhongcheng University Dormitory Department. Yang Man kept staring at her cell phone, with eyes that were afraid that she could stare fire out of it in the next second. Roommate Zhou Xingnan's anxious voice came, Yang Man, now it's Zhou Lime's votes that are leading, first place, surpassing you by dozens of votes. If this continues, sooner or later she will be left far behind. Yang Man was originally in a very impatient mood, especially when she heard Zhou Xingnan's words. She directly said angrily, am I blind? I can't see it. Do I need you to gabble on the side? Zhou Xingnan's body trembled, did not dare to continue. Waiting for Yang Man's anger gradually subsided, before saying, are we going to think of a way? Of course we have to think about it. Yang Man answered decisively. Last year was also countered by Zhou Lemon fell, until now, she remembers the frantic mood at that time. Just what should we think of? Yang Man thought about it, suddenly bright, opened, I will transfer some money to you, you go to buy a little more milk tea, I will share it with my classmates to drink, and the extra money will be counted as your hard work fee. Zhou Shangnan knows that Yang Man's family is very good, her parents often give her pocket money, she spends a lot of money, may be able to leave a lot of money, and quickly nodded. After buying the milk tea, the two of them took advantage of the time to come to the latter classroom. The students were surprised to see it. Yang Man made a wink towards Zhou Shangnan, who quickly reacted and immediately distributed the milk tea. Yang Man, what's wrong with you today, too generous? The corner of Yang Man's mouth smugly hooked, the milk tea present today, I'll pay for it, you guys can take it and drink it if you like. Immediately following, Yang Man was wrapped in the sound of bragging. She enjoyed this moment of attention, if not for Zhou Xingnan's reminder, she almost forgot about the main event. Someone was also smart enough to ask, you invited us to drink milk tea for a good reason today, what is the matter? Yang Man cleared her throat and opened her mouth smoothly, it's not a big deal, it's just the voting for the evaluation of the department flower, I'm also running for the election, you guys can vote for me. The crowd understood that Yang Man was taking the initiative to canvass. Some people answered the voice. But there were also people who didn't cooperate. Yang Man, you're being unkind, the most important thing about this judging is fairness, aren't you disrupting the rules? Yes, we still don't drink your milk tea, we can't do anything against our will. The eyes of the masses are bright, they won't change their minds just because of a cup of milk tea. Yang Man's face expression was almost twisted as she listened. The milk tea she had worked so hard to buy was unexpectedly unappreciated. Even though a few people drank the milk tea and voted for her, she looked at the total number of votes and was still a lot short of Zhou Lime. If she didn't think of a way out, she really wouldn't be able to be the department flower. Exasperated, she left the classroom. She did not idle for a moment. Taking out her cell phone, she directly and shamelessly called her 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts. Hey, great aunt, are you free? Can you help me vote for me on our school's webpage? I'm running for department flower, just missing you. Third aunt, help me vote for the department flower. When I was a kid, you always complimented me on how pretty I was. After making a string of phone calls out, she was dying of thirst after all the effort she had put into her mouth. For the sake of the department flower, she tried her best. Unexpectedly, halfway suddenly met Chen Yuan Sr. Only to see him holding a stack of information, was about to walk in the direction of the comprehensive building. Young Man's eyeballs turned bony, instantly had an idea, quickly walked over. Senior, where are you going? Chen Yuan stopped his steps, looked back at her, and politely responded. Yang Man stepped forward and approached, cheekily and daintily opened her mouth. What a coincidence, to meet you here. Can I ask you for one thing? What? Yang Man shook her cell phone screen at him. Can you help me cast a vote? With your support, the department flower is mine. After saying that, she also smiled shyly. Chen Yuan's face was embarrassed, and he said bluntly, Sorry, I've already voted. Upon hearing this, Yang Man's eyes tightened. Who is it? When she heard Zhou Lemon's name, her expression became more and more ugly, but she wasn't half surprised. You voted for her and treated her so well, do you like her? Chen Yuan's body was slightly stunned, then he said something that made Yang Man almost spit blood. I am just discussing the matter and voting fairly. Yang Man was so angry that she couldn't speak, even a fool could understand the meaning of his words, saying that she couldn't be better looking than Zhou Lime. But in order to maintain a good impression in front of Chen Yuan, she had to hold back her emotions and didn't snap. Suddenly noticing the information he was holding in his hand, an invitation about the Sprout Cup, her eyes turned wryly. Can you give me a copy? Aren't you not interested in these? I'm interested now. Yang Man took the information meaningfully and looked at it carefully, thinking that Zhou Lime also participated in the Sprout Cup last year and ended up winning the championship. The main reason why she didn't participate last year was because the pressure of competition was too great, and she was afraid that she would lose and would be laughed to death then. However, now she had changed her mind and was going to participate no matter what. This kind of day where she was always being pushed head and shoulders above Zhou Lemon, she had had enough of it. She always had to compare herself to Zhou Lemon at every turn, but Zhou Lemon didn't know about it. In fact, Zhou Lemon didn't pay attention to her life. Within a few days, the results of judging the department flowers came out. In a fair voting environment, Zhou Lime and Ruan Huan were undoubtedly elected as the department flowers again. Zhou Lime was nestled in the recliner in her study when she saw the news. She didn't care much about it and prepared to continue reading and preparing for the Sprout Cup. After these days of consideration, she finally had an answer and would continue to participate in this year's competition. As long as there is something you want to do, don't hesitate and don't leave any regrets. This matter, she didn't tell Huo Qingzhou first. Anyway, it's the preliminary round first. If she passes the preliminary round and participates in the final round, then it's not too late to tell. In case something goes wrong and she doesn't even pass the preliminary round, she will definitely be ridiculed by Huo Qingzhou. After reading for a while and leaning against the recliner, she feels so comfortable, her eyelids drooping more and more. As a result, Huo Qingzhou saw this scene when he came in. The girl is nestled in the recliner, her body looks very petite, her hands are still holding a book, sleeping sweetly, her red lips are beaming, looking very moist. The small coffee table next to her also has some dolls, fruits, and teacups. Dare to be stationed here. Huo Qingzhou discovered these subtle changes, as if from unconsciously, there will always be Zhou Lime's shadow in his life. Tiptoeing over, picking up the blanket placed aside, he bends down, ready to cover the girl's body, but sees the other party's body suddenly move. Zhou Lemon was not sleeping very deeply at this time, and in the blur, that cold face was reflected in front of her eyes, and when she saw him bending down and wanting to touch, she immediately woke up with a start, and subconsciously protected her body in front of her. Chapter 38 You Can't Mess Around. Huo Qingzhou's hand movement was a beat. Awake? Zhou Lemon rubbed her eyes and nodded, wanting to stretch and realizing that her arms and legs were numb. She only had to cast her eyes for help on the man, reaching out. Pull me up. Huo Qingzhou stands up straight and stares at her with interest. Just now you were defending me like a thief, now you need me? Where am I defending you? I am protecting the baby in my belly. Zhou Lime found a reason. Only then did Huo Qingzhou reach out, wanting to pull her up. When his hand just touched, he only felt that Zhou Lime's small hand was so soft. This loss of concentration, not only did he not pull the girl up, his center of gravity was unsteady, and he directly fell towards Zhou Lime's body, but fortunately his reaction speed was fast, and his hands supported the chair's crutches, so he didn't press on Zhou Lime's body. The sudden proximity made Zhou Lime's heart beat like thunder. Lifting her eyes, she could clearly see her figure reflected within the man's pupils. Zhou Lemon stiffened her body and didn't dare to move, worried that if she moved even slightly, she could brush against the man's thin lips. Seeing that Huo Qingzhou didn't stand up in time, those eyes as deep as a vortex, as if they could suck her in at any time, she stammered, "Get up." The girl's cheeks are colored with a thick layer of redness. Huo Qingzhou suddenly became interested, the corner of his lips hooked. "I haven't done anything yet, so shy?" Zhou Lime blushed in embarrassment. "I'm pregnant now, you can't mess around." "What if I really mess around? The recliner will also collapse." Huo Qingzhou's eyes changed, remembering the scene of that night, and smiled faintly. Wouldn't it be better to collapse? Zhou Lemon was filled with confusion. The man's low voice continued to sound, so that you play a role, you can go to the manufacturer's side to give them advice about quality. Zhou Lemon's face burned terribly as he listened. How long has this been going on, and he still remembers it? When she was at a standstill, her ears couldn't help but recall what Auntie Six had said, that when dealing with Huo Qingzhou, she could be a little deadpan when necessary, and she suddenly had an idea. Summoning her courage, she stretched out her hands to encircle Huo Qingzhou's neck. Deliberately leaning close to his ear, she whispers, "Can you carry me up?" As the words fall, she notices the man's ears redden. Huo Qingzhou's body is so hot and dry that his throat rolls, and he loosens his hands as he smoothly picks her up. The distance between the two men lengthened all of a sudden. Zhou Lemon realizes that the deadpan approach is really good, and she can try it again next time. Huo Qingzhou also avoids her line of sight and walks off to the side, not continuing to talk to her. The atmosphere is mixed with ambiguity. It lingers around the two of them, lingering. Due to the decision to participate in the Sprout Cup, Zhou Lemon signed up for the preliminary round, which was divided into rounds at their school. She wants to wait until she is successfully selected to the final round and participates in the final competition before telling Huo Qingzhou. If she wasn't selected, then she would pretend it didn't happen. Only if she was selected for the final competition would she have a chance to win. The day before the competition, she receives a call from Young Man in the school library. Originally, she didn't want to answer it, but the cell phone screen kept lighting up. Thinking about the relationship between her and Yang Man, if there was no very important matter, Yang Man would not contact her. She had to gently come to the stairwell and picked up the phone. The other end soon came Yang Man's unhappy voice, "You are deaf, I gave you a call for so long, you only pick up now, no one dares to do this to me." Having already seen her arrogant appearance, Zhou Lemon went straight to the point, "Something's up, say it quickly. Since you're not living in the dormitory now, come and move your stuff now. I'm not in a hurry. If you don't come now, I will directly throw your things away." Yang Man let out harsh words and directly hung up the phone. Zhou Lime's eyelids jumped, thinking that nothing in the dormitory was worth anything, but there were a few things that were still quite precious to her, carrying years of memories. Hearing Yang Man say that, she could really do something like that. At that moment, she decided to take a trip back to the dormitory and take the precious few things away first. Walking on the road back to the dormitory building, she had mixed feelings in her heart. The memories from before floated to the surface of her mind. The feeling of living in the dormitory and being isolated was not something she wanted to remember for the rest of her life. It was good that she finally didn't have to continue to live there now. As for the future, the boat to the bridge naturally straight. Coming to the door of the dormitory, she took a deep breath, not thinking about those bad memories, opened the door and walked in. Unexpectedly, there was only Young Man inside. Looking at Yang Man sitting at the table, it seemed like she was waiting for her specifically. Zhou Lemon just glanced at her faintly and went straight to her bed, realizing that there had been a big change on it, with the bed piled high with miscellaneous items, and a lot of things placed on the table as well. Dare she say that she was treating this spot of hers as a utility room? Thinking that it was similar to this in the past, Yang Man and the other roommates, without her permission, privatized her things. As a result, before she opened her mouth to speak, the other party spoke first. "What are you looking at? You don't come to the dormitory anymore, isn't it normal for us to put things on your side?" Zhou Lemon coldly said, "Did I ask you guys to put it? Even if I didn't come to stay, this is still my place." Yang Man snorted, not taking her words seriously at all. Thinking that it would be better to do more than less, and that she couldn't get angry now, Zhou Lemon didn't continue to pester her, and she wouldn't see her often in the future anyway. She was ready to find something and leave. There was a sound of footsteps coming from behind her, getting closer and closer, and with a glance from her afterglow, Young Man had already towed up close to her, staring at her with a scrutinizing gaze. "Where do you live now? Are you doing unseemly deeds outside? It has nothing to do with you." Young Man was furious. "How dare you talk to me like this? My father has a relationship with the school. Do you believe I can get you out of here in minutes?" Zhou Limelight lift eyelids. "You say this sentence are not afraid of grinding the skin of the mouth." She has heard it many times. Yang Man was so angry that she was on fire, all the time staring at Zhou Lime's cell phone, and when she saw that she had placed it on the table near her, her eyes lit up, as if she had specifically seized this opportunity. She stretched out her long claws and immediately picked it up. By the time Zhou Lime reacted, the phone had already fallen into her hands. "What are you doing with my cell phone? Give it back to me." How did you have the money to buy such an expensive cell phone? Did you steal it or did you play tricks to get someone to buy it for you? Yang Man did not intend to return it at all, holding the phone in her hand and playing with it. Zhou Lemon didn't say much, directly stepped forward and tried to snatch the phone over. The latter's eyes turned cunningly and also took a few steps back, snickering, weak-hearted? Zhou Lime, I knew you must have stolen it. Who doesn't know that your family is poor? How could you have the money to buy such an expensive cell phone? Then, she walked quickly to the balcony. In front of Zhou Lime, she directly threw her cell phone down. Chapter 39 Trapped. Zhou Lime quickly walked to the balcony and looked down. Other than a large lawn, there was no more to be seen. Her face huffed, wanting to turn back and scold Young Man for a few words before going down to look for her cell phone, which was very important to her as a bridge to communicate with the outside world. What she didn't expect was to turn around and see that Young Man had already unknowingly walked to the dormitory entrance. She looked away, just in time to meet Young Man's meaningful eyes. At the same time, Young Man's mocking voice sounded, "You just stay here obediently, your cell phone has long been broken, don't struggle, you don't deserve to use such a good thing." Eyelids jumped hard. Zhou Lemon felt something was wrong. When she came to the door, when she tried to open the door, she found that the door was unlocked. How could she not open it? Anxious in her heart, she pulled on the door, struggling or ineffective. It was in that moment that she realized with a jolt that Yang Man's real intention of calling her today was actually to lock her up in the dormitory, so that she wouldn't be able to go to tomorrow's preliminary round of the new Shoots Cup on time. After all, Yang Man had also signed up for this competition, and they were now in the same competitive relationship. Otherwise, why was there no one in the dormitory right now? It must have been arranged by Young Man in advance. She forced herself to calm down. The more at this time, the less she could panic. She tapped on the door, hoping to be heard by the people passing by, but after knocking for a long time, there was no response at all. Taking a breather, she had no choice but to go to the balcony and try to call for help from the dormitory next to her, but regrettably found that the people in the surrounding dormitories had all been paid off by Youngman. No one passed under the dormitory building either. The sky is gradually darkening. Struggling ineffectively, the strength in her body was gradually used up. She crouched helplessly at the wall, feeling a burst of despair. In addition to school violence, there is another kind of despair that is even more desperate: isolation. Not only would she isolate you herself, she would drive others to isolate you, even if you had done nothing wrong. Now that her cell phone had been slammed down, and she still didn't know what the status was, it was the equivalent of cutting off her way of communicating with the outside world. Time passed like this. Zhou Lime curled up, her stomach came rumbling, she touched her stomach worriedly. The baby must be hungry. Looking at the sky outside, it's even darker. I wonder if Huo Qingzhou is looking for her now. If she can't be contacted all the time, she doesn't know what the scene will be. If she's kept locked up here, she won't be able to participate in tomorrow's competition. After squatting for more than a few hours, Zhou Lemon stood up, still wanting to continue struggling a bit more. She has never been one to give up easily. She came to the balcony, expecting someone to pass by, but the balcony downstairs where she was just a small path. Few people passed by, plus she lived in the upper floors. It was even more difficult to be discovered. Just as she was about to despair, she caught a blurry glimpse of a figure walking this way from the path. She squinted her eyes to take a closer look, and fortunately with good eyesight, plus the fact that the man was playing with his phone, she recognized him as Chen Yuan. Coincidentally, Chen Yuan seemed to be coming this way to look for her, and subconsciously raised his eyes when he passed under the dormitory building. As if seeing hope, Zhou Lime waved towards him and sent out a plea for help. In front of the dormitory door, Zhou Lemon stood anxiously, and it wasn't long before a movement came from outside the door. Her heart lifted with it. Soon after hearing the sound of a key turning, the door was opened, and Chen Yuan's silhouette appeared in front of her, along with the hostile ants standing beside him. Chen Yuan worriedly asked, "Zhou Lime, are you alright?" Zhou Lime shook his head. The hostess said in a puzzled voice, "Strange, why is this door lock broken? One day I will ask the maintenance master to come and have a look." Zhou Lime just said thank you, did not tell the exact truth. Experience told her that it was useless even if she said it. When she lost something in her dormitory, she talked to the hostess aunt, and in the end, nothing happened. After that, Zhou Lemon realized that when Young Man first moved into the dormitory at the university, her parents had already made good relations with the counselor and the hostel supervisor, and even invited them to dinner at no cost. So no matter what the truth really was, they would take sides. That's the reality. The hostess aunt opened the door and left. Chen Yuan took advantage of this gap to ask, "What the hell is going on here?" He didn't look like the reason for the dormitory door lock being broken either. It wasn't that simple. If it wasn't for the fact that he had purposely come over to try to talk to Zhou Lime about the competition, he was afraid that Zhou Lime would be stuck here for the night and wouldn't be able to go to the competition tomorrow. However, Zhou Lime only hurriedly said thank you and rushed in the direction of downstairs. Chen Yuan was curious and followed him up, and was even more puzzled when he saw Zhou Lime come to a lawn, anxiously searching for something. When he heard Zhou Lime say that he was looking for his cell phone, he instantly understood, and immediately turned on the torch on his cell phone and said, "I'll help you find it." Zhou Lemon's eyes were like radar, searching around, which was the most anxious thing for her right now. After searching for a long time, it was not found. Chen Yuan, some discouragement, or not, or forget it, from such a high place to throw down, certainly. Said to the end, see Zhou Lime continue to look for the petite figure, want to say and stop. When Zhou Lemon was looking forward, her foot suddenly stepped on a hard thing. She quickly retracted her foot and saw her cell phone. Her eyes brightened abruptly, picking up the phone to see that the screen was shattered. The light inside her eyes also went out in a flash. Come to think of it, throwing it down from such a high place, the screen being shattered, is also a very normal thing. Trying to turn on the phone, she found that it wouldn't turn on at all. Chen Yuan came over and saw this scene. His face was difficult. This cell phone is broken, the screen is still not sure if it can be repaired, or you'd better buy a new one. Zhou Lemon's eyes welled up with loss, and his throat was choked with panic. This cell phone is Huo Qingzhou bought her some time ago. I did not expect to be broken now. I do not know Huo Qingzhou no, will not be angry. When she thinks of Huo Qingzhou, and then looks at the current point in time, she tenses up in a meaty way. With her cell phone broken and unable to contact Huo Qingzhou, she suddenly drops her gaze on Chen Yuan. Senior, can you lend me your cell phone? I'll make a call. Chen Yuan guessed that she probably wanted to contact her family, and hurriedly pulled out her cell phone from her pocket, comforting, don't be anxious, everything will be solved. Zhou Lime took the cell phone, opened the address book page, and dialed the number that she didn't know when she already knew by heart. After dialing the number, she nervously puts the phone to her ear, and her heart is also very bottomless, not knowing if Huo Qingzhou will answer a strange call. Because she knows that Huo Qingzhou has never been in the habit of answering unfamiliar calls, and has always just ignored them. While waiting, she can clearly hear her heart beating nervously as well. Chapter 40 Quarreling. Unexpectedly, within a few seconds, the call was connected. A cold voice came from the other end. Who is it? Listening carefully, the voice was mixed with a few points of anxiety. I don't know how, just hearing the voice, Zhou Lime's nose is a little sour, hold back the choking, answered in a small voice, it's me, Zhou Lime. The person on the other end obviously froze for a moment before asking where she was. Zhou Lime finished truthfully and hung up the phone. When she returned the phone to Chen Yuan, she met his puzzled eyes. Zhou Lemon didn't say much, just said thank you. Chen Yuan couldn't help but ask, who did you just call? Zhou Lemon sniffed and looked down to pick her nails. I see that it should be a man on the other side of the phone, it sounds quite young, it should not be your father, right? Chen Yuan continued to ask carefully. The atmosphere inexplicably became awkward. Chen Yuan sensed it and smiled dryly, if you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it, you are frightened tonight, you must have a good rest, tomorrow you have to participate in the competition, I very much hope that you can get good results. Zhou Lemon heard this and was just about to nod, when a blinding light came from not far ahead. She followed the light and looked, only to see a car rapidly driving this way, and as it approached, the burst of light became more and more blinding. Zhou Lemon couldn't help but narrow her eyes, unable to see the license plate for a moment. Seeing that the car was about to approach them, Chen Yuan subconsciously pulled Zhou Lime's arm, pulling her to the side and said, be careful. Zhou Lime took a few steps back and stood firm. The car stopped in front of them. Zhou Lime smelled something unusual, and when she saw the car clearly, her eyes changed. She had only hung up the phone not long ago, and she didn't expect Huo Qingzhou to come so quickly, making her feel as if the man had been waiting nearby. The car door opens and a long figure comes into view. Chen Yuan looks on curiously, and when he sees the luxury car suddenly parked in front of him, worth $10 million, he's already shocked beyond belief. When he saw the man walking down from the car, he was even more surprised. The aura coming from the man was too strong, looking like a powerful character. He felt familiar, like he had seen it somewhere, but his brain was short-circuited, he couldn't think of it for a moment. Even though he was shocked, he didn't connect this man with Zhou Lime. Zhou Lemon was just like him, a student from an ordinary family, even more miserable than his family. It was impossible that he would know such a powerful and rich big brother. It was only when he saw the man's gaze land on Zhou Lime that he sensed something was wrong. The man's eyes were as sharp as knives, and when they landed on his hand that was pulling Zhou Lime's arm, they became even darker. Shen Yuan was so cold that he shivered, and because of his scorn, he immediately let go of his hand. Zhou Lemon is also standing in place in a hasty manner, somehow feeling that Huo Qingzhou's body is so cold that it freezes, a chill permeating his entire body. She opened her mouth to say something. Huo Qingzhou's cold voice came first, "Get in the car." It is a very commanding tone that does not allow for any refusal. Zhou Lemon had to swallow back the words that came to her mouth. Just as she was about to move forward, Shen Yuan felt even more out of place, summoning up the courage to pull her arm, asking anxiously, "Zhou Lime, who is he? If you don't want to get in the car, don't go." His face is worried, very worried that Zhou Lime is in danger. Huo Qingzhou glances at this action of his eyes appalling and terrifying. Just as Zhou Lemon shakes her head and tries to explain to Chen Yuan, he walks over with his long legs and directly tugs her in the direction of the car, dragging her into the car. Closing the car door, Huo Qingzhou gave Chen Yuan a cold look and said in a cold voice, "Our business, it is not your turn to meddle." Chen Yuan's lips shivered and froze in place, momentarily panicked. Although he was worried that Zhou Lemon would be in danger, he wanted to do something, but the man in front of him, the aura on his body was too strong, he was simply not his match. Huo Qingzhou didn't stay much longer, directly getting into the car and vigorously closing the door. The dull sound makes Zhou Lime's body tremble slightly. The atmosphere inside the carriage is rushed. Zhou Lemon's heart is also always tense. Sitting beside Huo Qingzhou, there is a feeling like falling into an ice cellar. As the car quickly travels towards the school gates, she clasps her nails and brews her words. Suddenly, Huo Qingzhou suddenly stops the car at the side of the road. Due to inertia, Zhou Lime's body can't help but lean forward, and her heart jumps a few points in the wrong direction when her remaining light catches a glimpse of Huo Qingzhou tugging at his tie impatiently. His cold and deep words rang out in the carriage, "Nothing to explain to me?" Zhou Lemon nervously continued to pick at her nails, opened her mouth, and when she wanted to explain, the man opened his mouth unhappily one step ahead. "Why don't you answer my phone?" He had called this girl many times earlier, but no one answered. His mood was naturally affected. Zhou Lemon lowered her head and replied in a small voice, "My cell phone is broken." Huo Qingzhou laughed, "Do you think I believe it?" He had only just bought Zhou Lime a new cell phone. How could it break in such a short period of time, and quickly concluded that this was a lie that Zhou Lime had intentionally concocted. His eyes gradually glazed over. What he hated the most was when people deceived him. "Zhou Lemon, I didn't expect you to be so bold. It's not enough to hook up with someone else outside this late at night, but you also dare to lie to me. I warned you a long time ago, letting you come here is to continue to finish your studies, not to hook up with unsavory people." The cold words were like a sword, stabbing directly into Zhou Lime's heart. Her heart ached fiercely, especially when she heard the words "hooking up." Originally, today's mood was already bad and tired, but she had been holding back, and also considered herself a strong and optimistic person, believing that everything could pass. It's just that when she hears these words that misunderstand her come out of Huo Qingzhou's mouth, and they're still hard to hear, it's as if her emotions hit a tipping point, and sourness rushes to her heart in droves. Holding back her tears, she angrily takes out her cell phone and places it in front of Huo Qingzhou. "I didn't lie. My cell phone did break, accidentally shattered, so I couldn't contact you at all." Huo Qingzhou looks at her shattered cell phone screen, his expression slightly stunned. Zhou Lemon voice hoarse, "The reason why I didn't go back so late is because the door to the dormitory is broken. I simply can't get out, or Chen Yuan Sr. stumbled upon it. I can only come out, or else I'll have to stay inside for a night, and I won't even be able to participate in tomorrow's competition." "You don't understand clearly. Why should you conclude that I'm hooking up on the outside?" She didn't think too much for a moment. Her emotions came up, and she vented all the complaints and bitterness in her heart in her head. As for not telling the truth, young man did it on purpose. Zhou Lime has her own considerations. She knows that even if she says it, it's useless. Huo Qingzhou won't help her. Even if he mercifully helped her this time, what about next time? There will come a day when they will be separated. He can protect her for a while, but can he protect her for the rest of her life? She can only rely on herself. Although sometimes ridiculous thoughts would sprout up to think of Huo Qingzhou as her dependence, such as earlier when she saw Huo Qingzhou coming down from the car, she was tempted to go over and hug him aggressively. But seeing the stern gaze that was projected over, she was forced to stop. She knows that Huo Qingzhou has never been someone who can easily let others rely on him. Once she finished speaking, the carriage was as calm as dead water. Chapter 41, Huo Xiao still cares about you. When she calmed down, Zhou Lime's heart flooded with worry. She didn't control her emotions just now. Did she speak too harshly to Huo Qingzhou? If Huo Qingzhou pursues this, she will end up miserable. Who knows? After a long period of silence, Huo Qingzhou didn't say a word, started the engine, and drove the car. the carriage falls into silence again. Just after returning to Jiangqing Mansion, Auntie Six anxiously walked up and looked Zhou Lemon up and down in detail, asking worriedly, "Xiao Lemon why did you come back so late? Auntie Six is very worried about you. How are you? Is there any place that is uncomfortable?" Zhou Lemon squeezed out a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Sixth aunt, I'm fine, it's just that there is something temporary in the school, so I'm a little late." When she said this, her afterglow also glanced at Huo Qingzhou, hoping not to be exposed by him. Fortunately, Huo Qingzhou didn't say anything and walked forward. Standing at the back, she could only see the man's back, unable to see his expression. Sixth aunt also noticed something was wrong, always feeling that the two came back with a subtle relationship, smiled and said a few words to Huo Qingzhou, but found that Huo Qingzhou was not very excited. Then returned to the bedroom. Sixth aunt had to turn her eyes to Zhou Lime, wanting to ask something, and saw that her face was also a bit off. She had to turn her words around. "Little Lemon, you're hungry, right? I'll go cook you something to eat." Just as her stomach was growling, Zhou Lime obediently nodded her head. Soon, Auntie Six came out with a steaming bowl of noodles. The aroma was overwhelming. Zhou Lemon looked at it. It also had a lot of things added to it. The colors and flavors were all there, which further whetted her appetite, and she sat at the table alone and ate. "You eat first, if it's not enough then call me." Auntie Six finished and went to get busy. Zhou Lemon nodded and continued to eat. The surroundings were silent, and she was the only one eating alone. Accompanying her was only her shadow. Somehow, her eyes got hot and a tear fell into the noodle bowl. Afraid of being discovered, she hurriedly wiped them away, pretending that nothing had happened. Growing up was the process of muting the crying. By the time she got to bed, it was late, and she lay in bed, her thoughts disorganized. A lot of things had happened today that she hadn't fully digested, and she couldn't help but think of the argument with Huo Qingzhou in the car, and how the man hadn't said a single word when she came back. She really doesn't know what Huo Qingzhou is thinking at this moment. Looking at the time, thinking that she still has to go to the competition tomorrow, Zhou Lime hurriedly closes her eyes. Since young man had gone to such great lengths to trap her in the dormitory and prevent her from going to the competition, she still had to go on time and use her strength to speak. The next morning, Zhou Lemon was awakened by her alarm clock. She struggled to get up, feeling that her eyes were sore, and stood in front of the mirror to see that there were faint dark circles under her eyelids. Thinking about the fact that today was the preliminary round, she hurriedly grabbed her cell phone and prepared to leave the room. When looking at the broken cell phone screen, her eyes dimmed, almost forgot about the broken cell phone, if only it was a dream. Thinking about it, the phone was expensive, she was going to get it repaired to see if there was any hope. Out of the room, the table was already filled with a hearty breakfast. Auntie Six greeted her with a smile. Zhou Lime nodded and sat down at the table, subconsciously glancing in the direction of Huo Qingzhou's bedroom, and asked, "Sixth aunt, Huo Xiao he?" Sixth aunt immediately knew what she meant, and replied, "Huo Xiao went out early in the morning, and has already arranged for the driver to send you to school." Zhou Lemon said. Her heart is also slightly relieved. After that kind of thing happened, she still doesn't know how to face Huo Qingzhou. It's good not to meet. It's only awkward to meet. At this time, Auntie Six holds a box and hands it to her. "This is what Mr. Hua asked me to give you before he left." Zhou Lemon curiously looked at it, and when she opened it, she found that it was a new cell phone, exactly the same as the one she bought for her last time. Auntie Six speaks up at the right time. "Huo Xiao still cares about you, afraid that you won't have a cell phone to use outside." Zhou Lemon is puzzled. Looking at the expensive cell phone in front of her, she can't afford it. "Quickly take it, Huo gave it to you, if you don't take it, he will be unhappy." Auntie Six persuades again. Zhou Lemon then nodded. She originally wanted to take the broken cell phone to the store to repair it, but looking at the screen damage was too serious. Replacing the screen would also cost a lot of money. With this fall, the chip inside the cell phone was probably also badly damaged. In a hurry to go to the competition, she replaced the cell phone card into the new phone, and also replaced the phone case. The new cell phone quickly opens, and seeing that it shows many missed calls, all from Huo Qingzhou, Zhou Lime's emotions become complicated. "I didn't expect Huo Qingzhou to really make so many calls last night." When she thought of last night's events, Zhou Lime's eyes were resolute. She certainly wouldn't let young man break her cell phone for nothing. According to the agreed upon time, Zhou Lemon arrived at the competition venue early. Since it hadn't started yet and they weren't allowed to enter the classroom yet, those who were competing stood outside the classroom door and waited. Yang Man also stood outside the door like everyone else, looking out at the great view of the campus. She felt in a good mood, and slept extremely well last night. Today is not going to be a superb performance. The surrounding sound resounded with the voice of bashfulness. Young man, look at your expression of leisure, you should be well prepared for it. Yang Man raised her eyebrows proudly and responded nonchalantly, I've already prepared for it. Then I wish you good results. Of course, Yang Man smiled, when I enter the final selection and get the champion, I will treat you to dinner. The sound of bashfulness rose and fell. The smile on her face was also getting deeper and deeper, she was practically on the verge of indulging in this vanity. Thinking that by now Zhou Lemon should still be stuck in her dormitory, and that she had greeted everyone in the neighboring dormitories, she simply couldn't get out and come to the competition. This way, she would have one less very strong opponent. Other people she might not care about, but Zhou Lemon was last year's champion, and she still cared a lot. Right now Zhou Lemon should be bawling her eyes out in her dormitory. Just thinking about this made her overjoyed. Only, when her residual light caught a glimpse of that familiar figure, Yang Man's face was stunned, and the curve of her mouth immediately froze. How did she come out? Surprisingly, she managed to come to the competition on time. Yang Man immediately felt short of breath. Zhou Lemon just looked at her coldly, her eyes tough. It wasn't long before the competition venue was opened, Zhou Lemon took the lead and withdrew her cold gaze, heading inside. Her priority now was to compete properly. Due to her preparation, coupled with her previous experience, the moment she saw the question, Zhou Lemon didn't have much of a change in her complexion. On the contrary, it was Yang Man who was emotionally affected, racking her brain. Seeing Zhou Lemon methodical, she was even more anxious, very afraid that Zhou Lemon would end up surpassing her. Soon, the preliminary round ended. Everyone was talking about the topic as they walked out of the classroom. Zhou Lemon followed the crowd and walked out together. Having used up a lot of brain cells just now, she needed to go back and have a good rest. Just a few steps away, Chen Yuan's voice came from behind her. Chapter 42, Were you threatened by him? Zhou Lemon turned around and saw Chen Yuan walking towards her. The two of them looked at each other, and both were each briefly silent for a moment. Chen Yuan was the first to break the silence. What did you think of the match just now? Chen Yuan was the first to break the silence. How did you feel about the match just now? It looks like it's a sure thing. I hope you can make it to the final round. Zhou Lemon squeezed a smile from the corner of his mouth. I borrow your words. Chen Yuan also laughed dryly a few times, looking at her with eyes mixed with complex emotions, a look of wanting to speak. After a long time, he couldn't help but open his mouth. That man last night, I remembered, he is Huo Qingzhou, the heir of the first mansion in Jiangcheng. How did you come to know him? Originally, when he saw Huo Qingzhou last night, Chen Yuan felt familiar, but couldn't remember how. When he went back, he suddenly remembered, that was a big man, in charge of the Huo group, worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and combining power and influence. To put it plainly, you can walk sideways all over the country. Zhou Lemon stammered, I. Chen Yuan curiously inquired, what is your relationship? Zhou Lemon habitually picks her nails. How should she explain the relationship between her and Huo Qingzhou? Is it considered a bedfellowship? She was nameless and faceless, not even Huo Qingzhou's lover. Chen Yuan thought she was in trouble and said worriedly, we are friends, you can tell me honestly, were you threatened by him? I don't know, but I'm not sure. Zhou Lemon was stunned, not expecting Chen Yuan to ask this. Just ready to wave her hand, she heard his voice again. You don't have to feel embarrassed, you can tell me, we will figure it out together. I know that all these big brothers may have special fetishes, you don't have to worry about me, I have not been threatened. Fearing that he was getting more and more outrageous, Zhou Lemon interrupted him. However, Chen Yuan didn't believe it. Senior, thank you for your kind words, I really wasn't threatened. As for the specifics, it's not convenient for me to tell you. Chen Yuan's expression grew more and more grave. Just as he wanted to continue, Yang Man's voice came from nearby. What are you guys chatting about? Yang Man asked as soon as he arrived, his eyes falling vigilantly on Zhou Lemon. Zhou Lemon's face instantly changed, looking at her with a bit of cold desperation. Seeing as I came to the competition on time today, I've let you down. Chen Yuan was puzzled, what's going on here? Zhou Lemon calmly, I was trapped in the dormitory last night, this you have to ask her. Chen Yuan quickly noticed something unusual and turned to Yang Man, the door lock of the dormitory last night, was it you who unlocked it outside? Yang Man's face was stunned. She is not clear, why Chen Yuan cleared this matter, do not want to destroy the perfect image in front of him, shook his head, no, you do not believe her. I haven't said anything yet, why are you panicking? Zhou Lemon snorted. Yang Man was so angry that her face huffed. Since Chen Yuan was also at the scene last night, he more or less understood some of it. Listening to the conversation between the two, a flash of light, last night he felt a little strange, especially when he saw Zhou Lime's face at that time. He questioned a few words towards Yang Man. Yang Man's eyes flashed with emptiness, deliberately feigning a look of sincerity. Look at my brain, maybe I accidentally unlocked the door. Then she looked at Zhou Lime and opened her mouth hypocritically. Zhou Lime, I didn't do it on purpose, the door was unlocked, and I didn't know you were inside. Besides, didn't you come out as well, so don't be so petty. Zhou Lemon was about to be exasperated by her grandiose words. Less believing in this. I can still win against you if you use crooked methods, because I have the qualifications. Yang Man sniffed and clenched her hands into fists. Zhou Lemon grimaced and turned to a contemptuous smile. Nope, you were never my opponent, I didn't put you in my eyes at all. Zhou Lemon, you. Yang Man was furious. How dare you talk to her like that? She was about to break into a rage when Zhou Lemon pulled out the broken cell phone from her pocket and said word for word, you broke my cell phone, remember to compensate me for the money. Chen Yuan was surprised, you broke the cell phone? Yang Man was once again weak and hurriedly shook her head in front of Chen Yuan, resolutely refusing to admit it, just for fear that Chen Yuan would change his attitude towards her. She did not expect that Zhou Lemon would not give her face and said it directly. She was so angry that she wanted to skin Zhou Lime. Zhou Lemon felt much more relaxed after she had left her words, and didn't want to continue to linger here wasting time, thinking that Yang Man was so facetious. How could she admit it in front of outsiders? She turned around and walked in the direction of the school gate. However, this matter, she will definitely not let it go. She will definitely find a way to make Yang Man pay for the damages, and will not be the wrongdoer. When she arrived at the school gate, she saw the familiar car parked at the usual place and her heart thumped. Did he have time to pick it up? With heavy steps, Zhou Lemon slowly walked over, and as she approached, she glimpsed the cold face through the car door, and her heart jumped again. Taking a deep breath, she opened the car door and sat up. The atmosphere inside the car was subtle. Zhou Lemon fastens her seatbelt and just sits quietly, not saying half a word. Huo Qingzhou glances at her with his afterglow, his eyes deep, and drives the car. The car slowly moves forward. The cell phone in her pocket suddenly vibrates a few times, which reminds Zhou Lime of Huo Qingzhou buying her a cell phone again. Her face hesitates, wanting to speak. Carefully brewing her words, she opened her mouth. Thank you for the cell phone. Huo Qingzhou's expression finally changes, as if he's been waiting for Zhou Lime to speak for a long time. However, listening to the girl's tone of voice, there was a bit of coldness in the politeness. His gaze sunk slightly, and he picked up, only you could have dropped the cell phone like that. When the words fell, Zhou Lemon's face drooped. The money for the cell phone, deducted from the agreement. After saying this, Zhou Lemon inclined her head to look out the window, ending the conversation. Huo Qingzhou opens his mouth, and his eyes are ominous. Oops. Did he say the wrong thing just now? The remaining light glanced in Zhou Lemon's direction, and he can only see the back of her head, which clearly had the 4 big words of no disturbance written on it. He could only purse his lips. In the end, Huo Qingzhou relies on his own strength to make the carriage fall into silence again. Zhou Lemon looked out the window without turning her eyes, and whoever saw it thought that she was looking at the scenery, but only she knew that she was thinking about something in her mind. This time, she did not intend to speak again. Unintentionally realizing that this isn't the way back to Jiangqing Mansion, she is puzzled, not sure where Huo Qingzhou is taking her. Wanting to curiously ask, but thinking of the scene just now, she doesn't want to give herself a hard time, and simply puts her doubts in her heart. Anyway, she'll know when she waits. Chapter 43. You need to learn to coax her. Huo family's old mansion. Zhou Lemon was enlightened when the car stopped in front of the old mansion. As she prepares to unbuckle her seatbelt to get out of the car, she doesn't expect the seatbelt to work against her and get stuck. Huo Qingzhou catches a glimpse of it in his afterglow and reaches out to help. His fingers happen to touch Zhou Lime's. Zhou Lemon's eyes flash, quickly withdrawing her hand and pulling away. Seeing her deliberately avoiding it, Huo Qingzhou's brows knit slightly, and with a sullen face, he undoes her seatbelt. Seeing that the restraints on her body are gone, Zhou Lime politely thanks her and then gets out of the car. Zhou was waiting at the door, and when she saw the two of them coming, she immediately greeted her, holding Zhou Lime's arm and talking to her without a word. Zhou Lime responded with a few words. On the way to the house, Zhou vaguely sensed that something was wrong between the two. There wasn't much eye contact the entire time. She was very puzzled. Inside the main hall, Elder Hua and Huo Zhengyan are both waiting. This time, it was still Elder Huo who called over, and only then did Huo Qingzhou bring Zhou Lime back to eat with him. It's clear that they haven't seen each other for a few days, but for Elder Huo, it's as if a century has passed. Before the two even showed up, he was already impatient, pacing back and forth and even looking forward to it. When he saw the figures of the two appear in front of him, Elder Huo was overjoyed and immediately walked over. They happily spoke to the two, especially Zhou Lime, their eyes filled with compassion. Zhou Lemon felt warmth. Walking over to the sofa, Zhou Lemon glances at where the man is with her remaining light, purposely choosing a seat furthest away from him. Huo Qingzhou notices and his gaze sinks. Elder Huo was the first to speak out. Little Lemon, recently the situation of pregnancy vomiting is not better? Zhou Lemon nodded her head, much better. That's good, Elder Huo nodded in relief. Are you tired of being in school? Zhou Lime shook her head. Zhouji, I heard that you recently participated in the Sprout Cup. That's awesome, that's a big competition. Our little Lemon, that is a talented girl. Master Huo smiled. It wasn't long before Zhouji smelled something wrong again. This time Zhou Lime's excitement seemed low. She asked worriedly, Zhou Lime, are you in a bad mood? Zhou Lemon came back to her senses. So easy to see? She didn't want them to worry, and shook her head. No. I see that you are not in a high mood today. Did something happen? Zhouji suddenly turned her eyes to Huo Qingzhou. Did Qingzhou bully you? Zhou Lemon hurriedly shook her head to deny it. After a long pause, in order to not let them continue to ask, she only stammered and opened her mouth, probably waiting for the results of the preliminary round of the thing, a little nervous. While old man patted his leg, I thought it was something. The game has a loss and a win, you have to calm your mind, it is not a big deal. He thought that his eldest grandson had bullied the little girl. If that was the case, he would have broken his eldest grandson's legs. Listening to their comforting words, Zhou Lemon squeezed out a smile at the corner of her mouth and cooperated with a few words back. From start to finish, she didn't bother to look at Huo Qingzhou's expression, too lazy to guess what he was thinking. Even though Zhou Lemon said it was about the results of the competition, Zhouji still felt something was wrong. She suddenly stands up and excuses herself to go wash some fruits to leave, and before she leaves, she purposely calls on Huo Qingzhou to help wash them together. Hearing that she was going to wash the fruit for Zhou Lime, Huo Qingzhou rarely cooperated and stood up, following Zhouji forward. When he arrived in the kitchen room, Huo Qingzhou was ready to look for the fruit when he saw Zhouji staring at him with a scrutinizing face. He had to ask, "What's wrong?" "You're still asking me what's wrong," Zhouji sighed. "Quickly say, are you bullying little Lemon behind his back?" Huo Qingzhou averted his face. "No." "Then why is little Lemon in a bad mood?" Huo Qingzhou listened and could not say anything. Zhouji pursued the question, but also could not ask what the name out. She looked hateful, even if Zhou Lime waiting for the results of nervousness, stress. You have to do something, or you are a pendulum. A pendulum? Huo Qingzhou was speechless. No one has ever said that he is a decoration. Zhouji continued, you have to learn to coax Zhou Lime, so Zhou Lime will also be happy and relaxed. After a pause, do you not know how to do it? Do you need me to teach you? Huo Qingzhou stubbornly responded, no need. Does he still need to be reduced to the level of letting others teach him? What a joke. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, Zhouji left, ready to continue talking to Zhou Lime, trying to get her in a good mood. Huo Qingzhou, on the other hand, has been thinking back to what Zhouji said, and frankly speaking, he really doesn't have much experience in the area of coaxing girls. After dinner, Huo Qingzhou is in no hurry to take Zhou Lime away. His deep gaze falls on his father, Huo Qingzhou's study, and after thinking about it for a while, he knocks on the door and walks in. Huo Qingzhou is dealing with official business at the moment. His job is special and he needs to be on call at all times. Why don't you stay outside with little Lemon and come to my place? Huo Qingzhou approaches, casually coming to take a look. Huo Qingzhou stares at him for a few seconds, guessing what is in his heart, knowing that if he was fine, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to come here, and opens his mouth slightly. Say it, what is it? Huo Qingzhou's gaze flickers slightly, a good half day of brewing to open his mouth. How do you and mom usually resolve conflicts? Parents often love sweet, get along, absolutely have the way. Huo Qingzhou had remembered that when he was a child, his parents had a conflict, but it was quickly resolved, so he was curious about what Huo Qingzhou did to keep Zhouji happy all the time. Huo Qingzhou gives him a meaningful look, kind of understanding what's going on, and doesn't bother to ask him why he's here. Knowing his own son's temperament, he must have struggled if he took the initiative to inquire. He put down the documents on hand, voice thick. The solution is very simple, a word, coaxing. Coaxing? Hearing this word again from Huo Qingzhou, Huo Qingzhou pondered. Huo Qingzhou stood up and walked to him, all righteous. To put it bluntly, it's all about your attitude. whether or not you've done anything wrong, attitude is important. A man should be able to bend and stretch, outside to stand up to the sky, at home to take care of the family, do the wrong thing, courage to admit, did not do the wrong thing, should also be generous, let their women, it is not something dishonorable. Huo Qingzhou listens to these words and ponders. He feels that Huo Zhengyan has a point, or else why has he and Zhou Ji had such a good relationship for so many years? Obviously married for so many years, but still shaped as sweet as first love. After that, Huo Zhengyan utters a few more words to resolve the conflict, almost all of which are his words. Huo Qingzhou nods and glances at the time, thinking that Zhou Lime is still outside, preparing to leave the study. Who knows, Huo Zhengyan came with a soul-torturing question at this time. So, what did you do wrong? Chapter 44. Is it a thorn? You feel it yourself. The door of the old mansion. Elder Huo looked at the two reluctantly. When you have time, come here again, Grandpa misses you guys. Zhou Lemon nods. Huo Laozi was still uneasy, and couldn't wait to go with them. He came to Zhou Lemon, patted her shoulder, and said, Xiao Lemon, take it easy, the competition is not important, you need to keep a good mood, you have the strength, the result won't be bad. If the result of the competition is not as good as you want it to be, then Grandpa will personally organize a competition of this type for you to participate in, to ensure that you can get the champion. Zhou Lemon smiled helplessly, no need, that would be unfair. Elder Huo smiles and continues to say a few words to her before the two of them get into the car. Looking at the back of the car leaving, Elder Huo's face was grave. No way. Zhou Lemon is in a bad mood, he has to do something. Car. Zhou Lemon leans against the back of the car, her expression is normal. She thinks that Huo Qingzhou brought her over here for dinner to fulfill his mission as well. Originally thinking that it would be this peaceful all the way to Jiangcheng Mansion, she was going to close her eyes for a while, and anyway, she didn't have much to say to Huo Qingzhou. At this juncture, Huo Qingzhou is even less likely to say anything to her. Suddenly, seeing Huo Qingzhou freeing a hand over, Zhou Lime was startled and subconsciously retracted her hand. Only after settling down did she realize that Huo Qingzhou was only taking the cup that was placed next to her. She gasped slightly. Similarly, Huo Qingzhou also notices this detail, knowing that Zhou Lime is deliberately avoiding it, his gaze grows deeper and deeper as he suddenly pulls over to the side of the road. Zhou Lime wonders. Huo Qingzhou's low voice suddenly came to her ears, am I growing thorns on my body? She can't be touched? This questioning tone, similar to the tone of that night to blame her, Zhou Lemon, heart aggrieved, very quietly disliked the sentence, your mouth has grown thorns. The carriage fell into silence. It was so quiet that it seemed like you could hear the sound of a heartbeat. Zhou Lemon's heart was in 7 places, but she wasn't going to open her mouth, deciding to take the skin and carry it, but she noticed that Huo Qingzhou suddenly unbuckled her seatbelt and scooped her up in an embrace. Almost instantly, Zhou Lime is carried to sit on his lap, in close proximity to him. Her face instantly reddened, she didn't even expect such a thing. Struggling to sit back down, nay, her waist was tightly imprisoned by the man, she couldn't move. What are you doing here? Let's show you if I have thorns on my body that you can't touch. Zhou Lime's face burned, quickly let go of me. As she struggled to move, she clearly felt the changes coming from the man's body. Her body felt like it was stunned, instantly not daring to move for fear that an uncontrollable image would appear if she continued. Meeting Huo Qingzhou's eyes that are like an attack, she is anxious and shy, and blurts out, you don't know if you have thorns on your own body, you don't know ah. This sentence sounds to Huo Qingzhou as a hint that he might have spikes somewhere on his body. At the thought that the spikes were all fine, his face darkened. Suddenly, he grabbed the back of Zhou Lime's hand and brought her to a certain location, whether it's a thorn or not, feel it yourself. Zhou Lime's face reddens like a ripe apple as she struggles to withdraw her hand. Huo Qingzhou also came back to his senses all of a sudden, looking at the woman's cheeks that were colored red from shyness, panting and her chest rising and falling with it. He takes a deep breath and restrains all the desires in his heart. Zhou Lime took advantage of this gap to shove. The man's voice rang out coldly again, if you dare to move again, the situation is not something I can control anymore. Immediately understanding the meaning of his words, Zhou Lime stopped moving, her heart hanging in the air. She sits on Huo Qingzhou's lap like this, and with the limited space in the carriage, the distance between her and him is so close that she doesn't even dare to take a big breath. She is not sure what exactly Huo Qingzhou is going to do. A moment later, she sees Huo Qingzhou pick up her water cup and pass it to her mouth. Zhou Lime is unsure. Huo Qingzhou only spits out 2 words from his mouth, open your mouth. Is this to feed her water? She is about to say that she can do it herself, but when she sees that Huo Qingzhou won't let go of her hand, she has no choice but to open her mouth and take a few gulps. Could it be that Huo Qingzhou is holding her on his lap just to feed her water to drink? She is confused. What the hell are you doing? Huo Qingzhou is arrogant. Can't you see that I'm coaxing you? Huo Qingzhou, I'm coaxing you. Zhou Lime is stunned, she really doesn't see it. But from Huo Qingzhou's mouth saying the word coax, she feels surprised, not to mention that he's really doing something like coaxing a girl, even though he doesn't seem to have much experience. She doesn't know what to say for a moment. The atmosphere in the carriage shallowly changes again. Huo Qingzhou stares deeply at her, and his expression becomes serious, lightly opening his thin lips, his tone equally serious. I'm sorry. Zhou Lemon once again looks shocked. That night was my words, I apologize to you. Huo Qingzhou speaks word for word. He is apologizing to himself? Zhou Lemon slowed down for a long time before she dared to confirm this matter. The towering big shot, who wanted to stomp her to death with little effort, was actually holding her in his arms, sincerely apologizing to her, and doing such inept things as coaxing her. This wasn't a dream, was it? Zhou Lemon blinks, a bit in disbelief that what's in front of her is real. Huo Qingzhou, you can make a request now, I'll promise you. Zhou Lemon gradually comes back to her senses, knowing that Huo Qingzhou isn't joking, and it's a hard-won thing for him to give in. Zhou Lemon also knows how to give a step down, and smoothly opened her mouth. Then you take me to the dessert store, I want to eat dessert. Meeting the man's puzzled gaze, she explains, haven't you ever heard that eating dessert will make your mood better? Huo Qingzhou is puzzled, he is true to his word and naturally agrees to this request from Zhou Lemon. He had thought that this girl would take advantage of this to make some big requests because of his words, such as buying designer bags, cars, and... But he didn't realize that she just wanted to eat dessert. Once again, he felt that Zhou Lemon was very special. Taking out his cell phone, he opened the navigation in front of Zhou Lemon, trying to find a nearby dessert store. His long slender fingers scratched the screen, the back of his white hand vaguely showed veins, with a bit of mature charm, and the Buddha beads on his wrist were also conspicuous. Although Zhou Lime is not a hand controller, she is completely attracted by Huo Qingzhou's hands. During this time, when she hears Huo Qingzhou ask her about her flavor preferences, she just casually answers a few sentences. Because of this apology from Huo Qingzhou, the mood she felt stifled instantly improved. Suddenly realizing that she's still sitting on the man's lap, with one of his arms wrapped around her waist and the other hand looking at his phone, her heart beats erratically. Then very quietly asked, can you put me down now? Chapter 45 Helping her wipe. Huo Qingzhou sniffed before his gaze turned from the screen to her. Looking at her scarlet cheeks, big watery eyes, and those two pink lips, he once again felt a dryness coming from his body, and the knot in his throat tightened. He raised his eyebrows and came up with, it's not like you've been up here before. Zhou Lime inexplicably got his meaning and hurriedly explained, you misunderstood, I just want to sit back in the passenger side. Watching her cheeks get redder and redder again, Huo Qingzhou doesn't intend to continue teasing her and carries her back to the co-pilot, preparing to drive her to one of the most famous dessert stores in the neighborhood, as if he's completing her request. Not long after, the car stops. When Zhou Lemon got out of the car, she saw a beautifully decorated dessert store with pink walls and many big dolls at the entrance. There were some people who were standing at the walls taking pictures. It was true that if the decoration was nice, it would attract people. The two walked in together. Looking at the counter with delicate and nice-looking dessert treats and cakes, Zhou Lemon can't help but look at them. They are all too nice-looking, and look delicious at first glance. Huo Qingzhou stands next to him and asks, which one do you want to eat? Zhou Lemon is torn. Huo Qingzhou saw it and said, if you don't know which one to choose, then buy each one. There are so many of them, you won't be able to eat them all. You can have a few bites of each and taste the flavor. It's too much of a waste. The shopper overhears their conversation and looks at the man in his suit, completely attracted by his aura, thinking that he must be a rich man. Of course she doesn't know Huo Qingzhou's true identity, after all, Huo Qingzhou is still very low-key in the outside world. With a bright idea, she took the initiative to recommend, sir and ma'am, why don't I recommend a few bestsellers to you so that you don't have to waste them? Zhou Lemon felt it made sense and nodded her head. After choosing their favorite desserts, they arrived at a private room. Zhou Lemon looked at the environment inside the box, which was also very elegant. Behind them was a huge floor lamp, and next to it was a large photo frame with the words half-day leisure written on it. There were also a lot of green plants by the window, very lively. Zhou Lemon looked at it and was in a soothing mood. In fact, she knows that what makes her mood really comfortable is that Huo Qingzhou is willing to take the initiative to bend down and apologize to her, easing the relationship between them. After the dessert is served, Zhou Lime looks at it and salivates. Huo Qingzhou shakes his head helplessly, still a child in the end. He calmly takes a sip of tea, and doesn't know why. Right now he is relaxed in his heart and in good spirits, which can best be described as soothing. Looking at Zhou Lime's dessert-eating appearance, the corner of his lips imperceptibly hooked up. As a result, Zhou Lemon noticed and moved the dessert to his side. Do you want to eat it? Huo Qingzhou shook his head. Only then did Zhou Lemon continue to eat. Noticing that the man beside her has been staring at her again, she lowers her head, a little embarrassed, half of her cheeks slightly hot from his stare. Suddenly, catching a glimpse of Huo Qingzhou stretching out his hand, moving closer to her and gently wiping the corner of her mouth with his fingertips, she freezes in place, an electric current surging through her entire body. How old are you, eating and still staining the corners of your mouth? Huo Qingzhou purposely said this with his mouth. Zhou Lemon then realized and subconsciously wiped her mouth as well. Suddenly thinking of something, she asks, can I bring some to my sister? HM? She's like me, she rarely got to eat these things when she was little, so I want to bring her some food. Huo Qingzhou's emotions were inexplicably a bit complicated, nodded, and added in passing, you can bring as much as you want. After eating, the two returned to the car. When Huo Qingzhou started the engine, he found that the little girl's face was better, and she didn't avoid him. It wasn't long before Zhou Lime became a little tired. Her eyelids became heavier and heavier, and in the end, she leaned against the back of the car and fell into a deep sleep. When he arrives at Jiangqing Mansion, Huo Qingzhou parks the car and looks sideways, then sees Zhou Lime leaning back and falling asleep. Through the light emitted from the dashboard, he quietly watches and can see the girl's long curled eyelashes and white cheeks, seemingly dreaming of something sweet, the corners of her lips slightly hooked. The corners of his lips also unconsciously hooked up. This action, even he himself was surprised. In order not to wake up Zhou Lime, he lightly got out of the car, went around to her side, opened the car door, and picked him up in a princess carry. And perhaps Zhou Lime was too tired and didn't wake up. Huo Qingzhou holds her with both hands and closes the car door with his knees, staring at the dark circles under her eyelids with a complex expression. Hearing the movement coming from outside the door, Auntie Six quickly comes to the door and opens it, and when she is about to open her mouth to speak, she sees Huo Qingzhou make a silent gesture towards her. Auntie Six looks at the girl asleep in his arms and immediately understands. Watching Huo Qingzhou carefully carry Zhou Lime into the room, she covers her mouth and snickers. It seems like Huo Xiao really cares about Zhou Lime, perhaps even he doesn't realize it himself. Early the next morning, Zhou Lime wakes up and realizes that she is lying in bed. She thinks carefully, and then remembers that she fell asleep in Huo Qingzhou's car last night, so how did she get to the bed? Thinking about it, there is only one possibility, and that is being carried to the bed by Huo Qingzhou. Suddenly, a cell phone ringing interrupts her thoughts. She glances at the cell phone screen and it's Zhou Shui calling. Her heart thumps a few times, thinking that when Zhou Shui called earlier, something was wrong, and she anxiously picks it up. Big sister, thank you, you're so kind to me, the cake treats you sent me, I love eating them. Zhou Lime was stunned for a moment and quickly reacted. She mentioned this to Huo Qingzhou last night and also picked out the treats, thinking that she would take some time to give them to Zhou Shui. Huo Qingzhou definitely doesn't have the time, nor does he care to do such a thing. However, I didn't expect that Zhou Shui would have received it so quickly. Thinking that Huo Qingzhou remembers this matter and works very efficiently, Zhou Lime's heart warms up. After hastily exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhou Shui, and learning that she has been preparing for her exams with peace of mind, and that her family hasn't bothered her, Zhou Lemon is even more relieved. She only hoped that the peaceful days would last a little longer. After washing up, she ate breakfast. Ever since she got pregnant, she would eat 3 meals a day on time, paying close attention to her health. The slightest discomfort would make Auntie Six nervous, fearing that something would go wrong. When she came to school, after class, she noticed Young Man walking outside alone. Usually, Zhou Shangnan would follow her around. Why was she alone today? Along with curiosity, Zhou Lemon also followed her and watched as she walked in the direction of the comprehensive building. At a distance, she saw her walk into one of the offices. Squinting her eyes carefully, she saw the name of the office and vaguely guessed something. Chapter 46. You know, quite a fancy. That was the office of the judging team. Due to the fact that there were quite a few people from outside schools who came to participate in this Sprout Cup competition, a special judging committee was temporarily set up in the school. The results of the preliminary competition hadn't come out yet, so Young Man running in at this time, shouldn't she be trying to pull in the judges? This was indeed something Young Man was able to do. It just didn't take long for Young Man to walk out from inside, gray in the face. Zhou Lemon guessed that it was definitely eating dust inside. After Yang Man came out, she furtively looked around, wanting to leave quickly, but unexpectedly, just after taking a few steps, she bumped into Zhou Lime at the corner. Her gaze instantly changed. "Why are you here?" Zhou Lime's expression was cold. "I still have to ask you why you are here." Yang Man's eyes flashed with weakness and she avoided a positive answer. "You're stalking me? You are not a big star, what am I following you for?" Yang Man ate a bellyful of dust again. When she thought of that day when Zhou Lime directly talked about her in front of Senior Chen Yuan, her expression became more and more hideous. Just as she was about to break into a rage, she saw Zhou Lemon pull out the cell phone that she had broken from her pocket, and the screen was a miserable sight to behold. She scoffed, "Yo, such a broken cell phone, you still have it?" "It's not thanks to you," Zhou Lemon is straightforward, "compensate me for the money." Considering that no one is around, Yang Man also no longer cover up this matter, condescendingly said, "Compensate you a hammer. Do you deserve to use such a good cell phone?" After scoffing a few times, "By the way, how come you haven't got a new cell phone now? Surely you don't have the money to change it, now you don't even have a cell phone to use, and you still dare to call out in front of me. So, you finally dare to admit that you broke my cell phone, I thought you were too cowardly to admit it." This sentence successfully enraged Young Man. She was full of arrogance. "I bah. It is I broke your cell phone, so what? You can only give me to endure, in addition to us, who else will know it, heh." Yang Man's face was full of complacency, a victor's posture. Only when she saw Zhou Lemon pull out a new cell phone from his pocket, her face stiffened. "How did you have the money to buy a new cell phone again?" Zhou Lemon did not respond, in front of her face, clicked on the cell phone screen a few times, and soon, the words that Yang Man had just said came out, every sentence was clear. "I have recorded it," you say. "If I go to the office and release this recording, or post it online, what do you think the consequences will be?" Yang Man's expression was flustered, and she sharply rebuked, "How dare you?" "What do I dare not?" Zhou Lemon light lift eyelids. "I have one life left, was forced to rush, I can do anything." Yang Man was so angry that she gritted her teeth, and was tempted to rush straight over and snatch her cell phone, but Zhou Lime was very defensive and separated from her by a distance. Coupled with the fact that this was a public area, she didn't dare to mess around. Suddenly, she laughed softly a few times. "You send it out, I'm not afraid, my dad will help me. Zhou Lemon does not give up, backwater, if I let it out, the evidence is solid, do you think your father can protect you? I am only afraid that you will ruin your father's reputation." Yang Man's face was white, her lips mumbled, and she couldn't say anything. Just now she did say the words of admission. She was worried that if Zhou Lemon sent it out, it would affect her competition results, so that participating in the final round would be hopeless. After all, this kind of large competition would not let a tainted person participate. She was also worried that it would affect her father's reputation. Taking a deep breath, she huffed and puffed and pulled out her cell phone, yelling, "Isn't it just asking for money? I'm not poor, consider it a handout. Pauper." In short, anything that could be solved with money was not a matter to her. Zhou Lemon didn't care how hard words she said, staring intently at the cell phone screen. When she saw that there was a transfer record, her eyes lit up. Finally she asked for money. Luckily she didn't become an ingrate. She didn't want to linger for a second longer and turned around to leave. Yang Man stared viciously at her back, very confused as to why she had the money to buy such an expensive phone. No matter what, she had to get to the bottom of this. While Zhou Lemon looks at the extra money, thinking that the cell phone didn't fall in vain after all, her mood follows suit. Then looking at the new cell phone that Huo Qingzhou prepared for her again, since she received the money, shouldn't she buy something to thank him? Just what to buy? This is a difficult problem. When she returned to Jiangcheng Mansion in a special car, Zhou Lime searched on her cell phone for a long time and finally had an idea. She immediately opens the web page and buys Huo Qingzhou a thank you gift for him online. When Huo Qingzhou returns, the two of them have dinner together. Huo Qingzhou also resumed his old serious appearance, giving Zhou Lime the illusion that the man who tried to coax her and apologize to her before no longer existed. Zhou Lime eats a few bites of her meal and steals a glance at the man, wanting to speak. Huo Qingzhou's gaze doesn't fall on her body, but he lightly opens his thin lips. There is something to say directly. Zhou Lemon cleared her throat. "You bought me a cell phone, and to express my gratitude, I also bought you something that will be delivered soon." "What is it?" "Wait until you know, guarantee you will like." Zhou Lemon intentionally sold a secret. The reason why she was so sure was because when she checked on her cell phone, the netizens all said that it was something a man would need and like. Huo Qingzhou's eyes are curious, thinking that he will arrive later, so he doesn't continue to ask. Zhou Lemon took the initiative to prepare something for him, which surprised him. His face doesn't change much, but he can't help but eat a few more mouthfuls of rice. He even feels that the flavor of the rice has become fragrant. Huo Qingzhou isn't in a hurry to ask, but Zhou Lime gets anxious. She almost didn't hold it in, wanting to say what she bought, but when she waited until she reached her mouth, her words changed in time. Guess what I bought for you? Don't know. Zhou Lemon's face almost collapsed. Guess, to give you a hint, only men can use it, but boys probably can't use it yet. Huo Qingzhou pondered, looking at Zhou Lime with a bright smile on his face. How did he feel that the girl bought something a bit unusual? Just as he was about to respond, the doorbell rang. Zhou Lemon said anxiously, it must be something that has arrived. When he opens the door, Huo Qingzhou receives a box. As for what is inside, he can't see it. Zhou Lemon stood by with some embarrassment and said, you go back to your room later and open it, see if it suits you. After all, I bought it at that price. When Huo Qingzhou went into the bedroom, she waited anxiously in the living room, her heart filled with curiosity. She didn't know if Huo Qingzhou would like the things she gave her. If she doesn't like it and throws it away, she'll return it so that she doesn't waste money. In the middle of the day, that door opens, only to see Huo Qingzhou standing in the doorway with an expression on his face that is hard to describe in words. She hurriedly walks over and asks, how is it, do you like it? Huo Qingzhou stared at her meaningfully, and his tone was intriguing. You're quite good at picking, and you also bought it for yourself by the way, there are quite a lot of patterns. Chapter 47 Grandpa Aya, come to coax you. Zhou Lemon listens to the clouds. When she was about to ask, she saw Huo Qingzhou suddenly approaching her, staring straight at her. Where did you learn it? Of course I saw it on the internet. Zhou Lemon responded honestly. Huo Qingzhou listened with a more intriguing expression. You don't learn anything serious, you learn all sorts of things on the internet. As the words fall, he glances at the girl and turns in the direction of the bedroom. Feeling the hint of his eyes, Zhou Lime also followed and walked in, and when she saw the clothes on the bed and the small boxes, her face instantly changed. How could? She clearly bought not these things, had to quickly retract her eyes. Huo Qingzhou picks up the whip on the bed and puts it in her hand, speaking meaningfully. You say, how should this whip be used later? When she touched the whip, Zhou Lime inexplicably felt that her hand was hot and hurriedly threw it away. I didn't buy this. Huo Qingzhou only thought that she intentionally said this, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a deep smile. Desire to escape? Okay, then I will use it. Zhou Lemon was so nervous that her heart raced, and when she was about to open her mouth, she saw Huo Qingzhou pointing to a certain spot on the bed, and her tone slowed down. You know my strength, so you bought 3 boxes? Zhou Lemon's face was red to the point of dripping blood. She wouldn't buy these things. Even if she did buy them, she couldn't possibly be so wasteful. Looking at the sexy and exposed clothes on the bed, I am really worried that the next second the man will be beastly, and directly let her change it on the spot. She doesn't care about 3 or 7, and hurriedly explains. I really didn't buy this. It may be that the delivery man sent the wrong one. What I bought you is a razor, and it's not this at all. I bought you a razor, not this at all. She said, taking out her cell phone. If you don't believe me, you can look at the order. Huo Qingzhou glanced at the cell phone page, then looked at the bed, pondering. Right at this moment, the cell phone rings. It's the delivery man calling. Zhou Lemon quickly picks it up, and when she listens to it, she realizes that it was indeed an oops, because the wrong delivery was made, and this embarrassing situation has occurred. It's only when the razor is delivered that Zhou Lime breathes a sigh of relief. Looking at Huo Qingzhou staring at the razor box, he doesn't say anything for a long time, and doesn't know what's going on in his mind, whether he likes what she sent. She stood aside and asked in a very low voice, do you like it? Only then did Huo Qingzhou come back to his senses, looked at the bed that had become empty, and arrogantly came to say, it's okay, and what I usually use is really far from it. That is certainly not in a class A. Zhou Lemon smiled bitterly. Can she have the money to buy him something so expensive? Then reached out his hand. It's okay if you don't like it, I'll return it while I can. This way, there is nothing to lose. Who knows, when Huo Qingzhou heard this, his face sank and he took the razor back. There is no taking back what was given away. Zhou Lemon had to give up. Let's hope Huo Qingzhou doesn't throw it away. But the embarrassment that she had just caused had caused her mood to rise and fall, and she hurried back to the bedroom, trying to quiet her wildly beating heart. It was only in front of Huo Qingzhou that she was nervous. The next day, when Zhou Lemon leaves the school gates, she wants to look for the car that the driver's master drove over, but she is surprised to see a red flag car in the usual place. She is very surprised. Isn't this Grandpa Huo's car? With doubt, she walks over. Elder Huo's personal butler greeted her politely and then opened the back door of the car, inviting her to get in. The moment she opens the car door, she takes a glance at Grandpa Huo, who is all righteous, and immediately shouts. Grandpa Huo nods, a kind smile on his face. After sitting in the car, as she is surprised as to why he is the one to come today, Zhou Lime curiously inquires out her doubts. Elder Huo looks at her carefully, his face full of favor. Of course Grandpa came to look for you, of course there is something serious. Zhou Lime's eyelids couldn't help but jump. Did something happen? Nothing serious, Elder Huo kindly opened his mouth. Grandpa I came to coax you. Ah? Zhou Lime was stunned. Master Huo responded, last time you were in a bad mood, but Grandpa was worried to death. I thought that Qingzhou, that boy is no good, surely there is no way, can only rely on me. Zhou Lemon blushed. Grandpa, don't worry, I'm in a good mood now for a long time. She did not expect that the last time she went back to the old mansion, Master Huo kept this matter on his mind, and she thought she had long forgotten. Elder Huo didn't believe it. Don't try to be brave, just look at how Grandpa coaxed you into a good mood. Zhou Lemon did not know what to say for a moment. The other party's voice soon sounded, hey. If not for the fact that Qingzhou is busy, I would have called him here, so that he can also learn the skills of coaxing people on Grandpa, otherwise, he is not open-minded. AI. Grandpa, don't say that, he's very good. Listening to her say these words of defense, Master Huo smiled deeply and gratefully, thanks to you. Let Qingzhou out of the bitter sea of bachelorhood. I also heard Zhouji say about it, this is also considered a bodhisattva manifestation. This. Listening to Master Huo's tone of voice, how unwanted is this Huo Qingzhou? Does he have some kind of misunderstanding about Huo Qingzhou? Thinking that Huo Qingzhou is such an excellent man, he might just be too discerning. The reason he wasn't in a hurry was probably because he wanted to fine-tune his selection a bit, not realizing that she had come crashing out halfway through the process, and as a result, he was just forced to accept the situation. Do you want to get a license first or hold a wedding first? Elder Huo's words once again brought back her thoughts. Zhou Lemon is staggered, thinking about what Huo Qingzhou said to her in the beginning, and she, too, is very self-aware that Elder Huo's words with Zhouji and the rest of them don't represent Huo Qingzhou's thoughts. Carefully brewing the wording, I have not thought about it for the time being. I want to wait for the child to be born first, and also want to be able to finish my studies properly. Considering Zhou Lime's current physical condition, Elder Huo nodded slightly. You young people, have your own ideas. Grandpa chose to respect your ideas, but you are the granddaughter-in-law of the Huo family set, this cannot be changed. Zhou Lemon listens, her heart is mixed. On one side, she was thankful for Grandpa Huo's sincerity towards her, making her feel rare, and on the other side, she was worried about the future, who knows what will happen in the future. She doesn't want to put Huo Qingzhou in a dilemma, doesn't want to force him to do something he doesn't want. She will not have extra thoughts about things that do not belong to her. On the way, Elder Huo chatted with Zhou Lime again, laughing brightly. In fact, her mood has long since gotten better, but seeing as Elder Huo is so concerned, she doesn't say much. However, she was really curious as to how Elder Huo coaxed people. Chapter 48. Do you want me to drive here? More than a few moments later, the car stops. Zhou Lemon curiously gets out of the car and realizes that it's a villa area, nestled in the mountains with fresh air. In an instant, she sprouted the idea that it would be such a happy thing to live here. Elder Huo led her to the door of a villa and handed the key to her. You open it. Zhou Lemon did as she was told, opened the door, and was stunned by the decoration inside. Walking in and looking curiously, the space inside was even bigger than she thought. The decoration was also very nice. There was a small garden in the back, and next to it was the swimming pool. All the equipment, everything. The homes were all intelligent and easy to use. Zhou Lemon didn't dare to imagine how happy she would be if she lived here. Since she was a child, she had always wished to have a house of her own. It didn't have to be big, she could just have an independent bedroom. It was probably because she hadn't had a room of her own since she was a child that this had become an obsession. Elder Huo asked from the sidelines, do you like it? Zhou Lime nods without thinking. She thought, Master Huo brought her here, probably just to see it, to bring her to take a break. Who knows, heard Master Huo's voice, you like it is good, this villa, is Grandpa 2 days specially for you to select, style is also according to your favorite, after this is your villa. Zhou Lemon was shocked, she didn't hear it wrong, right? Looking at the floor of this villa, and the address, the price must be very expensive. She simply couldn't afford it. Zhou Lemon frantically shook her head to reject it, and was interrupted by Master Hui. Don't reject it, this is a piece of Grandpa's heart, and your name is written on the real estate certificate, as long as you don't mind. If you reject it again, Grandpa will be sad. Zhou Lemon was so shocked that she couldn't speak. How could she possibly dislike it? Little Lemon, are you happy now? Zhou Lemon quickly nodded her head. This can't just be described as happy. Elder Hui is happy to see her reaction and smiles. That's good, quickly compliment Grandpa a few times. Grandpa needs your praise. Looking at him as if he was an old child, Zhou Lime's mood was also infected, and after matching a few compliments, the cell phone in her pocket rang, and it was actually Huo Qingzhou calling. She immediately picked up the phone. The person on the other end only asked for her address, and after Zhou Lime answered, she hung up. Zhou Lemon was in the clouds. This hanging up the phone was really fast. What she didn't expect was that when she and Master Hua had just left the villa, she saw a familiar car parked at the entrance. From the car walks down a slender figure. The man walked calmly and greeted Elder Hua politely. Elder Hui, you came to pick up Little Lemon? Huo Qingzhou nods truthfully. Zhou Lemon stood aside, did not say anything. In fact, she can take Master Hua's car to go back together. Do not understand why Huo Qingzhou also personally come over a trip. Elder Hua suddenly flaunted a smile. You came just in time. I just have to tell you something. I have coaxed Xiao Lime. After saying that, both of their expressions changed. Look, how happy Little Lemon is smiling now. It's all because I coaxed her into being so happy. Huo Qingzhou frowns. Wasn't it me who coaxed her good? Master Hua grunted. Brat, even your grandfather's credit want to steal. You probably even how to write the word coaxing will not. Huo Qingzhou was deflated, but he couldn't say anything more. After a short while, Huo Laozi's face gradually improved. You have to learn more from me. In short, cannot let Xiao Lime be aggrieved, cannot let her unhappy. In order to quickly end the topic, Huo Qingzhou nods and simply perfunctorily says a few words. Seeing that Zhou Lime is in good shape, Master Hua doesn't intend to disturb their two-person world and leaves contentedly. And Zhou Lime follows Huo Qingzhou to the car. Fastening her seatbelt, she tells Huo Qingzhou truthfully what Grandpa Hua just gave her the villa to try to make her happy, and then observes the man's complexion. Grandpa Hua gave me something too expensive. I can't excuse myself today. I don't want to let him down. If you have time one day, help me to say that I can't accept such an expensive thing. Huo Qingzhou understands, and only faintly said, Grandpa gave it to you, you can accept it. The tone is not to be refused. Even though she wanted to say something, but looking at his firm eyes, Zhou Lemon had to swallow her words. Thinking that Master Hua went through all the trouble of just trying to coax her to be happy, which really surprised her, couldn't help but blurt out, you don't say, Grandpa Hua is really good at coaxing people. Huo Qingzhou's gaze sank slightly. Wouldn't I? Zhou Lime just wanted to add a few sentences, not wanting to dismiss his face. The cell phone in her pocket rang again. Curiously, she takes it out and looks at it. It's a message from the organizing committee of the Sprout Cup. It must be about the final match. She's nervous in her heart and quickly opens the page, staring intently. Just passing through a red light, Huo Qingzhou stopped the car and smelled something wrong. What's wrong? When the words fell, he saw Zhou Lemon's face full of excitement, and excitedly hugged him. The moment he got close, his body shook. Great! I've been selected for the final round. Zhou Lemon is completely immersed in joy, speaking to herself, hugging Huo Qingzhou and refusing to let go, and also rubbing against his body in excitement. At this moment, Elder Hua's car happens to pass by. The housekeeper saw this scene and said to him, Look, Miss Zhou is so happy, she must have been coaxed by you just now. Upon hearing this, Elder Hua also took a glance and his face was filled with a smug smile, very accomplished. Zhou Lemon is completely unaware of this and continues to hug the man. A moment later, the man's low, deep voice came from his ears, You want me to drive here? Zhou Lime shook her head, inexplicably feeling that Huo Qingzhou had deliberately aggravated the tone of driving, not like simply driving like that. She instantly came back to her senses, realizing that she was holding the man tightly and refusing to let go of him. She immediately loosens her hand and smiles in embarrassment. Luckily, Huo Qingzhou didn't say anything, waiting for the green light to come on and continuing to drive. Only then did Zhou Lime open her cell phone, again looking carefully at the text messages, clicking on the web page and seeing the list of those selected for the final round. When she saw young man's name, her expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, she only hoped that nothing would go wrong when the time came. Evening. Huo Qingzhou notices Auntie Six holding a bottle of something, preparing to go to Zhou Lime's room. He asked suspiciously, What is this? This is stretch mark oil. It needs to be applied to Xiao Lime's stomach so that Xiao Lime's stomach won't grow lines. It will be as smooth as it is now, but you have to insist on applying it for it to be effective. Put it on your stomach? Huo Qingzhou understands and looks at Auntie Six as she prepares to move forward again. His eyes flickered a few times, took a few steps closer to her, cleared his throat, and said in a serious manner, I'll do it. Chapter 49 Painting Stretch Mark Oil. Auntie Six froze slightly when she saw him extend her hand. Immediately after, came a soulful questioning, "You can?" Huo Qingzhou was full of confidence, of course. After thinking about it, this might be able to promote the relationship between the two. Auntie Six cheerfully passed the stretch mark oil to him, seeing him so active, it is really rare. After receiving the gestation oil, Huo Qingzhou heads towards Zhou Lime's room. Zhou Lime was lying on her bed looking at a magazine when she heard a knock on the door, thinking that it must be Auntie Six coming in, and then answered the door. When the door opened, she didn't look at it, and said, "Auntie Six, are you bringing something in? Just put it there." As soon as Huo Qingzhou came in, she saw the girl lying on the bed, wearing only a halter nightgown, revealing her white back and her smooth legs exposed in the air. One leg is casually cocked and bent, her posture looks very leisurely. Huo Qingzhou's eyes narrow slightly, noticing the charming curves. Zhou Lemon doesn't hear a response and smells something wrong. She turns around and sees Huo Qingzhou standing not far away. Her face is embarrassed and she immediately sits up straight. "Why are you here?" While speaking, she also straightens the hem of her skirt. Huo Qingzhou gives her a meaningful look. "I can't be here?" Thinking that this is his territory, he certainly has a reason to be here. Zhou Lime then shakes her head. Huo Qingzhou didn't say much, collected his expression and walked to her. "I'll help you apply the pregnancy oil." Zhou Lime was stunned. Usually it's not Auntie Six who brings it in. "I cannot?" The man came back with a rhetorical question. Zhou Lime shook her head, saw that he seemed to want to do it himself, and immediately said, "Just give it to me, I'll apply it myself." "You are not convenient." "I'm convenient, this only needs to be applied to the stomach." It would really be inconvenient for her if it was applied to her back. To her surprise, Huo Qingzhou acted as if he didn't hear her, sitting down on the edge of the bed, and simply came to say, "Come here." Zhou Lemon hesitates. Instead of freezing there and wasting time, it would be better to just come over. Zhou Lemon listened and slowly moved over. Huo Qingzhou did not change his color. "Lift up your clothes, I will help you apply it." The thought that she is now wearing a nightgown, not pants, if she lifts it up, won't she have to reveal the intimate apparel inside? She shook her head like a rattlesnake. No, I'll do it myself." Huo Qingzhou glanced at her. "Which part of your body haven't I seen before?" Zhou Lemon, embarrassed, speechless, time passed by the minute, worried that the man will therefore run out of patience, said, "You first back to the past, before I lift." The girl's scarlet cheeks came into view, and Huo Qingzhou cooperated by turning his head. Zhou Lemon took advantage of this gap to lift the hem of her skirt, and then covered her legs with the quilt on the side. This is much more reassuring. When Huo Qingzhou turns his head, he notices this change in her, not half surprised, and his gaze falls deeply on her belly, which has slightly bulged from its previous flatness. It didn't show her stomach too much when wearing loose clothing though. Noticing that he had been staring at her stomach, Zhou Lime spoke in embarrassment, "Do you want to come and paint it?" Huo Qingzhou has already returned to his senses and opens the cap, carefully applying it. Although he has never done this kind of thing before, the moment he applied it, Huo Qingzhou gradually became familiar with it. Zhou Lime was lying on the bed, her hands protecting the top of her abdomen. When the man's hand just touched, her whole body couldn't help but tremble, a wonderful feeling. Coupled with his comfortable technique, Zhou Lime's heartbeat was like thunder. Feeling her body stiffen, Huo Qingzhou speaks softly, "Relax." Zhou Lime is still taut. Huo Qingzhou raises an eyebrow, "Are you so afraid that I will eat you up?" It's not Zhou Lime who answers with embarrassment. Under the man's persuasion, she slowly relaxes. The man's force is just right, rubbing over the place with a slight burning sensation. Zhou Lime feels so comfortable. This relaxation led to an awkward situation. She couldn't help but grunt a few times. Just after making the sound, she froze. How could she make such a shameful sound? Blame it on being too comfortable. Not only was she stunned, Huo Qingzhou was also clearly stunned, and the movements of his hands followed suit. A certain part of his body is clamoring after him. Seeing this, Zhou Lemon hurriedly pulls the quilt up and covers her entire body, only revealing her large, clear eyes. Huo Qingzhou thinks that this look of hers is quite cute, and methodically says, "It hasn't been painted yet." Almost, you can go out, I'm going to rest." Zhou Lemon said hurriedly. Just thinking about the picture just now, she can't wait to find a crack in the ground. Huo Qingzhou sees her covering her body tightly and stands up, also not ready to continue applying. Anyway, she did apply it almost. Intending to leave, when he sees the girl's flushed cheeks, he temporarily changes his mind, and on a whim, decides to tease her. He handed over a tissue, slow and steady. "Wipe." "Wipe what?" Huo Qingzhou purposely says ambiguously, "Of course it's the place that should be wiped." Zhou Lemon again understands his meaning in seconds and shakes her head without hesitation. Before she could speak, Huo Qingzhou suddenly approached her, his dark pupils reflecting her shy expression. Zhou Lemon quickly tenses her body and shakes her head. I don't need it, you get out. I mean, your stomach may not be coated evenly, you can rub it. Huo Qingzhou is serious, what are you so shy? Belly? Isn't it that place? Zhou Lim came back to his senses, slightly rushed, a handful of paper towels. I know, I'll do it myself. Seeing that Huo Qingzhou didn't continue and cooperatively walked out of the room, she was relieved. She has sort of discovered the unknown side of the man. In front of others, he always looks like an abstinent, righteous man, and in front of her, he is kinda sultry. Could this be the legendary sultriness? This time, the location of the Sprout Cup final tournament is in Haichang, so Zhou Lim needs to prepare in advance. She was surprised that Huo Qingzhou agreed to this request for her to be able to travel to Haichang. What made her feel even more surprised was that Huo Qingzhou took the initiative to accompany her, saying that he is uneasy about the child in her belly. Zhou Lim naturally understands. Before the child is born, no one wants a situation to arise. Auntie Six helped pack up her things and stuffed a lot of things into the suitcase. Zhou Lim was surprised. Auntie Six, I'll be back soon, there's no need for so many things. How can I do that? When you are out and about, you will need all these things. Auntie Six refused to comply and continued to pack. Not wanting to waste Auntie Six's hard work, Zhou Lim didn't continue. Auntie Six, it's a good thing that Hua accompanied you this time, I'm also very relieved. Zhou Lim nods. In fact, if she has Huo Qingzhou by her side, she also feels very secure. She is curious what will happen with Huo Qingzhou and Haichang. This time the final match will hopefully end smoothly. Chapter 50. Stick your head in for me. The day of departure. Huo Qingzhou, dressed in formal attire, opens the trunk of the car and puts the two men's suitcases in. Zhou Lemon followed him to the car, one side looking forward to this trip, the other side nervous before the competition. As the participants had to gather at the meeting point and follow the organized bus. Zhou Lim didn't want to be special, so she only let Huo Qingzhou send her to the gathering place, and she followed the bus. On the bus, she was the first to speak. I heard that there is a beautiful sea in Haicheng, so I hope I can go and have a look at it this time. The sea? What is there to see in the sea? Huo Qingzhou just wanted to say this sentence, heard Zhou Lemon continue to longing to say, I've never seen the sea, only as a child in the TV, think so beautiful if you have the opportunity to be good. He instantly swallowed back those words with mixed emotions. Soon arrived at the place near the gathering. Huo Qingzhou stopped the car. Zhou Lemon unbuckled her seatbelt, then I'll go over first. This place was a distance away from the bus, so she didn't have to worry about being discovered. If those people found out, they might spread some gossip. Huo Qingzhou handed her the bag and briefly instructed her. Zhou Lim nodded and got out of the car, preparing to walk forward, only to not take a few steps before Chen Yuan's voice came from behind her. She inclined her head and politely said hello. It was normal to know that Chen Yuan appeared here. He was with the group as a volunteer this time. Chen Yuan looked at her and then at the parked car, his expression complicated. The windows of the car were closed, so he couldn't see the people inside, but just now when Zhou Lim walked down from the car, he could see it clearly. If he hadn't temporarily come out to buy some water to drink, he really wouldn't have realized it. Zhou Lemon naturally also noticed his line of sight, and wanted to open her mouth to say something to break the silent situation. Anyway, she had already let him know last time, so there was no need for her to cover it up. Suddenly, the car door opened, and the long figure was revealed. The two people's eyes then looked away. Suddenly bumping into his eyes that are as deep as swirls, Zhou Lemon is stunned. Why is he getting out of the car at this time? Could it be that there is something going on? She stands still, watching Huo Qingzhou approach her step by step until he stops in front of her. The man is very tall and she can only tilt her head back to look at him. When she is about to ask, Huo Qingzhou hands the cup in his hand to her. The cup was forgotten, don't forget to drink. Zhou Lemon then notices that he is indeed holding a cup in his hand, quickly takes it, and is ready to go. Huo Qingzhou's eyebrows sank, and in front of Chen Yuan, he pulled her arm. Slow down. Zhou Lim could only stop her steps. What's going on? Huo Qingzhou didn't say anything, and only reached out his hand, covering her legs, pulling her skirt hem down and organizing it, before withdrawing his hand. Such an intimate move immediately makes Zhou Lim blush. Huo Qingzhou raises his eyebrows in satisfaction, glances meaningfully at Chen Yuan, and walks his long legs in the direction of the car. The aristocratic aura emanating from his entire body made Chen Yuan slow down for a long time. Zhou Lemon took advantage of this gap and quickly walked forward. Luckily on the way, Chen Yuan didn't ask her anything, probably because what she said last time was already clear. When they got on the bus, they found that there were quite a few people sitting inside. A voice suddenly rang out, "Chen Yuan, you left to pick up Zhou Lima?" Because they saw the two of them getting on the bus together, that's why someone asked this. As soon as Yang Man heard this, her gaze immediately turned from the cell phone screen to them, especially looking at Zhou Lime's eyes, which were as sharp as a knife, wanting to stab her. Chen Yuan smiled faintly without responding too much. Zhou Lime felt that it was better to make things clear and not let people misunderstand. She briefly explained that they just ran into each other halfway and then casually found a seat. Chen Yuan's expression had a hidden change. Zhou Lime had just sat down, and her butt hadn't even warmed up yet, when Yang Man purposely said out loud, "Zhou Lime, why is your luggage so small?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Lime looked down. She only had one bag with her, the rest of her luggage was in Huo Qingzhou's car. At this time, another person who was with Yang Man followed and echoed, "Yes, you have the least luggage among us, you don't have money to buy things, right?" Immediately followed by a burst of laughter. Zhou Lime has long been accustomed to, directly ignored, put on the headphones, ears do not hear for clean. Yang Man noticed this move of hers and bit her teeth hard, how dare she ignore her? She was able to be selected for the final round this time, that must be the opportunity given to her by the heavens, allowing her to successfully defeat Zhou Lemon. At that time, when she won, she must ruthlessly humiliate Zhou Lemon. The people came together and the bus moved forward. Zhou Lemon looked out the window and listened to the song, feeling very cozy. She loved listening to songs while riding in the bus. Not long after, a surprised voice rang out in the bus, "You guys look, that Maybach is so grand, the license plate number still starts with the word 0. This sentence attracted everyone's attention. The people have to look out the window, even more open the window. Another person said, "I noticed this car for a long time, has been following us, so strange, is there someone he knows in the car?" Zhou Lemon vaguely heard, along with everyone's line of sight, also poked his head out to look back, really saw Huo Qingzhou's car, although she could not see the man in the car, but she had a very wonderful feeling in her heart. Only she knew clearly why this car had appeared here. The next second, the cell phone in her pocket rang. She glances at the cell phone screen and it's Huo Qingzhou calling. With confusion, she picked up the phone, and the voice coming from the other end was concise and clear. "Stick your head in for me." Zhou Lemon instantly reacted, obediently shrinking her head back and sitting up straight, thinking that she wasn't the only one watching. How did Huo Qingzhou find out? The people in the car are all chattering and discussing, only Chen Yuan's eyes are complicated, his afterglow glancing at Zhou Lime who was sitting not far away. His heart was also mixed. Suddenly, someone steered the topic to Yang Man and asked in a gossipy manner, "Yang Man, that car isn't coming after you, is it?" They all knew Yang Man's family situation, that's why they asked these words. Yang Man's expression was obviously stunned. She is also very puzzled, but listening to everyone say so, had to go along with everyone to adjust the state, deliberately complacent. "I do not know, but everyone do not be strange, it is not something unusual." When she said this, she just put her in the position of seeing a lot of people. "Maybe it's your suitor, if you say yes, you'll be rich from now on." Some people courted. Yang Man's expression became even more complacent, and she even glanced at Chen Yuan. As long as she became fluttery after being praised, she would become fluttery. That expression was as if she was saying, "If you don't chase me, I'm going to be courted away by someone else." Arriving at the destination, the bus stopped. Zhou Lemon carried her bag and followed everyone off the bus, ready to go to her assigned hotel room. "You guys, look, that car really followed us here." Zhou Lime followed the line of sight and saw it too. Someone suddenly egged Yang Man, "Young man, go and take a look, who the hell is in the car, in case it's really your suitor." Yang Man had a thought. Chapter 51. This bed is pretty soft. After that, there was a scene that shocked Zhou Lime. Yang Man listened to what everyone said and actually really strutted in the direction of that car. How thick was her skin? The crowd followed a short distance closer, not daring to move forward and staring intently. Only Yang Man was seen standing beside that car with a smile on her face, knocking on the window, following which the window was rolled down. Although he couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, he was able to see that Yang Man's expression changed drastically. At first, her face was full of shock, but in the end, her face was red and white, and she came back ashen. The whole person was like a lost soul. The crowd understood the situation and followed in shock. Someone consoled, "Young man, don't be sad, don't let this matter affect the competition. Huo Qingzhou is not an ordinary big shot, that's the prince of the Jiangqing mansion, his father is still a hand, it's too normal for you to be talked about." Yes, you at least had the chance to talk to Wu Xiao. Unlike us, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to talk to him for the rest of our lives. After being comforted, young man's mood gradually recovered. A moment later, she said bravely, I just said hello to Mr. Hua, and he said quite a lot to me, and told me to study hard and try to work for his company in the future, and said that he would take care of me when I get in. Wow! Mr. Hua thinks so highly of you. I envy you. In the midst of the gush of responses, young man suddenly heard Zhou Lime's laughter. Her eyebrows immediately furrowed, almost wrinkling into a pentagram as she questioned, What are you laughing at? Zhou Lemon gathered her expression in time. She really didn't hold back just now, and only said succinctly, nothing. Then turned around and walked towards the hotel. Yang Man stared at her back, her eyes vicious, but once she thought of the hotel room where Zhou Lime stayed tonight, the corner of her mouth hooked up a wry arc. In fact, just now Zhou Lime couldn't help but send a message to Huo Qingzhou, asking what exactly he said to Young Man. She knew Huo Qingzhou's nature and obviously knew that Young Man was lying. It was only when she received the message from Huo Qingzhou that she couldn't hold back her laughter. The content of the message was brief, with only one word roll. Following the room number given on the list, Zhou Lime found her room number, opened the door and walked in. The facilities in the room were simple, but everything that should be there was there, and she was satisfied. Since it would allow everyone to prepare for the competition with peace of mind, the organizing committee had purposely arranged for everyone to have a one-bedroom. It wasn't long before the doorbell rang. Zhou Lemon arrives at the door, looks out through the door hole, and opens the door when she catches a glimpse of the familiar figure. Only to see Huo Qingzhou standing calmly in the doorway. Zhou Lemon sensibly makes way for him, and the man walks in with his long legs, carrying his luggage. Placing his luggage aside, he glances at the room's environment and frowns slightly. Zhou Lemon saw it and said, This place is naturally not as good as the environment you lived in before. If you are not comfortable with it, you can go to a different room, but I definitely want to live here. If she left, she would definitely be suspected. Huo Qingzhou came to say, It's not impossible to make do here. Zhou Lemon didn't continue, noticing that Huo Qingzhou's gaze was staring at a certain place. She also looked along and soon saw the bed, her face burning. There is only one bed here. If Huo Qingzhou were to stay here, they would have to sleep in the same bed. She hadn't thought that much just now, so naturally she hadn't thought of this. Coincidentally, Huo Qingzhou's line of sight retracts and collides with her gaze, also feigning composure as he retracts it. The air cuts through silence. Zhou Lime deliberately changed the topic. I'd better pack my luggage first. Saying this, she opens her suitcase, looking at the things that Auntie Six has helped her organize neatly. She only needs to take out the things she uses first for now, and there is nothing to pack. Thinking that Huo Qingzhou was busy at work, and this time he also came here with her in a temporary hurry, he kindly said, I'll help you pack up first, right? Ask for advice and get consent before Zhou Lime dares to open it. She doesn't know until she opens it, but once she opens it, she is really shocked. Huo Qingzhou has brought even less things than she thought, but they are all neatly placed. Only one word came to her mind, clean and tidy. When she had just packed a few pieces and was about to continue to take things inside, she didn't pay attention for a moment and got one of the more embarrassing pieces of clothing, and when she looked at it, her face turned blood red. Her hand felt like it had been stabbed by a needle, and then she threw the dress back. Had she known it would be so embarrassing, why did she suddenly offer to pack his bags for him? Huo Qingzhou watches as his personal clothes are mercilessly discarded, his brows furrowing slightly, and is about to say a few words when he sees the girl's scarlet cheeks, but swallows his words. However, he was suddenly aroused. Slowly came to the bedside and sat down, patted the sides and spoke meaningfully, This bed is quite soft, the space is not as big as the one we had that night, but it's enough. Zhou Lemon avoided his burning gaze, thinking that when this man said these words, he really didn't blush or jump, very different from the appearance of abstinence. She turned her words around, I'll go take a shower first. Saying that, she went to the bathroom with a change of clothes. Staring at her hurried back, the corner of Huo Qingzhou's lips hooked imperceptibly. Suddenly remembering something, he comes to the door and knocks. Zhou Lemon, who was just about to undress, heard this and her body trembled as she vigilantly asked, What's wrong? Pay attention to the anti-slip. Only then did Zhou Lemon understand, slightly relieved, and responded, Don't worry, I'll be very careful. Although the environment here is not as good as Jiangcheng Mansion, she feels that it is already very good, and with Huo Qingzhou's reminder, she is also more careful. She knows that the reason Huo Qingzhou is so concerned is the child in her stomach. Originally, she thought that she would be able to take a hot bath peacefully, and she didn't slip, but what made her want to cry was that halfway through the bath, there was no water. After turning the faucet back on and trying multiple times, no water still came out. She then realized that the faucet was broken. Oops. Her hair hadn't been washed yet, and it was still covered in foam. A coolness hit her, and Zhou couldn't help but curl up. Her hair was wet and dripping downwards, blurring her vision. Due to the lack of soundproofing here, Huo Qingzhou also realized something was wrong on the outside and glanced at the time, so quickly washed? He has heard that it takes a long time for a woman to take a bath. He quickly stepped to the door and inquired Tom. There's no water, I haven't washed. Zhou couldn't help but sneeze. Huo Qingzhou's brows knitted tightly, and he couldn't care less. Directly opening the door, seeing her appearance, his eyes deepened. He quickly picked up the towel at the side and covered her petite body. When he touched it, he could feel the softness of her body. Chapter 52, helping him put out the fire. Halfway through the bath, this situation actually occurs. Huo Qingzhou's gaze sinks. It seems that the environment here is even worse than he thought. With a bath towel wrapped around her body and the air conditioning, Zhou's body only gradually warms up. Her entire state also finally slowly recovers. The feeling just now was too bad, originally wanting to take a beautiful bath, but not expecting this situation to happen halfway through. This kind of feeling, probably only people who have experienced it will understand. After calling the front desk to have it dealt with, he still doesn't know when it will be dealt with. Looking at the woman's hair still covered in foam, Huo Qingzhou's gaze deepens, and he can't wait a moment. He got up. I'll boil water for you to wash your hair. Zhou froze at first, and only reacted when she saw that Huo Qingzhou had already started to prepare. Looking at the man's less than skillful appearance, she thought that he must have never done this kind of thing before. She couldn't help but think that Huo Qingzhou had also said in the past that he didn't know how to cook. Thinking about it, a person from a background like his, no matter what he does, there will be someone who will arrange it, and there is no need to worry about this at all. But now, as he was filling water and preparing to boil it, looking anxious, Zhou's heart was touched. She walks over and sincerely thanks him. Huo Qingzhou takes the time to glance at her, and those big clear eyes look teary. In fact, he didn't do anything, these should have been his due responsibilities, but he didn't expect this little girl to be moved like this. I really don't know what kind of life she used to live. Wanting to say something, glancing at her body, Huo Qingzhou's gaze flickered, intriguingly coming up with, you want to give your body as a thank you? Ah. Zhou was lost in the clouds. Feeling a cool chill on her upper body, she looks down, realizes that the wrapped bath towel has become loose and is about to fall down, and hurriedly pulls it up. It's no wonder the man says such strange things. It's a good thing that Huo Qingzhou doesn't continue, staring at her hair with a complex expression. Soon, the water is boiling. Zhou only heard Huo Qingzhou's voice coming in sharply, come and wash. She walks over and sees Huo Qingzhou pouring the water into the basin, and personally reaches in to adjust the water temperature. With a look that she wants to wash her hair, her face hesitates. It's better for me to do it myself. I'll do it. Huo Qingzhou is concise. In order to make Zhou's posture more comfortable, he purposely moves a chair and lets Zhou lie down. Zhou was nervous at first, her body was tense, she had never received this kind of treatment, but she had worked at a barber store during the summer vacation and helped customers wash their hair. But now, a big shot like Huo Qingzhou, who is so high and mighty, is actually helping her wash her hair, and his technique is also very gentle. She gradually relaxes. After washing her hair, Huo Qingzhou's service was simply a one-stop shop, and he even helped her blow up her hair. Zhou sat obediently, feeling so comfortable. When it was all done, it was already very late. Zhou lies down on one side of the bed and covers up tightly. All she can think about is whether she's really going to sleep in the same bed with Huo Qingzhou later. Apart from that accident, or the alcohol-driven, chaotic head, she has never been in a sober state, lying in a bed with a man. Seeing her face full of worry, Huo Qingzhou didn't know what she was thinking, and graciously walked to the other side. It's not like you haven't slept before, what are you worried about? Unexpectedly, this girl came honestly, I'm worried that the bed will collapse. Huo Qingzhou was speechless. After the person beside her lies down, Zhou's nose comes with the familiar fresh scent of his body, overlapping with the memories of that night, she feels at ease. There is only one bed here, and there is no other choice, so she can't let a man sleep on the floor, and Zhou gradually accepts it. Anyway, like Huo Qingzhou said, it's not like they haven't slept together before, and they even have a child. It's just that, lying on the bed, she has always been at peace, stiffening her body, not daring to move around. At night, there was silence all around. It's so quiet that you can hear your own heartbeat. Huo Qingzhou noticed that the girl beside him was separated from him by a great distance, sleeping on the side of the bed, this posture, hating to sleep on the ground. If she fell, it would be bad. Is his body growing thorns? Disliking the feeling, he reached out with his long arms and naturally wrapped them around the girl. The distance between the two was instantly close. Zhou Lemon's heart was startled, not expecting this. She couldn't help but struggle, her leg accidentally brushed against a certain spot, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Voice gradually weakened, "You don't mess around, ah." Huo Qingzhou's breathing becomes obviously ragged, and through the moonlight, he stares at her fair cheeks and long curly eyelashes, and his throat tightens. It was an emotion that was difficult to control. Even he himself was surprised. He seemed to be fascinated by Zhou Lime's body. Turning around, he pressed Zhou Lime underneath him. "You didn't start the fire first?" "I." Zhou Lemon was already nervous, and when she saw the situation now, she was even more nervous that she couldn't speak. Suddenly, she remembered what Auntie Six had told her before, saying that when dealing with people like Huo Qingzhou, occasionally you have to deaden your skin up. In short, you have to put on a thick skin. She had an idea in her mind. Holding her breath, she wrapped her hands around the man's neck and learned the meaty words in a raw way. "Do you want me to put out the fire?" The words fell, and she obviously felt Huo Qingzhou's body changed. She was hesitant, but pretended to be calm. She knew that she was still pregnant with Huo Qingzhou's baby. Huo Qingzhou would not dare to do anything. Who knows, Huo Qingzhou seems to have heard her heart, and clasps her slender wrist, his dark pupils staring at her with a deadly stare, one word at a time. "Don't think that just because you are pregnant, I won't dare to do anything to you." Those eyes were like hungry wolves. Zhou Lemon's heart missed several beats. Didn't she say that thick skin would work? But looking at the man's look, she felt that it was counterproductive. She suddenly felt that compared to Huo Qingzhou, she was no match for him at all, and was still too young in front of him. Huo Qingzhou gasps, tightly clasping her hand, followed by bringing slowly down. Zhou Lemon sensed something wrong. The tale of bravado instantly revealed. Eyes suddenly showed panic. What are you going to do?" "Man, meaningful, you are not to help me put out the fire. As long as you want, there can be a million ways to help me solve." Zhou Lemon were to see this scene, her face red as a ripe apple, her heart is also beating rapidly, as if you can hear the sound of drums beating. Her whole body was as hot as her hands. Wanted to withdraw her hand, but her strength was not as strong as a man in the end. When she struggled, she was choked by the Buddha beads, and she couldn't help but make a sound. "Your Buddha beads are choking me." Chapter 53. Your technique is good. Huo Qingzhou clearly paused in his movements. Just when Zhou Lemon thought he might stop, who knows, the man came with words that made her myocardial infarction. "Then bear with it." Zhou Lemon deflated her mouth. It was really ruthless. However, although the other party did not let go, she vaguely felt that the man's hands to lighten the strength, Buddha beads also slightly moved position, not just so pinch. It seems to have listened to her words. After finishing, Zhou Lime was flushed and her heart was in turmoil. She had never done this kind of thing before. Shrinking on the bed, she covered the quilt tightly. It also covers her flustered shyness altogether. Huo Qingzhou glances at her. In the end he still loses control in front of her once again, taking the woman's shyness in his eyes, the corner of his lips slightly hooked. "Your technique is good." Zhou Lemon immediately understands what he means, her face rolls hot, but remembering what he said just now, she can't help but whisper back, "You really don't know how to be compassionate." Huo Qingzhou laughed a few times and held her chin, staring at her lips. "Your mouth is quite poor. You are not afraid of this vicious big grey wolf of mine? Your place is also quite troublesome." Again disliking her very quietly, Zhou Lime breaks away and shoves her head completely into the quilt. This way, there's no need to lock eyes with Huo Qingzhou. In the middle of the day, the quilt is pulled away, and Huo Qingzhou's low voice comes from his ears. "Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get out of breath?" Zhou Lemon had to obediently pull the quilt down and exhale deeply. Indeed, nestled in the quilt, breathing was a little rough. "Sleep, get some rest to go to the competition." Hearing Huo Qingzhou's voice again, Zhou Lime couldn't help but curiously look at him sideways, realizing that he looked calm, as if nothing had happened just now. She also closed her eyes and forced herself to start sleeping. Huo Qingzhou's low and withdrawn voice from just now is still constantly echoing in her ears. It was something very intimate, causing her to have the illusion that she and Huo Qingzhou were very close people to each other. Her sideways eyes continue to stare at Huo Qingzhou's side face, unable to find any flaws, and her heartbeat does not calm down for a long time. She admits that she has long been attracted to Huo Qingzhou. The main reason is that Huo Qingzhou is too excellent, like the proud son of heaven. If it were anyone else, it would be hard not to be attracted to him. However, reality is constantly hammering away at the gap between them. She also doesn't know what kind of feelings Huo Qingzhou has for her, or maybe he hasn't invested any feelings in her. Suddenly, Huo Qingzhou's voice sounded beside her. How long are you going to stare at me? Zhou Lemon is stunned. He is not even asleep? Embarrassed, she quickly closed her eyes and pretended that nothing had happened. When she was halfway to sleep, she felt the person beside her move slightly, and then she vaguely felt two exposed hands being tucked under the quilt. She instantly felt so warm. The next morning, Zhou Lemon wakes up and realizes that she is hugging Huo Qingzhou. This posture is completely using Huo Qingzhou as a hugging pillow. Her heart is startled. She clearly slept in a disciplined manner last night. How did she wake up to this image? She wanted to take advantage of Huo Qingzhou's inattention to quietly move away, but just as she wanted to act, she met the man's deep eyes, and her movements were stunned. After a moment's pause, she smiles awkwardly. You're awake. Woke up early. Zhou Lemon was embarrassed again and got up. You woke up early, you can call me Ah. Huo Qingzhou didn't respond, organizing his clothes. He was only wearing a shirt at this time, the top few buttons were undone, appearing loose, the whole person penetrated a lazy temperament. When the gaze looked down, it landed on his pants, to be precise, a certain position. She blushed. Last night has obviously been. Why now look still very energetic appearance? Before she could retract her gaze, she met Huo Qingzhou's eyes. The man's gaze was deep, his expression was as usual, and he made a point of saying, there is no need to be curious, it's a natural physiological reaction in the morning. Zhou Lemon blushed in embarrassment. Who said I was curious? You are not curious, you stare? Zhou Lemon, face even more embarrassed, froze half a sentence cannot say. At this time, a knock on the door sounded. Zhou Lemon was puzzled, not knowing who it could be in the morning. The person outside the door knocked sharply, and at the same time, her voice rang out, Zhou Lime, open the door. After hearing it clearly, Zhou Lime's expression changed. It was actually Yang Man. What is she doing here so early? Glancing at Huo Qingzhou on the side, Zhou Lime sighed in dismay. She can't let Young Man find out that he's here, or else the whole school will have to know, and she won't be able to have peace in her campus life. Zhou Lime. What are you doing in there? Open the door quickly, I have something serious to find you. In her haste, Zhou Lime pushed Huo Qingzhou into the bathroom, not bothering to look at the man's expression, and then opened the door. In an instant, she took a deep breath, her expression calming down a lot. Something's wrong? Yang Man stood in the doorway, and ever since she opened the door, those eyes were fixed on her, as if they were trying to probe for something, which made Zhou Lime very uncomfortable. Almost instantly, Yang Man's face sank. Damn! Why did she look like she had a flushed face? Was last night a good rest? No, she had greeted her and arranged for Zhou Lime to have a hotel room with a not-so-good environment, so it was reasonable that she should not have rested well last night, and should now be wearing dark circles under her eyes, just like a giant panda. In that case, it would also affect the state of the game. This springy look is simply going to blow her away. What the hell is the matter with you? After asking, seeing that Young Man didn't say a word in half a day, Zhou Lemon coldly said, Don't bother me if there's nothing going on. Then wanted to close the door. Yang Man noticed the change in her expression. Her afterglow glanced inside the room many times, as if there was something she cared about. Yang Man immediately became suspicious. She blocked Zhou Lime's movement to close the door and rushed in. I haven't finished my sentence yet. What are you in a hurry to close the door for? Is there something unseemly and dirty hidden inside? Seeing her rush in, Zhou Lime's heart is in her throat. Huo Qingzhou is still inside. Shouldn't he be discovered? After Yang Man rushed into the room, she looked around vigilantly, expecting to find something, but didn't see any silhouettes. Quickly get out of here! Zhou Lemon said angrily. Nay, Young Man was now unable to hear a thing, completely immersed in her own world, looking around and soon landed her gaze in the direction of the bathroom. It must be the bathroom hiding someone. I'll come and take a look now. With that, she pushed open the bathroom door and rushed in. Chapter 54. You want to drink other milk? In an instant, Zhou Lemon's pupils shrank. Yang Man looked inside and didn't see anyone. She frowned. It wasn't right. Intuition told her that Zhou Lime was definitely hanging out with wild men. As she searched, she screamed, Zhou Lime, you'd better be honest and tell me, are you being kept by an old man? Otherwise, you're such a pauper, you still have money to buy a cell phone, and you're wearing raggedy clothes at best. Zhou Lime's face huffed as she saw her talk harder and harder. It would be fine if she was alone, but there were other people beside her. She yanked Young Man out and slapped her with her hand. Yang Man covered half of her cheek, her face full of disbelief. When she was about to have a seizure, Chen Yuan's voice came from the doorway, "What's wrong with you guys?" When Yang Man saw that it was Chen Yuan, she held back her anger, not wanting to leave a bad impression in front of him, and aggressively came to his side, speaking petulantly, "Senior, she hit me." Saying that, pointing to her cheeks, "Look at my face is red, no one has dared to hit me like this since I was a kid." Zhou Lemon was unafraid and only spat out 3 words from her mouth, "She deserves to be beaten." Yang Man was so angry that he clenched his fists. After understanding the truth, Chen Yuan looked meaningfully at the room, did not say much, pulled Yang Man and was ready to leave. Yang Man refused. "It's wrong for you to trespass into someone else's room without permission. If you don't want to affect the match, follow me out now." Once Yang Man heard this, her expression moved. Just like that, Chen Yuan pulled her and walked out. As they walked out, Chen Yuan turned back and looked at Zhou Lime with complicated eyes without saying anything. Seeing them walk out, Zhou Lemon quickly closes the door behind them, slightly relieved, but when she thinks about how Yang Man didn't even find Huo Qingzhou in the bathroom just now, he wouldn't have disappeared into thin air, would he? Anxiously coming to the bathroom, there was really no one there. She suddenly remembered the news she had read before: when someone was caught in the act of adultery, he jumped out of the window in a hurry. Could it be that Huo Qingzhou also used this method? This is a high building, if you are not careful, you will lose your life. Zhou Lemon panicked, hurriedly leaned over the window and looked around. There were no silhouettes to be seen. She hurriedly looked down again. If she had an accident, she would definitely be lying on the ground dead now. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind her, "Is it to see if I'm dead?" Zhou Lemon is stunned. Turning around, she sees Huo Qingzhou's face covered in gloom, slowly walking to her. She then realizes that Huo Qingzhou was standing behind the door just now, which is why Young Man didn't notice him. Not wanting to be seen in the man's heart, Zhou Lime shakes her head. "No, I'm just casually looking." Huo Qingzhou doesn't respond, staring deeply at her. This makes Zhou Lime a little uncomfortable. She lowers her head, pondering what to say, and hoping that Huo Qingzhou won't hear the ugly words Young Man said just now. Unexpectedly, the next second, her hand is held by Huo Qingzhou, and his question rings in her ears at the same time: "Does your hand hurt?" "Ah." Zhou Lemon is unsure, and quickly reacts to the fact that she is being asked if it hurts to hit someone just now, and immediately shakes her head. Huo Qingzhou said in a low voice, "Not bad, when you are bullied you have to return the favor." Thinking of the image of the party, his eyes were stern. And outside the door, Yang Man followed Chen Yuan for a while and was in a depressed mood. "Senior, why are you pulling me out? I'm sure there is someone in Lemon Zhou's house, she's just being adopted." "You stop talking. Why don't you let me continue? Her character is very questionable, Senior. You must recognize her true face, don't be deceived by her innocent appearance." Yang Man frantically output, taking advantage of this opportunity, trying to make Chen Yuan loathe Zhou Lime. Only, Chen Yuan didn't even listen to her continue. Her mood was poor to the extreme. This account, when the day comes, must be settled back. When the match ended smoothly, Zhou Lime followed the others out. Only then did she have time to open her cell phone and look at it, finding a text message from Huo Qingzhou, an address. She immediately looked for it and soon saw the familiar car. Just sitting in the car, Huo Qingzhou habitually handed her a cup, "Drink water." Zhou Lemon took it. She really didn't have time to drink water just now, and now she happens to be a little thirsty. She drank a few mouthfuls and was slightly surprised to find that it tasted like milk. Huo Qingzhou saw her expression and explained, "I just brought it here." Zhou Lemon instantly feels warmth in her heart. Seeing her drinking action stop, Huo Qingzhou asked again, "Don't like it?" Zhou Lemon was about to shake her head when she heard him say something meaningful, "Or do you want to drink other milk?" At first, Zhou Lime didn't understand the meaning of his words, but looking at his eyes, he felt that there must be something in his words, and he was too embarrassed to continue asking. It wouldn't be good to ask embarrassing ones. She lowers her head and continues to drink milk to replenish her strength. The corners of Huo Qingzhou's lips tug slightly, and he doesn't intend to continue teasing her as he drives the car. Only when he arrives at his destination does he stop the car. Zhou Lemon curiously looks out, then quickly drops her gaze in surprise on the man, her face unbelievable. "Didn't you say you wanted to see the sea? Come down and take a look." Zhou Lemon nodded her head vigorously. She didn't expect that Huo Qingzhou still remembered what she casually said before. Get out of the car. Into the eyes is a glimpse of the sea, seawater in the sunshine, sparkling. Ears from time to time came the sound of the waves rolling. The flavor of the seawater is also in the tip of the nose. Zhou Lemon felt so unreal. She walks forward excitedly, unable to hide the smile on her face. Huo Qingzhou sees that her mood has changed for the better, and his hanging heart loosens slightly, only to notice her accelerated pace. His brows knit slightly. Slow down. Zhou Lemon obediently does as she is told. Even so, Huo Qingzhou is still a little uneasy, directly holding her hand. Zhou Lemon's heart palpitates several times, walking alongside him, feeling so secure. That hand of hers, too, was wrapped tightly in the man's large hand. Thank you for bringing me here. HM. Arriving at the beach, Zhou Lemon had a whim, directly took off her shoes and stepped on the beach with her bare feet, feeling that the sand was so soft and comfortable to step on. Huo Qingzhou sees that she is in the mood and stands aside to watch her. But suddenly notices Zhou Lime touching her stomach, staring at him blearily. The baby is hungry. Huo Qingzhou raised his eyebrows, didn't break her down, but asked smoothly, "You want me to call you baby?" No, I mean the baby in my stomach. Zhou Lime was anxious and shy. Good thing the man continued to ask, "What do you want to eat?" Zhou Lemon was waiting for his sentence, pointed to the distance. "There is a baked sweet potato stand. I smelled the smell from a long distance. You help me to buy, okay?" This tone of voice makes it impossible to refuse. Huo Qingzhou instructed a few words, and only after seeing the other party nod did he walk over with confidence. Standing in front of the stall, he was dressed in a customized suit, standing lazily, out of place with the stall, or rather, because he was standing in front of the stall, making it rise several notches. The scene of him buying sweet potatoes happened to be seen by Yang Man, who was passing by. Chapter 55. Thanks to you not kicking in the vitals. Yang Man glanced over and couldn't believe her eyes. What was she seeing? The prince of the mansion, Huo Xiao, was actually buying baked sweet potatoes. Is he used to eating this kind of stuff? After rubbing her eyes and staring for a long time, Yang Man gradually dares to believe it. Waiting for the sweet potatoes to be baked takes a while. Huo Qingzhou is bored and opens his cell phone to look at them. Of course he's not interested in these, but Zhou Lime likes to eat them. Once he thought that these were not harmful, he would of course choose to respect them. His afterglow unintentionally glimpsed a gaze staring at him, and he looked over, only to see an unfamiliar woman standing close by with a shocked expression on her face. He originally didn't care, but looking familiar, he thought of the last time she came to the car, including the fact that she was also the one who suddenly broke into Zhou Lemon's hotel room. Instantly, his eyes sank several points. Where does Yang Man notice this, only surprised to find that Huo Qingzhou is also looking at her, not shifting his gaze? Could it be that he has become interested in her? Yang Man steals joy, straightens her hair, gathers courage and walks up to him, a scratchy look. Huo Xiao, what a coincidence, we meet again. Huo Qingzhou laughed, word for word, very coincidental indeed. Smelling a chilling aura, Young Man is almost like falling into an ice cellar, but soon she recovers, thinking that it must be an illusion. Since Huo Qingzhou's gaze lingers more on her body, he must be interested in her. Otherwise, someone like him wouldn't give an extra look to someone who wasn't interested. You also bought sweet potatoes in person. I also go to the bathroom in person. Huo Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. You came over here. The words were interrupted by the other party before they were finished. Beaten? Yang Man's words were stuck in his throat, covering half of his cheeks. It must have been the slap marks on his face that hadn't completely dissipated before he was seen by the man. At the thought of not having a perfect image in front of him, Yang Man cursed Zhou Lime in his heart. But on her face, she smiled and pretended to be aggrieved. Yes, Huo Xiao, thank you for your concern. In fact, I just met an unreasonable person. Her private life is chaotic, but also. Well played. Yang Man's words were interrupted again, this time before she finished. She looks at Huo Qingzhou in a cloud, a bit disbelieving her ears. Huo Xiao means that she deserved to be beaten? Huo Xiao, what do you mean by this? The palm print is good, it means that the person who hit you has long, slender fingers. Huo Qingzhou finished quietly, took the baked sweet potato, and prepared to leave. Just a few steps away, he turned back to stare morosely at Young Man and said grimly, if there is a next time, it won't be so simple. Yang Man was so scared that her legs went soft. She didn't dare to linger longer and turned to leave in a panic, almost falling. What the hell is Huo Qingzhou talking about? She was very weak, her mind had thought of a million possibilities, but had never connected the two of them, Huo Qingzhou and Zhou Lemon. In her cognizance, Zhou Lemon's kind of inferior person wouldn't even have the qualifications to meet Huo Qingzhou. At this time, Zhou Lemon was still immersed in the beautiful scenery. She took a lot of beautiful pictures and scribbled on the beach. Although these marks were quickly erased by the waves, she was happy to do so. It wasn't until Huo Qingzhou returned that she stopped moving. Seeing Huo Qingzhou's empty hands, her shoulders almost collapse. You didn't buy it? Huo Qingzhou takes the sweet potatoes out of his arms, a scent coming out of his nose. I can buy whatever you want. Zhou Lemon is surprised and receives the sweet potato. It turns out that he was afraid of getting cold, so he put it in his arms. This careful action makes her heart warm. After eating a few bites, her stomach also became warm. Is it good? Hearing the question, Zhou Lime nods without thinking. Who knows, Huo Qingzhou added, give me a bite. Zhou Lemon is slightly stunned for a moment. Huo Qingzhou is actually taking the initiative to ask her for food. She hands the sweet potato over and watches as Huo Qingzhou takes a bite. Following this, she nods. It's indeed not bad. If you like to eat it, why didn't you buy one more just now? I'm happy to. It can't be that you want to eat the same sweet potato with me, right? Admiring Zhou Lime's brain circuits, Huo Qingzhou's face rarely flashes with embarrassment, avoiding the line of sight and not continuing. After playing well, Zhou Lemon felt soothed. Before she had seen the sea, she had once heard her teacher say in her student days that she should go see the sea when she had the chance, that the sea was magnificent, and when she looked around, her own mind would become broad. Those mundane things, past anxiety things, in front of the sea, are not a matter. Today she stood in front of the sea, indeed have this feeling. She was too insignificant in front of the sea. When she tried to put on her shoes, she realized that there was a lot of sand on her feet. She wanted to get it off, and Huo Qingzhou waved at her, come here. Looking over, there is a bench where Huo Qingzhou is standing. She realizes and walks over to sit down, so that getting the sand off her feet will be convenient. Only, what she didn't expect was that Huo Qingzhou naturally squatted down in front of her and then held her ankle. Her ankles are instantly hot. Before she could make a sound, Huo Qingzhou had already helped her wipe the sand from her feet. His eyes focused on her feet, and his hand movements were careful. She is a little embarrassed. It's better if I do it myself. Huo Qingzhou continues to help her clean up as if he didn't hear her, and Zhou Lime no longer stiffens, considering that the man might just want to take care of it quickly. When she touched the center of her foot, Zhou Lime felt so itchy. She didn't hold back for a moment and tried to retract her foot, accidentally kicking Huo Qingzhou. Kicked me? Sorry, I didn't mean to kick you, it's just a bit itchy. It's a good thing you didn't hit the vitals. After cleaning up, Zhou Lime's feet became clean and felt comfortable after putting on her shoes. This time when she went to Haicheng, although there were some hiccups, Zhou Lime felt happy, the main reason being that she could be with Huo Qingzhou. That way, even if they were separated in the future, there would be quite a few unforgettable memories between them. She wanted to follow her heart, but she wouldn't hinder Huo Qingzhou from finding his own happiness. Just as he said, a marriage without feelings will become a scattered sand in the end. Within a few days, the results of the final match came out. Zhou Lemon won the championship as promised. The moment she saw the results herself, her mood was calm, but she received congratulatory calls from Zhou Ji and Elder Huo one after another. Even through the cell phone screen, she could feel the other party's tone of excitement. In short, this not only brings achievement to herself, but also brings happiness to the people she cares about, and that's a good thing. However, what she didn't expect was that trouble soon came. Chapter 56, Falsely Accused of Plagiarism. Inside the school cafe. Zhou Lemon stared at the cell phone screen with a sullen face, keeping the same posture for a long time. Ruan Huan glanced at her worriedly. Lemon, are you alright? Zhou Lime came back to her senses and shook her head. She placed her cell phone aside, and the large black headline on it was conspicuous, stating that the former champion was actually a repeat plagiarist. After reading it carefully just now, she realized clearly that she didn't know who it was that posted this untrue report inside the school forum, falsely accusing her of winning a championship that was actually plagiarized, and wasn't a real strength at all. There were a lot of bad comments at the bottom, all accusing her of plagiarism. Ruan Huan fought for her. I see that this report was sent out anonymously, and I don't know who it is. How can they distort the facts so much? Zhou Lemon pondered. Right now, the only way to solve this matter is to bring out the person behind the curtain. Only the other party did not disclose any information. What should she do? She couldn't just stand by and watch public opinion fester. While the two of them were discussing their approach, a shrill voice came from far and near. A repeat offender of plagiarism still has the face to sit here and drink coffee. Zhou Lemon's face sank, and when she turned around, she really did see Yang Man arrogantly walking towards her with a gloating expression on her face. She was followed by a few people. Zhou Lime directly ignored her. Yang Man was furious and walked up to her, condescendingly saying, I thought you were capable of so much. After all, your championship was copied. It's really a disgrace to our school. Echoing voices rang out around them. Yes. It's so disgraceful. Doing such a dishonorable thing, do you really think we're fools? If it were me, I'd have gone back to hide, I'm so thick-skinned. One ugly word after another. Ruan Huan couldn't stand it and said angrily, I forbid you to say that about Lime. Lime didn't plagiarize at all, it was falsely accused. But her voice was quickly covered up by the uproar. Zhou Lime stood up, knowing that instead of wasting time with these people, it would be better to cut to the chase and solve the problem. Just as she pulled Ruan Huan to leave, young man directly blocked her way. Don't even think about trying to escape without giving us a statement. Zhou Lemon snorted, don't you understand the principle of a good dog not blocking the way? You. Yang Man became infuriated and made a wink towards the people behind her. How dare you scold her? She wanted to show Zhou Lemon her colors. The people behind her immediately understood what young man meant, and they all blocked in front of Zhou Lime and Ruan Huan, not letting them go, with particularly unpleasant words on their lips. Those spitballs alone could drown a person. Ruan Huan was nervous and held Zhou Lime's hand. Zhou Lime's expression didn't change much, feeling raucous, and then picked up the coffee that was sitting on the table and opened up crazy literature. Whoever doesn't let it go again, I'll splash her to death. Everyone took a look at the coffee shaking in her hands and instinctively took a few steps back. No one wanted to be splashed. Zhou Lime took advantage of this gap and directly pulled Ruan Huan out. The two of them walked forward for a long time, and only sighed in relief when they looked back and saw that the gang hadn't followed them. Ruan Huan patted his chest, it was so close, it's good that you thought of a way, or else they would have been trapped there all the time, their ears would have gotten calloused. This is my business, causing you to be affected as well. Zhou Lemon slightly apologized. What are you talking about? Your matter is my matter. Zhou Lemon moved to nod his head, chanting, everyone now identified me as plagiarized, now we must hurry to pull out the person behind the curtain, just we do not understand these network technology, how to check it. Ruan Huan thought for a moment, suddenly bright, I know a computer department god, his name is Lin Jia, maybe he can help us. Zhou Lemon heard, although not sure whether it can help or not, but as long as it is a glimmer of hope, she will try to grasp. When contacted to meet, Lin Jia saw that it was Ruan Huan who took the initiative to find help, looked very excited, did not say a few words, directly agreed, frantically clicking on the computer. The two men didn't know much about the technology in this area, they only knew that Lin Jia was going to search based on the posted IP address. They stood aside and waited nervously. Lin Jia's eyes stayed fixed on the screen, occasionally tapping the keyboard. Time passed by minute, and for Zhou Lime, every moment was torture. Just when she was hesitating whether she could solve the problem or not, Lin Jia suddenly opened his mouth. We found it, you guys take a quick look. The two were surprised and quickly looked at the computer screen. Especially Zhou Lemon, her eyes were the most serious. When she saw the name of the LD on the screen, she felt familiar. She opened her phone and searched, only then did she realize that the person behind the curtain was Young Man. In relation to what Young Man had done before, Zhou Lime was not surprised that she had deliberately falsified the facts. It was also like something she could do. Ruan Huan, this young man didn't expect to do something so shameless. Lime, what do you fight now? Zhou Lime, of course it's sending out the facts, anyway, the evidence is now overwhelming. Although it's not clear how much impact it will have on Young Man, it's good enough for everyone to understand the facts and know that she didn't win the championship by plagiarizing. After she finished speaking, she began to move. Lin Jia looked at them from the side, if you guys have any help, just keep talking to me, if I can do you a favor, I will do it. The two sincerely thanked them. Ruan Huan, Lin Jia, I really thank you this time, if it wasn't for you, Lemon is still being falsely accused, when we have time next time, we will treat you to dinner. Lin Jia was embarrassed when he heard the thanks. Because Zhou Lime released a clarification post with solid evidence, directly testifying what Young Man did, this post was forwarded by many people and everyone was discussing this matter. Zhou Lemon had been focusing on this matter for almost the entire day. When she returned to Zhangcheng Mansion, she would occasionally pick up her cell phone to take a look. Not to mention during dinner. When she saw that everyone's winds had changed and they were all accusing Young Man of falsifying facts, spreading rumors, and disgracing the school, she was in a great mood and took screenshots of them all one by one. What she was worried about was that after Young Man knew about it, she used her connections and deleted the post, so she wouldn't have the chance to see such an uninhibited speech. Regardless of how long this post could stay, she felt content. At least it hadn't been wronged. It was a bad feeling to be wronged. Because she was too absorbed in thinking about this, she didn't notice that Huo Qingzhou's gaze fell on her body from time to time. Huo Qingzhou eats a mouthful of food and carefully observes her complexion, which seems to be rosy and not as sad as he imagined. He thought deeply about it, put down his chopsticks, and lightly opened his thin lips. You don't have anything to tell me? Chapter 57. For bumping this matter, I have a measure of. Words fell, eyes implicitly expectant, waiting. Zhou Lemon froze, met his deep eyes, racked his brain and shook his head. Instantly, Huo Qingzhou's face sank. Zhou Lemon didn't think much of it, it was probably a man casually asking. She finished her meal and returned to her room, and unconsciously hummed a little song because she was in a happy mood. Huo Qingzhou stares at her door that just closed, his eyes contemplative. So happy? Thinking for a moment, he takes out his cell phone and opens the page to look at it, and when he sees the progress of things on it, he is enlightened and understands why she is so happy. This girl was quite capable. It wasn't even his turn to personally do it. At the same time, Yang Man had long been anxious like an ant on a hot pan after seeing all these negative news about her. She looked at them one by one, and when she saw that everyone believed that Zhou Lemon had won the championship by virtue of her strength, and that it was her who had made up the rumors out of jealousy, she was so angry that her nostrils were about to go up in smoke. Zhou Shangnan on the side wanted to comfort her, but didn't dare to move forward. It was the fear that the smoke coming out of her nostrils could burn her to death. Only after a long time did she mumble and open her mouth. Young man, don't be bothered by this matter, the internet has no memory, this matter will soon be forgotten by everyone. Are you blind? Can't you see that they are all cursing me? Why did Zhou Lemon find out so quickly? Now the wind has completely changed. Yang Man was worried that she had nowhere to vent her anger, and directly roared towards Zhou Shangnan. Zhou Shangnan has long been accustomed to, whispered a sentence, they say is also right if you did not tell lies, will not. Words have not finished, was interrupted by Yang Man sternly. You're not going to be able to do that, are you? Don't forget, you and Zhou Lim are both poor, if not for me, you probably can't afford to go to school now. Although her pride was bruised, Zhou Shangnan didn't dare to retort. Unlike Zhou Lim, she didn't have the courage to resist. Going with the flow might make her current life temporarily better. Not everyone had the courage when it came to choosing between many things. Yang Man was furious and lashed out towards Zhou Shangnan, again slamming her cell phone to the ground without half a heartache on her face. Zhou Shangnan knows that her family is rich, and has the money to give her a bad time. Suddenly, Yang Man picked up her cell phone and made a call out. As soon as the phone was connected, Yang Man cried, Daddy, I don't care, this time, no matter how busy you are, you have to help your baby girl. The next day, when she woke up in the morning, Zhou Lim only felt refreshed. She took her cell phone and looked at it, and saw that her clarification post had disappeared, but she wasn't half surprised. She was clear that if Young Man knew, she would definitely take action and wouldn't let others scold her, just to be able to make her post disappear straight away. There was still a certain strength behind it. Zhou Lemon also didn't dwell on this matter. She was able to have the opportunity to clarify and let everyone know that she didn't fake it, and that was good enough. Although her power was very small, and she might struggle hopelessly in the end, but how would she know if she didn't try? After eating, seeing that Huo Qingzhou has come to the study, she also follows behind his but to go in, not expecting that just a few steps, the man's figure lurches. Zhou Lemon didn't pay attention for a moment and bumped into his back. Touching her nose, which was flooded with pain, she said, "Why did you suddenly stop and hit my nose? What if it's broken? Your nose is not fake, what are you afraid of? Don't worry, for the matter of bumping, I have a sense of proportion." Looking meaningfully at the girl, Huo Qingzhou continued to walk inside. Zhou Lemon's ears flushed with heat, understanding the meaning of his words. Only 4 words came to mind: this is an expert. She couldn't help but whisper a dislike, "If you know the difference, the bed won't collapse." The man's footsteps stopped again, looked back, and gently pinched her mouth. Zhou Lemon's lips were forced to pout, slurring, "What are you doing? I would like to see what has grown in your mouth, so articulate." Zhou Lim stuck out her tongue. Of course her mouth has a tongue. Huo Qingzhou's eyes were deep and his tone was patient. Your tongue should be used in a place that gives full play to its specialties. Zhou Lemon's face was livid. A difficult image could not help but appear before her eyes, and she did not say anything. Who the hell are they that can speak well? Taking advantage of the fact that there was still some time left before class, Zhou Lim decided to read a book in the study to kill some time. Suddenly, she notices something familiar on a shelf to the side, and as she gets closer, it's the trophy she won this time for the Sprout Cup, and she didn't expect to put it here. At the same time, there are Huo Qingzhou's medals and other things placed around it. She was thrilled, and thought that Huo Qingzhou would let her things fall to dust if he knew, but she didn't expect to put them together. It seems like there is a little corner here that belongs to her. You even put my trophy here, I'm surprised, it seems like you're also very proud of me. Huo Qingzhou coughed lightly a few times and responded arrogantly, "It was Mom who told me to do this. Zhou Lime is also too lazy to care about what he said, knowing that if Huo Qingzhou didn't agree, it would never have appeared here. After reading for a while, Zhou Lime followed Huo Qingzhou to get on the car after estimating that the time was almost up. Huo Qingzhou is on a rare break, so he naturally wants to personally transport her. In the car, the man suddenly opens up the topic, "How's it going at school lately?" Thinking he was suddenly concerned, Zhou Lime nodded her head and responded with a few words in order to reassure him. Huo Qingzhou carefully observed her complexion, his eyes slightly sank a few points, and did not continue the topic. When the car is parked, Zhou Lime is ready to get out as always, but notices that Huo Qingzhou's gaze is falling on her, his eyes as deep as a whirlpool. "Is there anything else to say?" Huo Qingzhou's gaze flickers slightly, his face serious. "If there's anything, remember to call and tell me." Zhou Lime nodded. When she came to school, she met a few classmates. They probably also read the post and apologized to Zhou Lime. "Zhou Lemon, I'm sorry, we were wrong about you before and said bad things, don't take it to heart. You have the strength, we are all very happy for you." Listening to their words, Zhou Lemon's mood gradually improved. In this world, there were bad existences and there would also be good sides. She also believed that there would be many kind people. Just after class, before she could walk out of the classroom, she was shouted at by the class president, saying that the counselor was looking for her. "You quickly go and take a look," said that there is something very important, and now they are all waiting for you. Zhou Lime's eyelids fluttered, smelling a bad premonition. Walking down the road, she racked her brain and couldn't think of anything important. Arriving outside the office door, she held her breath, knowing that what should come would always come, following which she knocked on the door. Chapter 58. This school, you're withdrawing for sure. Only after receiving an answer did Zhou Lime walk into the office. Then she was surprised to find that besides the counselor, Yang Man was also there. She instantly felt that this time when she was approached, it must be something bad. The look Yang Man gave her was both angry and contemptuous. Meanwhile, on the sofa beside her sat a strange man with a beer belly, a lot of whiskers on his chin, and those same eyes with arrogance. The counselor followed him and introduced him attentively. "Mr. Yang, the person you are looking for has come." Then he looked at Zhou Lime and said, "This is Mr. Yang, Yang Man's father, why don't you quickly say hello?" Zhou Lime stood still, unmoved. It seemed that the counselor had received a lot of benefits from her father, otherwise the difference in attitude wouldn't have been so obvious. Besides, he is Yang Man's father, not her father, why should she fawn and greet him? It has nothing to do with her. The air was slightly stagnant for a moment. Mr. Yang spoke, his tone equally arrogant. "You are Zhou Lime?" Zhou Lemon nodded and opened the door. "Something's wrong?" Yang Man's eyebrows crossed. "How do you talk to my father?" Zhou Lemon was speechless. She was just talking normally, looking at Yang Man so high profile, afraid to let her kowtow in front of her father to be considered okay. Just as Yang Man continued to speak, Mr. Yang reached out his hand to signal her to stop. Only then did Yang Man have no choice but to swallow her words back. As long as she saw Zhou Lemon, she couldn't control her emotions, especially when she saw Zhou Lemon walk in with a fresh look on her face just now. She couldn't wait to walk over and slap her a few times. General Manager Yang scoffed a few times. "It's no big deal to call you here today, all you have to do is kneel down and apologize to my precious daughter." Zhou Lemon sniffed and the corners of her mouth twitched a few times. Once these words came out, Yang Man held her body straight and waited with a haughty face. If Zhou Lemon cried and kneeled down in front of her to apologize, she would definitely laugh her ass off. This kind of scene, just thinking about it made her feel good. She was very confident that Zhou Lemon would be her undoing no matter how much she struggled. A poor student, without any background, was still easily pinched in the palm of her hand. As a result, she heard Zhou Lime calmly come up with, "I didn't do anything wrong, so what to apologize for?" Mr. Yang frowned. "You bullied my daughter and almost ruined her reputation. What did you say you did wrong?" "It's not my business, it's your daughter who forged it in the first place, I'm just clarifying the facts." "If you say so, or my daughter did wrong?" Mr. Yang sneered a few times. Afterwards, he coldly looked at the counselor. "This is the good student that your school teaches?" "Bah. No big deal, do you know who I am?" The counselor laughed a few times and signaled Zhou Lemon with his eyes. "Zhou Lemon, don't be stubborn, this is a small matter, just apologize and say a few good words and it will be over, don't make a big deal out of it." The corner of Zhou Lemon's mouth pulled a smile. She hadn't done anything wrong, she resolutely wouldn't apologize. If she was forced to apologize, wouldn't it be a disguised admission that she had done wrong? Not being able to see Joe Lemon's low voice, young man was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and rushed to General Manager Yang and pouted, "Dad, you must do it for me." Not only did she post for everyone to scold me and cause me to lose face, but she also slapped me before. Mr. Yang was anxious. She slapped you? Yang man hesitated for a moment and nodded. She didn't talk about it before because she felt that it was very hurtful to her self-esteem. She had never been the only one to hit people. This was the first time she had been hit. It was too humiliating. Mr. Yang was so angry that he directly stood up and said angrily, "What a big nerve. Even my precious daughter dared to hit. Do you want to live?" The counselor was afraid that the impact of the matter would become bigger, and persuaded, "You first calm your anger, things have a solution." Mr. Yang grunted, and touched half of young man's cheeks. "This tender skin, I never could not touch it, but let others beat it." Then put out cruel words, "If this matter does not give me a statement, I will rely on this today not to leave." Counselor face difficult, "You do not get angry, you do not want to let Joe Lime apologize, I now force her to apologize." Joe Lime stood aside, her heart cold. What a mockery. She clearly didn't do anything wrong, but she was the one who was hurt. When she wanted to be stubborn, Mr. Yang said something that made her feel even more speechless. He topped the beer belly, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs. "Now not apologize so simple, in addition to kneeling down to apologize, she has to be my daughter slapped 3 times, by the way, like her this kind of conduct is not good people, is not qualified to go to school here, directly let her drop out of school." Drop out of school? The counselor's face was slightly embarrassed. Joe Lemon's face also turned white, but she hardened herself and responded, "It was Yang Man who was at fault first, breaking into my room, insulting my personality, fabricating facts to get me into public opinion. I was purely in self-defense. You're not qualified to make me apologize for dropping out of school." General Yang just thought she was telling a joke, hummed and laughed a few times. "Wild girl, you are dead to the world, still so hard-mouthed. Be careful if the old man chipped you." On the side of Yang Man, see her father for her out of anger. The corner of the mouth is full of complacency arc. Mr. Yang continued, "I have investigated your background. Your family is not even an ordinary working class. Parents are a broken worker, but also do not treat you. You a poor student, no background and no connections, no one to rely on, so you withdraw from school. It is not a matter of a word from me. Do you think there will be people to help you?" Being poked to the sensitive point, Joe Lemon's heart cooled half, but his face remained calm. "Said you are a poor student, are lifting you up. What do you compare with my daughter? You cannot even count one of her toes." Their unpleasant words kept coming from her ears, trampling her self-esteem to the ground. Joe Lemon stood stubbornly in place, her hands clenching her fists. She refused to give in to reality, but reality was always cruel. Looking at Joe Lemon's face that she would rather die than obey, Mr. Yang's temper completely exploded. "This school, you are going to withdraw." After saying that, he immediately stood up and continued to point at her, itching to push her down. Joe Lemon held back her tears, and a wave of sourness bubbled up from between her throats. Will justice prevail? It was at this moment that the closed door was suddenly opened and a slender figure walked in, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Joe Lemon blinks her sour eyes and follows the crowd's line of sight to see Huo Qingzhou standing not far away, a thick layer of gloom shrouding that face. She is staggered as to how the man could appear at this time. Mr. Yang, who hangs out in the business world, naturally recognizes Huo Qingzhou as a big shot, and panic flashes across his face as he stands up straight in a hasty manner, licking his lips dryly. Yang Man was also surprised, but was only sure that Joe Lime could not possibly know such a powerful figure as Huo Qingzhou. Recalling her last encounter with Huo Qingzhou in Haicheng, could it be that Huo Qingzhou was specifically looking for her? She then smiled and her voice became softer. "Dad, let me introduce you, this is Hui Xiao. Last time I met him in Haicheng, we even bought sweet potatoes to eat together." Chapter 59 At home, don't you like to sit on my lap? Mr. Yang froze. He looked at the two in dismay. They had a romantic encounter? He proudly looked at young man, not worthy of being her good daughter, so excellent. Without his knowledge, she has gained the favor of Hui Xiao. If the two families were to marry in the future, he would still be able to walk horizontally in Jiangcheng and even the whole country. Yang Man is also all smiles, a look of head scratching. Quickly arriving in front of Huo Qingzhou, Yang's face is full of attentive smiles, habitually pulling out cigarettes from his pocket. "Come on, Hui Xiao has come to visit, smoke one." "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." Air. Mr. Yang shook his head and thought he had heard it wrong. Seeing this, Yang Man decided to relieve her dear father, and attentively came to Huo Qingzhou. "Huo Xiao, it really is too coincidental, we meet again, so destiny how did you come here? The last time we met was very hasty, you came to find me." Roll. Huo Qingzhou was as shy as gold, facing their attentive and lengthy speech. Only 2 words in total came out of his mouth, and he refused to even give them an extra look. Under their gaze, he then quickly stepped to Zhou Lime's side, one hand holding her shoulder, the other holding her. Young man saw this from the side and his eyes widened in shock. Gosh! What was this she was seeing? Huo Xiao was actually holding Zhou Lime's hand. With incredulity written on her face, young man blinks and blinks so many times before she dares to confirm this that she can barely catch her breath. She desperately needed a respirator now. By what right could an inferior person like Zhou Lemon know Huo Qingzhou? When she was held by the hand, Zhou Lime's palm warmed up, and the familiar fresh scent of the man's body came from the tip of her nose, and she instantly felt her whole body warm. When she was in isolation just now, her heart had long been numb. Just seeing Huo Qingzhou come to his side, her heart moved fiercely. In her ear comes his soft inquiry, "How is it?" "I'm okay." The counselor saw it, and while surprised, greeted it warmly. Huo Qingzhou just glances coldly and pulls Zhou Lime to sit down on a sofa to the side. The rest of the people are also very self-aware. Even General Manager Yang, who was just sitting on the sofa with his legs stretched out, is now like a tortoise, standing aside in a sensible manner. Huo Qingzhou doesn't look at them for a second, landing his full attention on Zhou Lime. Being deeply stared at for several seconds, Zhou Lime is a bit uncomfortable, not to mention that there are outsiders present now. Wanting to take away Huo Qingzhou's hand that was wrapped around her waist, just as she struggled, she was carried by Huo Qingzhou to sit on his lap. Zhou Lemon's face reddened and she moved a few more times. The man's voice was clear and shallow, "No moving around, or sitting on my lap is comfortable." Zhou Lemon instantly dared not move, fearing that a more embarrassing picture would occur, holding her breath, restraining her wildly beating heart, but in her heart, she thought, "This is in public, this man cannot be a little more restrained." "Who knows?" Huo Qingzhou came again. "Shy what? At home you are not very like to sit on my lap." Zhou Lime's face burned beyond words. When did she say these words? And basically every time, the man forcefully pulls her to sit on his lap. The rest of the people in the office are each dumbfounded as they watch Huo Qingzhou treat Zhou Lime so intimately. That's something Huo Qingzhou has never done before. They also heard the key word, "at home." Living under the same roof, it seems that the relationship between the two is definitely not simple. Especially Yang Man, her eyes were as wide as copper bells and her jaw was about to drop to the ground. Only to see Huo Qingzhou patiently inquiring towards Zhou Lime, "Is she being bullied?" Zhou Lemon's nervous heart calmed down a little, thinking about their endless abuse just now, indiscriminately wronged, deflated, nodded. This aggrieved appearance instantly makes Huo Qingzhou's heart tighten. He only hates himself for why he came now, but it's a good thing he didn't come late. Favoringly touching the girl's head, "Fool, being bullied, why don't you tell me first?" As the words fell, that cold light swept a glance at the rest of the people. The bodies of those present all shivered with cold. In the end, General Manager Yang was a person in the business world, probably clear about the relationship between the two. His intestines were repentant. Had he known that this girl had such great ability, he did not dare to be like that just now. He smiled a few times. He said, "Huo Young, you just came, may not know, it's a small matter, how can we bully her, just come to talk about something, now it has been resolved." Yang Man was on the sidelines, her face all black, suddenly realizing that the man hiding in the room that day was Huo Qingzhou, and that he bought the sweet potatoes for Zhou Lime to eat as well, and she suddenly didn't dare to speak. Huo Qingzhou kindly smiled, put Zhou Lime's tender hand in his hand and played with it, and slowly said, "Being forced to kneel down and apologize, and threatening to withdraw from school, this is not called bullying?" "Misunderstanding, this is a complete misunderstanding." Mr. Yang wiped his cold sweat. "Are you questioning me?" Huo Qingzhou's voice sank a few more points. The other party shook his head vigorously and wryly argued. When he was anxious, he looked at the cigarettes that he hadn't sent out just now, and he got his hands on them and was ready to smoke them up to try to ease his mood, only to hear Huo Qingzhou's voice ringing out. "If you don't want to die, pinch it off." Mr. Yang was so scared that he hurriedly threw the cigarette into the trash can. Zhou Lemon suddenly breathes a sigh of relief, looking at Huo Qingzhou's large hand on her stomach, knowing that he must have given the harsh words considering that pregnant women can't smell smoke. Huo Qingzhou turns his biting gaze to the counselor, falsely accused of wrongdoing, campus violence, personality insults, and threats to withdraw from school. "What do you think should be done about this?" The counselor immediately felt the pressure to come. She counted 1,000 times, but did not count on Zhou Lime move this gada. This laments half a day, cannot speak. Zhou Lime listened, surprised that Huo Qingzhou knew about all this too. But after thinking about his power, it wasn't difficult to find out if he had a mind to. It was hard to offend either side, but for the counselor, he dared not offend Huo Qingzhou even more, and General Yang was a minion compared to him. He then threw the topic to Huo Qingzhou. Huo Xiao, what do you think should be done? When Young Man and General Manager Yang both heard these words, their hearts instantly rose to their throats, and they both subconsciously dropped their gazes on the man sitting haughtily on the sofa. Chapter 60. I'm angry, can't you coax me a little? Huo Qingzhou coldly swept a glance at them, lightly opening his thin lips. An eye for an eye, kneeling down and apologizing, dropping out of school, it's not too much, is it? Upon hearing this, Young Man panicked. Where is the previous arrogant look? The thought of kneeling down and apologizing to Zhou Lime, she is 1,000 times reluctant. This is not to admit that she is the defeated. Then thinking of dropping out of school, she was even more terrified. She hurriedly begged for mercy, her language was all disorganized. Huo Xiao, I know I'm wrong, please forgive me, I won't dare to do it again next time, we even ate sweet potatoes together before, Zhou Lime glanced at Huo Qingzhou in confusion, she had just heard Young Man also say this, strange, when did they eat sweet potatoes together? Meeting Zhou Lime's eyes, Huo Qingzhou immediately explained in a whisper, she lied, I was buying it for you. When his eyes turned to Young Man, his eyes were cold, eating sweet potatoes with you, I'm afraid I'll choke to death. Pleading to no avail, Young Man had to cast his eyes for help on his father. Mr. Yang was brewing his words, and just when he wanted to speak attentively, Huo Qingzhou directly interrupted him, this matter is not negotiable. His words just got stuck in his throat. Huo Qingzhou glances impatiently at his watch, his body radiating a cold aura. General Manager Yang is afraid that if the man gets angry, he won't be able to stand in Zhangcheng in the future, so he hurriedly pulls Young Man down to his knees and chides, hear what Huo Xiao said. Quickly apologize. Even though Young Man was unwilling to do so, she had no choice but to do as she was told. Zhou Lemon looks at her expressionlessly. Huo Qingzhou gauges that it's about time and the other party has been punished, and directly takes Zhou Lime's hand to leave. He doesn't want to continue wasting time here. As soon as they left, Yang Man's shoulders collapsed and she almost lay on the ground. Dragging her heavy steps, gray-headed, she followed General Yang out, crying and screaming anxiously, Daddy, quickly think of a way to help me, I don't want to be expelled from school. General Manager Yang looked at her with great heartache, but could only sigh, indicating that he could do nothing. Daughter, the one you have offended is Huo Xiao, I can't even count him as a toe, let alone keep you, let us be sensible, you go back with me obediently. But if we piss off Huo Xiao again, it's a question of whether we can survive. Yang Man was too scared to speak. She knew that if her father couldn't do anything about it, then there really was no way out. Her head droops heavily again. If she had known about Zhou Lemon's relationship with Huo Qingzhou earlier, wouldn't it have been like this? It's only because she never put Zhou Lemon in her eyes before. Nowadays, she wants to cry without tears. Zhou Lemon is led to the car by Huo Qingzhou. Her emotions have yet to come out of what just happened, and she wants to say a few words of thanks to Huo Qingzhou. After all, he was the one who came in time to solve the problem today. When she sees Young Man lowering her voice, her heart is still really a bit pained. When she was about to speak, she only heard the man's voice sink coldly. Why didn't you tell me before? Zhou Lemon froze, glancing sideways at him, and found that his face was now a few points sunk, and there was some disparity from the way he had treated her just now in the office. Huo Qingzhou eyes hidden anger, online public opinion, and you were bullied, these things, why did not you tell me in time, I am so unworthy of your trust. I didn't mean that. What should I do if I don't keep my eyes and come in time today, and something happens to you? It won't. You are the mother of the child, I won't allow anything to happen to you. Shocked by Huo Qingzhou's tone, Zhou Lime's voice weakens, I just don't want to trouble you, anyway, sooner or later we'll be separated, and I'll have to face it alone in the future. As the words fall, the air is terrifyingly silent. Huo Qingzhou's face sank, his thin lips pursed into an edged line. For some reason, when Zhou Lemon said these words, his heart was very uncomfortable. Zhou Lemon is also sitting on the sidelines in consternation, also surprised that her not saying these things would make Huo Qingzhou care so much, and it's no wonder that during dinner that night, Huo Qingzhou would suddenly ask her inexplicable questions. It is estimated that he had already sensed something then. Now what should be said to break the deadlock? Looking at Huo Qingzhou with no intention of driving, the car pulls over to the side of the road, and Zhou Lime's heart burns as she racks her brain for wording. Suddenly, Huo Qingzhou was heard taking the initiative to speak. I am angry, can't you coax me a little? Zhou Lime is shocked, it's hard to imagine this coming from Huo Qingzhou's mouth. Only to see Huo Qingzhou waiting with a haughty face, Zhou Lemon's brain is running fast, how to coax him. Thinking of the last time he coaxed someone, Zhou Lime had an idea in her heart. Staring at the side of the man's face, she gathered her courage and kissed him, soothingly saying, not angry. Oh. Huo Qingzhou's body shook. The half of his cheek that she kissed is hot. There is electricity surging through. After Zhou Lime kissed, she was also nervous, not knowing if this approach worked, more worried that it would cause the man's resentment, and then stared at him tentatively. Are you still angry now? Huo Qingzhou wanted to shake his head, then thought of something, nodded his head, muffled, still a little. Not waiting for Zhou Lemon to ask, turned his other cheek to Zhou Lemon, meaning, everything is most balanced. Zhou Lime understood and gave him another quick kiss on the other side of his face. Only then did Huo Qingzhou's face fully recover. Seemingly still reminiscing about the kiss he just received, he almost forgot what he was angry about. It was only when he heard Zhou Lime's questioning voice that he reacted. Slightly collecting his complexion, he arrogantly voices out, "In the future, if there is anything, tell me in time." Zhou Lemon obediently nods her head. First, Huo Qingzhou's anger is dispelled. Huo Qingzhou, and I don't like it when you say separate these words, don't say them in the future. Zhou Lime froze for a moment, but still nodded. She really can't understand this man. What she said was the truth. However, looking at Huo Qingzhou not getting angry, she also let go of her heart. Thinking back to the previous bullying, no one helped her out except for her own ideas, but now with Huo Qingzhou's help, she is very touched. Thank you for helping me, because of you, I feel so golden. The matter of young man being expelled from school quickly spreads throughout the school. Everyone was talking about it. You guys said, why did young man get kicked out of school in a good way? Could it be related to the school forum, but his father has a bit of background, it should not be so serious as to drop out of school. She's only had problems with Zhou Lemon for a while, so it can't be that the dropout has anything to do with Zhou Lemon. Impossible. Zhou Lime doesn't have any background, how dare she fight with Yang Man? I guess Yang Man must have been too flamboyant outside and offended some big shot. Discussions continued, but they were just guesses, they didn't know the real reason. When a period of time passed, this matter would also die down. Coincidentally, the conversations of these gossiping masses were overheard by Hime, who happened to be passing by. Hearing Zhou Lemon's name, she felt a bit familiar, like she had heard it somewhere before, which made her think that she had bumped into her in the gymnasium during the last welcome party. If there was a beef, this big brother operating behind the scenes shouldn't be Brother Qingzhou, right? She opened her phone and searched the school forum, her complexion tightened, not realizing that so many things had happened during this time. It was all her fault that she was busy planning for graduation. However, when she thought that her busyness during this period of time would most likely bring her a lifetime of happiness, the corner of her lips hooked, her eyes meaningless.